is wasted
好
for
了，开始了
heroic.
决赛。
Amar fights to Kyle. Could be a spot.
Absolutely. Get the stun lock. And DM is the bigger prize. No, Mallory comes with the echoes, but the black hole comes to fruition. Boundless strike from above from 9 class. There's a huge sonic wave onto 2. As the Rolling Thunder comes in right on top of Satanic with the roar used on Mallory. The Force House going to keep his head. It's a double black hole with the Mortimers from above. Do they have the damage? The BKBs mitigate most of it, though. And now P-Vision on the retreat. Big swashbuckle coming in from Mallory with the shield crash to follow. No one is dead just outside his base. Satanic drops as well. Nine class onto the high ground. He's stuck up here now. Oh no, he's dead. Helmet of the Undying activates as no one completely out of bounds. He's gonna get flashbang. Oh my god! That's Satanic trying to get away. Only 2 members up. Actually, he's the lone member. Gets off the Omni Slash at the last moment, but the Ghost Blades are too much. And that means Falcons will be going to the grand final.
Xingqiu jumps away. Miro finds the follow-up and a good control onto all the other heroes. They're trying back out. XM onto Katomi, keeping him out of this fight. And X-Nova is living for forever. And there's the jump onto Pure. Eliminated. What? Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Not like that, Miro. Pure. They see him there. He jumps in, Echo Slam, refresher, combo. Ame's coming! Ame's coming! Pure. He chose for a moment. He just jumped. And there it is, the Chrono already onto XM, trying to kill him off. Aeon disc out, but Ame is hitting hard. Do they have another? The Chrono just barely able to hit onto Ame. Does he have the damage that he needs? It's not quite looking like it. The Saber Scepter is there. Ame hits him one time. Pure, you gotta run. Don't be back and forth. And the sense up, but Xingqiu is right there. And X-Nova, he takes away all the armor. He's gone. Empty. They are top 3.
Every series yesterday delivered. We had Aegis snatches, we had 4-man black holes. There was just everything left on the table of Lacoste, where we unfortunately had to say goodbye to 3 teams. But we did, at the end of it, get our top 3.
We did. We had some crazy games, especially that game number 3 against the BB team against Heroic. That was just like 10 out of 10. It doesn't get better than this. You know, back and forth games, comebacks, Divine Rapiers and everything. Unfortunately, we did see Enigma Galaxy did lose Uncrowned King, eliminating the King from the tournament as well. But, you know, somebody has to go home at the end of the day.
Yeah, that refresher purchase by King Jungles was like, this was so close to being such a legendary moment at TI. I mean, it was a legendary moment at TI. The fact that he can do that and it still doesn't work speaks to the resilience of BB team. And then they get knocked out by XG, who played all day yesterday. Like, it was just an insane day of Dota.
Yeah, and then on top of that, we haven't even really mentioned just seeing the 3 games of who is going to the grand finals. It just, yeah, everything really truly did deliver when it came to that. And now it's a question of, is it going to get better today, Winter? How do you even hit the same levels of the peak Dota we saw yesterday?
I mean, it's definitely going to be harder, you know. XG, they had to play so many games yesterday. Now they're back here again. They have to recharge their batteries so quickly, and they have to come up with more, new tech, against an opponent, which I feel like it's definitely going to be a very, very tough day for them.
Yeah, that's the difficult part about being in the lower bracket. But of course, we have seen teams in the past, in previous internationals, make that lower bracket run and lift the Aegis. It's not out of the question for them. They've already been able to do it for themselves up until this point to make a top 3. We've seen it before, TI2, TI5, 6, and number 7 and number 10 as well.
Yeah, some of these teams power on.
The more games you play, especially for, I'd say, Team Liquid at the TI7, Team Spirit at the TI10, they kind of barely qualify for that TI as well, played so many games. It does allow you to power up, but you also need to start thinking about the new tech, new strategies that you need to come up with because you're pretty much showing everything. And we do have, some of the teams still doing this lower bracket run. Extreme Gaming, they are onto round 3 right now, and they might play into the grand finals as well, playing quite a lot of games. Yesterday, they played 2 series. Today, they might be playing another 8 games. They didn't have much time to rest, so I want to see how much that's going to influence them.
We have a potential fairy tale story happening here because the TIs that we saw on the screen, it doesn't happen that often where you have these lower bracket runs. But when it does happen, these are the ones we remember, Liquid, TI7, EG. Of course, North Americans are going to remember that one for sure. So there's potential here for one of these teams to be a very, very memorable TI winner. I think almost no matter what, it's going to happen.
I mean, it's difficult not just because of the fatigue, but because you're revealing so much of your strategies, right? Are you going to be able to come up with more, or you're just done, and your opponent's going to figure you out and you kind of can't win anymore.
Yeah, you're gonna have enough in the tank to get there and just that little bit extra to push yourself over the line as well. And of course, making those low bracket runs, that's not the only memorable thing that has been able to come out of the international in the past. We've also seen players of a variety of different ages come and lift that Aegis, conquer and get that championship for themselves. One of the oldest players actually to do it was last year in Insania. He was the oldest player that we had at the time, 30, to lift TI, taking the record off of Snake King, who was 27 when he won his first one.
30 is pretty old, yeah, that is correct. For Dota community, this is still pretty young, but yeah, we see that, Saksa, Jarek's Fear, even old man Fear, as we like to call him, did win TI at 27.
He's young there, I can't, this is crazy
yeah.
to see a young man.
For that point of the time, because we were kind of starting back then. But yeah, we could also take a look at some of the younger players as well that did manage to.
Well, I actually wanted to quickly inform everyone that if we were to see Falcons win today, Snake King would take back that record. He would beat Insania by 1 month to be the oldest TI winner. So there's that one up for grabs as well.
There's hope for everyone.
This is great. I was going to say, this is great for all the 30-year-olds in the Dota community, which, of course, there are a lot of very old game. We've all played for a very long time. But here's some of the oldest players that we have at this current international. Some of the big legends from the various teams. Of course, the story that we've been telling for the past few TIs is there's always this mix of older players with a lot of experience, and then the younger, new blood that's bringing that energy to the teams.
And usually the roles also as well. The older players are either the coaches or the support players, and the mid players are usually the star, young, hungry players. You want them to be diving your opponents, going into the fountain and winning the game for you.
Yeah, you definitely need that experience combination with the raw new talent coming into the scene. I think throughout Dota history, the most successful teams were the combination between the two.
Yeah, PVision actually does have that combination, right? We saw no one there on the oldest players that are still currently in this top 3. He's that mid laner. But if we had to look at the youngest players that are still currently in the international, it would be that carry player, Satanic. He is still there as our youngest. He's only 17. Can you believe that? Top 3, your first TI at 17? It's insane to really think about.
Yeah, I mean, this is half of PVision, right? It's there's only 3 teams remaining, so it does make sense. But the age gap between some of the oldest players that we're seeing and the youngest players is quite insane. Satanic, 9 class, and Ducalis, also it's their very first TI that they're playing. Malorina and Amar have a little bit more experience, but still, 20 years old in Dota, that is very young. They have a lot of years to grow still. And then here's some of the youngest TI winners of history.
Yeah, Satanic, he wants to squeeze in there. Samael did win that one with EG, but yeah, you can see Wings Gaming, Y and Bach, Yatro and Ana from OG and Team Spirit. A lot of them are very young, winning TI at this early age can make, you can just start thinking about what you're going to do next because you kind of reach the peak of your career so early and what is next.
The crazy thing about that list is that Ana is also the next position at the next year
Right, if we
when he
if
was
we were to
19.
go one more.
Yeah, like you have some of these legendary players in history that it is crazy how young they were when they first won. 'Cause I feel like I look at Yatoro and I'm like, this is an old man. You look in his eyes and the guy's got so much experience, and yet would be one of the youngest players here still after winning 2 TIs.
Oh, I was gonna say, Lacoste says, you're at a young age, you win your first TI, what do you do next? Well, a lot of them go on to win a second one, right? And we do still have some players in this tournament that are potential 2-time repeat TI winners here. Of course, we had to say goodbye to so many before, but those 2 remaining there, Snaking and Skeeter on the side of Falcons, they could potentially be going for the number 2 here.
They definitely could. I mean, they are potentially only 3 wins away from it, and so far they showed a great performance. But seeing a lot of the names in gray, a lot of the pictures in gray, seeing how many players were so close to it, like a lot of them, the winning TI is the biggest achievement you can get, but then you're like, okay, what about the second one? What about that third one?
Yeah, well, speaking of the third one, there is that potential in that Coach Aoi, right? He won one as a player. Saw him win one back on the side of Tundra at TI 11. That felt like so long ago. But now, it could be the first person to have 3 championship records.
That is something that I think we have to talk about. We have Zhao, we have Aoi, 2 TI winners, and then Astini. This man wants to prove himself. This man wants to win a TI as a coach. I feel like everybody disrespected him for so long because it's like this guy, he's not that high MMR. What does he know, Well, I mean, I think he showed it this year, but that he's hungry for more. Like, that guy is not okay with just winning majors all year. Like, he needs to win TI.
Yeah, he's definitely the brains of the operation. Even 100%. Though he's not like not like Aoi or Xiao 8 when they have like TI wins under their belt, but he is a very, very smart guy. When you talk to him, he offers a lot of insights. I mean, I've worked with him before, and he's always a really smart guy, and I respect him a lot.
Yeah, well, we're not seeing Falcons until later in the grand finals, but we still kind of wanted to set up the story around these guys, right? The potential in the 3 wins for Aoi, the potential for Skeeter and Snaking getting their repeat. We've got the 2 youngest players there on the side of Malrine and Amar, but of course Crit, who's come to TI so many times. The 9th in the row for him is this one, actually.
Yeah, he played at 1 TI, and he was like, you know what? I want to be at every single TI after. Like,
this list is so long. Look at this.
Like,
this is like just a rainbow of colors. And it's his first grand final. I think that's a really important thing here, is that persistence is key in Dota. It takes a very, very long time to get good at this game. The amount of people that I've seen with 5,000 games and they're still Herald, it happens. It's a incredibly complicated, incredibly deep game.
There is a chance.
There's a chance for all of us.
In the crowd.
I mean,
Everyone
it's also
in the crowd, yes.
meeting the right people. Like, I feel like sometimes you have a long journey. The reason why you only find success later down is because you meet the right person or right teammate down the road. It's very complex game. It's not just about your individual
What
skill.
do they say? Luck is a combination of opportunity and skill.
I thought it was opportunity and preparation.
I think there's a few quotes that are very similar, but it's all the same vibe, It's like you just have to keep trying, and be skilled the entire time. And I don't think anybody has ever questioned Crit's skill. He's always been one of the best position fours in the entire world.
Yeah, the biggest jump for TI results was definitely from that Seattle TI to the Copenhagen one, where we do see him change regions. He was really playing with the team as well. But we want to change the shift and have a look more at the teams that we are going to be seeing to start off that day, right? P-Vision up against XG. And for P-Vision, the biggest thing here is the fact they have 3 TI debutants. The fact that we have 3 players on a roster coming to TI for the very first time. It feels very rare that you're going to come along a player who is just ready to be at the peak competition level.
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was going to influence them not being on the main stage. Sure, they did win some of the majors throughout the year, but I was thinking, it's their first TI. The nerves are going to kick in, and then you see them play their first series against Heroic. It's nothing. It's like they've been here multiple times with all 3 players that never played at TI's main stage. That is pretty impressive.
I gotta ask, out of the 3 that are remaining, who are your champions? We talked about this day 1. I'm still siding with P-Vision. I still think that they've got it. The 9 class factor, this guy is just insane. We've never seen a Dota player like him before. What do you guys think?
A team fight overlords, XG.
You think
I was going to say,
I
as if Winter is going to go.
You're saying that because they have an SEA player. Don't sit here and lie to me.
Okay, you got me, fine. You got me.
I mean,
How
X
could you
Nova's
not?
he's a god.
He's so good as well. Who are you going for, Lacoste?
I think I have to go with XG, like their team fighting capabilities, the way they draft the Zhao 8 as well wants to lift another Aegis, and of course Ame, the uncrowned king.
None of us picked the upper bracket team. Nobody picked Falcon. What's your pick?
I don't want to put my prediction out there.
Okay, she doesn't. Right, I see. Okay. You don't want to jinx things.
I don't want to jinx things.
Somebody's got to
Some
say
people-
Falcons, though, right?
All right, I'll say Falcons then.
Okay, now
How
we're
about
even. That's fine. 'Cause
It's
there's
a-
going to be one team that two of us choose.
Right, because there's 4 of us, and
There's
only
4 of
3.
us.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, we're gonna have a look at our schedule so you guys know exactly when all of our games are going to be taking place. Because whilst we do love to talk about Dota so much, we do love to see it even more. Of course, we're going to be starting off with P Vision up against Extreme Gaming. That one's going to be starting very soon. 10 a.m. is the time that we're hoping to begin, and of course our grand finals, which switches up to a best of 5 with only one confirmed team so far. That's Falcons. Is going to be happening at 1 p.m. There's a lot of stuff that happens in between, so make sure you're still around in the arena, tuning into the stream, because there's a lot of goodies between lower bracket and grand finals.
I just realized we're sitting in an audience of like 10,000 people. We could just ask them who's going to win.
Okay. Which team do you want to start with?
Let's start with who thinks P Vision is going to win the international?
What about Extreme Gaming?
Okay, and anyone out there who thinks Falcons is going to win TI?
Wow. Okay.
Loudest one, huh?
That was the loudest, but that might have been because that was the 3rd cheer. We have to do it again, except reverse order.
No. We can't do that. We got more important things we want to talk about because everyone sitting in this arena loves Dota, right? That's something that's brought us all together. So let's break it down. Let's talk about it a little bit more of what we've been seeing accumulate over the past 4 days here on the main stage, how that meta is sort of shifting, and if you guys feel that there is something different about being on the main stage.
I think we got to talk about the one big elephant in the room, and that's going to be Helm of the Dominator as an item. Like, this item has been super popular coming into TI. I don't think many people expected to see it as much, maybe like 1 week before, but it kind of defined the meta at TI as well, because we've seen so many crazy stuff coming out. This Muerta mid that Enigma Galaxy did pull out, and we can see at the Road to International, the average number of times it was purchased in the game was 1.19. Day 1 of the International, 1.78. Day 2, it really peaked, and then Day 3, it's starting to lower down. I think it comes down to the teams that we did have played yesterday, because Extreme Gaming, they only buy it on Ame's Faceless Void. Anti-Mage, XX says he's buying it on Lycan and Beast, and then you have Heroic and Falcons, who are really not big fans of the item.
I mean, it's also the fact that, you know, when this sort of meta arises, people are going to be like, oh, do we just follow? Because if you don't have time to find a solution, what do? You just follow what everyone's doing, right?
There's an
and then when there's a break, there's a few days break, and you see some teams play, they're showcasing their solutions, right? So then you think, you watch, oh, do we copy their solution? Or do we just change up some certain things? So the number will go up and down and up and down. And finally, I think right now we're at a stage where teams are figuring out what are the most optimal heroes to buy it. So the number is slowly going down, but it still has a really, really good win rate.
I will say that I see a lot of comparisons to Wraith Pact. I do not think that it's like that. Wraith Pact was extremely boring, extremely easy to use. Helm Dom, we have seen some highlights of Helm Dom. Of course, it's funny when you see creep versus creep in lane, but we got the Muerta mid. We've gotten some really interesting picks because of Helm Dom. I think it should be nerfed after TI. But
you're trying to save yourself here, you know?
I'm happy that we have this like goofy, wacky storyline, you know, because it's led to some really interesting picks and scenarios, like the skeletons blocking camps.
I was about to say, it's not just the heroes that are coming out from it as well. It's the way that people are using it if they're picking it up in different roles. Are you doing
high
it
skill
to help you farm? Are you doing it to shut down the opponents a little bit? But the fact that it helps also for the hero picks, we're seeing a Faceless Voids feel more comfortable. We're seeing anti-mages as well, who I would say has been having a great showing so far on the main
pretty
stage.
much. This is the only reason why some of these heroes are popular. The anti-mage that you did mention, we saw, I believe, only one Spectre as well. I don't think without Helm of the Dominator would be seeing this hero being picked at all, because she's really not the strongest hero at the moment. But it does allow you to go for different strategies. It does allow you to play map differently, and who better to do it than 9 class? This guy is just an insane and figuring things out, how he's moving across the map. We see these offlaners, these zoo offlaners, that you give them another creep, another way of ghost pushing the lanes. You have this Lycan who's super popular as well with his shard. So there's a lot of things that you need to focus on, and I feel like like in this current meta, if you make like one small mistake in the draft, you could easily get punished for it.
I still think that the meta has not caught up to the stuff that 9 Class is doing. Sure, if they lose, maybe there's an over-adjustment happening there, and you could point at him and say, look at this guy, he's 0-7, what is he doing? But he's taking Watchers, he's sniping wards and sniping sentry wards. He's actually got a very high, I think he's like 3rd on average D wards. That's a 4 position. This guy's not a 5, he's a 4 position. But it's almost like he plays Dota and he's focused on these other objectives that everyone else kind of doesn't value highly enough.
Yeah, and the last 7 matches that they did play, they did have 5 games that they did win with Slark and that Monkey King. And in the 2 games that they did lose, there was no Slark, there was no Monkey King. So coming into this series, I think Extreme Gaming is not going to allow them to get the hands on those 2 heroes.
I mean, that's going to be the story for today. Even we saw this story continue yesterday where he was trying to find a replacement for those heroes with the Centaur. But it kind of doesn't feel like, I mean, I get what he was trying to do. And within the time frame, he probably didn't have time to figure other things out. So I think that's going to be the main talking point of today, whether he already found a 3rd hero or he's just going to run out of heroes today.
Yeah, so P-Vision very, I wouldn't say dependent on their supports, but that obviously garners them so much space. That's what really helps a lot of their cores there. On the side of Extreme Gaming, though, I don't want to say it's the same story. It feels like they're very team fight orientated. That's the heroes that they're going for. That's the late game or their game plan that they strive for.
Yeah, but they also have some crazy stuff that they can pull out. I mean, yesterday we saw CK with Fundamental Forging as his facet, allowing him to get Sticky and Desolator 35 minutes into the game, so you have insane amount of minus armor, and they're ready to close out the game. Like, this is something that I don't think many people would expect that this hero is going to get picked. They picked Death Prophet, they picked Sniper, so they're very, very, in terms of heroes that they can play, Xiao 8 is going to be bringing that oomph to the draft.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite teams in Dota, in TI history, because for the entire year, they were kind of the, you know, cheesy, we were going to last pick XM Sniper mid or Viper, something goofy that just like dominates the lane. You know, they're a very cheesy team, or Ame will be on Juggernaut when Juggernaut's like totally not in the meta and complete garbage, Spectre, things like that, where we laughed at Ame as like kind of forcing things. And now they are a team where you can give them completely normal heroes and they will dominate you in a team fight. This synergy between the players, something that they did just made everything click. Like, they have a fundamental understanding of Dota that looks better than every other team. And you have to be worried about their cheese picks because they have in the last 2 days shown they're still willing to pick it. They're still willing to whip out the Sniper mid and dominate you.
I mean, the team fights are very, very important in a meta where it's a lot more, I don't want to say slow, but there's just a lot of action going on the map, whether you're fighting for small things like the Lotus or the Shrine and everything else. And so having a team fight lineup means most of the time it's easier for you to execute it and fight for the objective, whereas you compare that to how their opponents P-Vision adopts a very different type of method where they use vision with the 9 class heroes.
Yeah. This horn, because when we hear it, it means only one thing. Barclays Arena, get ready for our final day of the International.
The Aegis of Champions. It bears the record, reminding us of the battles we all hold sacred. The triumphs we still celebrate. The legends we will forever revere. It summons the world's finest contenders, allowing us, empowering us to honor the giants of the past, to realize the magic of the present, to witness the origins of the epic stories of tomorrow. Now we gather at the final proving ground, where the path to victory is ever-changing. But the cheers of the arena will always guide the way. The Aegis of Champions arrives in Hamburg, Germany. a beacon of challenge that shines around the globe. 3 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Only 3 teams left. No more time for preparation. That's done and dusted. You have to be ready to show up today. This is where it's about to happen. This is where you make a name for yourself, Jenkins.
Yeah, and I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. No matter what happens, it is devastation of the highest degree that we are losing one of these teams today. You have XG, the pride and joy of China. Ame has some of the best history in all of Dota, like carry players. They respect him. And on the other side, you have Satanic, probably the most standout new player of all time. You have 9 class, bunch of newcomers. Like, either way, it's devastating.
Well, look, I know that our viewers, whether you're here in the arena or at home, are ready. And I just got word, so are our teams. Let's start bringing them out on stage. This year, you have veteran knowledge, of course, in no one. You have 3 TI newbies when it comes to Satanic, 9 class, and Ducalis. So what exactly is this 5-stack going to be able to do against their opponents? A spot in the top 3. They could do it yesterday. Can they do it again today? We found them as the team fight specialists, but how do you answer that? Are you able to bring that A game again when it comes to it, when it is that final day of the International?
To be honest, I feel like adrenaline powers you through at this point. Like, these guys are in the lower bracket finals of TI. I think they can absolutely do it. What's crazy to me is that if we're looking at this matchup, the team that we can say is like more dominant in terms of team fighting and raw skill is Extreme. That's what it looks like this tournament. This is not how it's been all year, and P-Vision is more like they're gonna cheese you on the map.
Last time they met, P-Vision did beat them 2-0 at TI, and it was, game number 1 was one of the weirdest games that we've seen in quite some time, ending with only 9-3 score, where there's only one team fight. Slark steals the Aegis 9 class at his finest, making sure that it's going to be in his hands. He doesn't even die there, and they just end the game. I think 9 class is the best player in the world when it comes down to buying time, understanding what needs to be done. You were talking about these lotuses, all the stuff that he does on the map behind enemy towers, killing couriers and such. But I think it's very, very important to not give him the hero that he wants to play. We're talking about this Slark, we're talking about this Monkey King, but I'm pretty sure that Astini definitely has a couple of aces up his sleeve.
I mean, it's also the fact that I feel like actually has to figure out the right hero to fight him in the lane, you know. I'm thinking about heroes like Bane, because the way that 9 class likes to play is running around, he's playing creeps, and Bane is like the perfect hero for that.
That's
you
true.
see him, go to sleep, good night, go home, stop the pull. So I think this is going to be like one of the few things that they could do against 9 class.
Something for chasing him, essentially, because like the way Bane wants to play in general is running around in the trees. Like you even see Bane's pick up a quelling blade just so they can like cut little tree paths and hide. So something to match 9 class. But he's been doing this for so long. He has been doing this at such a high level that I do feel like in terms of play style, it is very difficult to match him, especially if Astini and 9 class have cooked something that people don't really understand for this series.
Yeah, it feels like he's gone through the trials and tribulations of every hero that could potentially try and stop what he does, but there is no end in sight, it feels, apart from banning out those heroes. I do have to say, Astini was riling up the crowd, getting the energy going. If any team is going to benefit off of a crowd buff in this series, it's definitely P-Vision. I think they love taking to the stage. They love hearing the audience and everything that they get to do about just playing good Dota.
I mean, we're talking about Astini, we're talking about 9 class, but I feel like Zhao Wade and Almay have also been cooking some pretty incredible heroes for him. They played Clinks for the first time. They've been picking a lot of anti-mage. Chaos Knight, Lacoste, as you mentioned yesterday, going for the facet where you get the neutral item, the tier 5 neutral item at 35 minutes. Like, this is stuff that we've never seen before. This is stuff that even if you're, the big brains of P-Vision, cooking up this like crazy, wacky gameplay, you've still never played against this before.
Yeah,
Both sides are cooking here.
You're going to be worried about how deep this hero pool is. It feels like every game we see, Almay is just bringing something new out for himself. And we can see a pretty good comparison here. There's actually only 3 heroes that overlap between the two of them here. Of course, something very unique for Satanic is that carry Tinker there. But yeah, Almay playing the Aug, that's very unique to him if you compared any character.
This must be the least overlap that we've seen out of any comparison so far.
And also you see the difference. The difference there, Army is like more, like he has the more active role, whereas I think Satanic has the more greedy roles, the greedier heroes.
Yeah.
I also want to point out, we keep saying Almay is this uncrowned king, but it's like he's been here before. So even though we talk about P-Vision having a crowd buff, I think there's something in stability of having been at the stage before, having made it so far time and time again at multiple TIs.
Yeah, I mean, this is his 7th TI. Almay is just a legend for a good reason. The LGD run at TI 8, he got 2nd place. It was him and X-Noah, by the way. And then LGD TI 10, it was him and Shin-Q also getting that 2nd place. A lot of achievements for Almay, getting so close so many times, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this is his year.
Really, Lacoste, you're all
I
in
can
that
feel
way.
it in my bones, yeah.
He just somehow makes it so far into the tournament every time.
The patch is also really favorable for his type of playstyle where the game
On the stage in their booth, so let's get this lower bracket going.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 1.
A best of 3 to decide if you're going home or going to the grand finals. A chance here for these 2 teams to make it there. Our game 1 draft on our screens now, and we do wonder who exactly is going to be targeted, who's going to be able to excel and show their strengths in this series.
Is this a prediction for the entire draft?
An Aegis, that's what they're going to draft first.
And an Aegis. Well, you have to take Roche at some point.
Oh, it's the opposite way.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be seeing a Witch Doctor. That was one of them, right?
Yeah.
All right, the crowd is happy. Slark is out.
I mean, also the Mars, right? Like, pretty interesting. Like, we saw a couple of really good performances from XXS on the Mars, and we highlighted that they are the team fight team. Mars is the hero for that.
It's probably the perfect hero, I would say, for this team. Like, the way that it lets you split up fights is very important. But I remember XM in an interview, like, ages ago, he said, if you give us SF, we will win with SF, and then you will ban SF. So they still value it. We've not seen a huge amount of success from the hero, but I feel like when we have seen it, it's been picked in scenarios where they needed other stuff. They needed some spirit type hero, and then SF was picked as the answer there. And I don't think it's that. I think if you draft an entire draft around SF, it's very good, especially if you can also flex it into the carry position.
Yeah, we saw yesterday NGX having Medusa and Shadowfin. It didn't really work out for them, so I think Shadowfin definitely needs a specific setup. You can't have two greedy cores, because he also takes a good amount of farm. He also wants heroes to go in. He wants these active type of heroes, especially from the off lane, maybe even an active carry, because this hero is going to be carrying, if we're talking about Shadowfin from the mid role, and XM did play it 3 times so far and did win every single game on it.
He's probably better slightly as a mid hero right now after the little nerfs that he had in the last patch. But we'll see. I think it's still open as a flex for them. And I think I'd like to also mention that the fact that whenever you're playing high-level Dota like this, it's very important to have control over the mid-section of the map. Something like SF or Sniper, you shove the wave out and you can pressure the tower. I think this is something that maybe actually felt like it brought them success in previous series, especially when they had the Sniper. So they're trying to find a hero which you can pick early, but also not get counter, right? Because we talked a little bit about the Sniper, where you don't really want to open the drop it until you see your matchup.
Yeah.
I think SF has a little bit more leeway with that because you can move it to the carry.
Both of the teams are putting a lot of pressure, I would say this is a flex pick for P-Vision.
I agree.
I think they're trying to bait this potential Sniper that could come out, something that we've seen yesterday that they did against the same matchup. And I kind of feel it that this could be position 4 or position 5 Invoker that they want to run if it gets countered.
I was thinking the exact same thing, because I do think that Invoker, with the current way that you play him, getting the Dom, you're playing around Cold Snap, tons of summons, it's very good against SF, because SF mid wants to go Blink and Yasha and Kaya. He doesn't get the BKB until later on, so it's almost impossible to get the Requiem off because of all of Invoker's stuns. So because of that, maybe XG is thinking, okay, this is going to be an Invoker mid, but of course, there was a while there, 9 class was playing Invoker. In pro-level pubs before this tournament, Invoker was a 4 position, not a mid laner. People were playing it.
It's also the fact that you can easily gank the SF if SF is mid as Invoker support. You have the Tornado and the Cold Step, like you guys mentioned. So I feel like we're probably going to see maybe actually move away from that and move him to the carry, which is more safer right now.
Yeah.
Considering all the options they have. But the other option is also to go for like really, really strong supports like Clock. Thus, you need supports that can secure the runes and protect the SF in the mid lane. Those are the supports that I'm going to be definitely looking at.
I do love the bans coming out from Extreme Gaming, by the way. I just want to take note that that was the exact same ban opening that Falcons did against them yesterday when they beat them in that game number 3. And then, of course, you continue it on. You want to take out more of 9-class hero pool, the Pudge, the Act, just everything that is too annoying.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of ET. ET on the main stage of TI, he does have 100% win rate over 6 games for a good reason. This is something that has been paired up with another team fighting offlaner, especially like these Marses that can keep them in place, so ET lands a really good stun on top of them. It's also a hero that amplifies your damage, so you have Invoker as well, could be insanely good.
It's also a block pick, right? Because XG really likes to play this hero.
And they've looked really good on it. Teamfight counter initiators is exactly how they like to play.
Yeah, on the other hand, I feel like these 2 heroes, the ET and Invoker, they're both kind of weak against something like Clockwork, So I would like to see a Clockwork here, probably like dealing with both of these heroes from Parry Vision, and the Clockwork also serves as a bodyguard for the SF, regardless of where the SF is going to lane, mid or carry.
Did you guys like the clock it was seen yesterday on the side of P-Vision?
The Clockwork?
Yeah, because Winter was just talking about it.
Yeah,
I think be picked up, and
I think Clockwork through this whole tournament has looked like a very strong hero. People have gotten a lot better at utilizing the cog knockback. I think just in general, people have skilled up when it comes to Clock. It's probably just an underrated hero coming into this. Warlock SF lane seems a little weird, right?
Yeah, it's not the partner that you want to have with Shadowfin, because usually he doesn't have a problem with the sustain, so most likely
and also
the Shadowfin being mid.
Yeah, and also SF doesn't like to push out the wave in the safe lane, right? Because Warlock, you're going to use Fatal Bond, so I think the lane probably is not that great.
Right.
Like probably it's going to go mid, like what Lacoste mentioned here.
And the reason I bring up the Warlock is because Clockwork would also be 5 position, but they go for Nyx.
Wow, this is... I mean, Warlock and Nyx is a very, very good combination because Warlock is a team fight hero, and Nyx kind of does the other thing, right? Because whenever you're playing into Warlock, you're trying to dodge, you're trying to avoid the rock, and Nyx hunts you down.
Nyx pretty much makes up for everything the Warlock lacks, and Warlock does the same thing for Nyx.
It's It's a very rare hero that we get to see. It's only been twice at this
Yeah.
tournament that we've gotten to see it. One win, one loss for itself.
It's a big counter to Elder Titan.
Yes.
So it really makes it very, very difficult for Elder Titan to set up his storms. And obviously also really good against the Invoker here. But the downside of Nyx is he is very, very weak in the lane after they remove the one-shotting creeps, you know.
Yes, there is no recovery mechanism for Nyx Assassin now. You need to have a good lane.
All right.
Wow. Enigma and Void Spirit here.
Well, we're going to get some epic team fights in this match, I can tell you that much.
I also want to see which one of these two heroes is going to be played as a position 4, either Void Spirit or Invoker. I mean, we did see yesterday position 5 Enigma from KJ. It did look insanely good because he was stacking 3 camps at the same time, making sure that enemies are not getting the stacks and still being able to scale into the mid and late game with the itemization that he was going for.
You know, in the green room a while ago, somebody said 9 class is going to play Void Spirit today. So maybe that's what we're going to see here.
Well, who said that? You can't just say somebody said that.
Somebody, I'm not going to reveal who it
No,
is.
that's
Oh, it's
fair.
a-
You gotta
it's
keep
a
your
secret.
sources.
Okay, I
So you think it's more likely to be a Void Spirit that's going
Maybe,
to
you know,
support than an Invoker?
Because they've been really theory crafting about what melee heroes could replace the slug.
Okay, I understand.
It's
that
one of the
mix now.
most difficult heroes to beat catch. Like, it's almost impossible to catch Void Spirit. Kind of fits what 9 class wants to do. Be very annoying. You have 2 Astral Step charges. You have the Assimilate as well, so very difficult to catch. Be annoying. If you get the shard, you can farm the camp. You just put down 1 Remnant and you're going to be getting the farm. But to your point, Jenkins, about this Dawnbreaker, I assume they pick Nyx Assassin to block the Dawnbreaker and then take it for themselves.
I think so. You cannot pick Dawn into Nyx. It's like Nyx Silencer, but Warlock and Elder Titan had already been picked, and Silencer is played as a 5. So they picked the only 4 position that counters Dawnbreaker that PV is willing to play, that 9 class is willing to play, which is Nyx Assassin, and then they get the Dawnbreaker uncountered. And we saw yesterday in the Heroic series how strong Dawnbreaker can look, especially into Enigma as a counter to the Black Hole. There's straight up nothing you can do. It's an AoE disable global BKB piercing.
I mean, you're not winning that team fight against the Rock, the SF Requiem, and the Dawn coming down, you know. It's so difficult. And at the same time, why their draft is so solid right now, if you don't take the team fight, there's a Nyx hunting you with the Solar Guardian.
With the Dawn coming in, yeah, exactly.
It is
It's gonna
so
be
hard.
such a cheap setup that they could get the kills pretty much anywhere on the map. But also looking at the P-Visions draft, you do have a lot of team fight as well. Invoker with the Cataclysm, ET, Ulti, and
It takes time though.
But it does take time. I think this lineup is a bit on the slower side. If it's going to be Invoker from the mid lane, which I think it's going to be, with the Helm of the Dom and this Void Spirit position 4, it's still going to give you a good time. You're going to hit Enigma, you're building into Helm, you're building into drums, these type of items, you're building into potentially a pipe. You just want to be tanking up, and then you're going to hit the crucial timing with all these summons, all these zoos, and you're going to be ready to take the fight, but it needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, I agree. I do think an Invoker mid lane looks better here. All of the things that we talked about against the SF, the Cold Snap, the small instances of damage, like, all very good against Dawnbreaker as well. She ults in, Invoker drops a Meteor plus Cold Snap, like, she can definitely feed. Whereas a Void Spirit, you're kind of initiating, and Dawnbreaker ult can counter that initiation, so you probably want to put that on less of an important role. I also feel like for 9 class, Void Spirit makes a lot of sense. He's really hard to kill. You just need to get level 6. That's the only concern here, is that he can't really run around pre-level 6 and be invulnerable like he could on Monkey King by jumping on the trees.
I mean, the issue with the Void Spirit is like he seems like a very different replacement for the Slug and Monkey, right? Because the way you set up for the ganks, like, I think it's a lot harder as a Void Spirit. Like you see someone, you have to jump in and then land your Aether Remnant, and the disable is not as reliable, I would say, as a Slug or Monkey King. So I think the execution level of this hero, if it's indeed a position 4, is going to be way, way higher.
Something else that 9 class is doing on these heroes is the vision game, right? That's something that at least Void Spirit is pretty good to do. And a Phantom Lancer.
Oh, Ame, what are you doing?
He just knows how to deliver on the main stage. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much in the way of clearing the PL illusion.
And also, it's a very good lane matchup into the Enigma, which I suspect is the biggest
Yep.
reason they wanted the Phantom Lancer here. And it's also really good against the Invoker. You dodge the spells, you can't land the combo.
Vision will need some AoE, something that can build into Battle Fury. I'm thinking about, you know, these jugs maybe. They played a lot of Kunkka in the safe lane a couple of months back. He builds into Radiance, not the best thing against Nyx Assassin,
Yeah.
but you have Cleave, you have Radiance against PL Illusions. Could be something that they are going to be willing to pick up.
Yeah, if you're thinking about jugs, I think you should focus on the draft, but maybe Juggernaut or Lifestealer? Like you've Radiance against the PL.
And you have the Rage against the Nyx. Yeah, there you go.
It felt really good against the other heroes of Extreme Gaming, and I think against PL, it's an okay matchup. It's decent. You know, you can slowly clear through all the illusions, like kite the fight for long enough to kill the PL.
But the thing you have to worry about is the BKB piercing disable from the Dawn and the Warlock, which is going to be very, very annoying for the Lifestealer in the team fights.
Yeah, 100%. And I do think there comes a point in Dota where Lifestealer does not answer PL. Once he has enough items, once he has a pipe to back him up, so the Radiance is clearing through the illusions and revealing who the real PL is, I do think that late game, PL destroys Lifestealer.
But are they going to be able to get there, right? We've seen Phantom Lancer only one time so far. It did not have any success. And it felt like because you were able to close the game out a lot earlier than those items required for PL, he needs a lot of time.
I mean, I don't think they need to get there though. I think in the early stages, their team fight with the SF, Warlock, and Dawn is just going to be enough to carry them through the game. They're going to get the objectives easily, get Roshan on their hand, and the game does not have to get to late game for the PL to beat the Lifestealer.
I will say, when played from ahead, I do really like Lifestealer against PL. And let me just read some of Satanic's records real quick. These are records across all TIs. He's #1 for least deaths, #1 for GPM, #1 for XP per minute, #1 for last hits per minute. This guy is good. If somebody's going to be ahead, it's him.
It's definitely him. I think this game is going to be very, very slow. I think we're going to be seeing only a couple of kills in the first 10 minutes, and that's going to benefit both of the teams. I also feel that Shinkyu will need to do a lot of work because he is pretty much the only stun. He's going to be setting things up. Sure, you have Warlock ulti, you have Dawnbreaker ulti, but he needs to be the one
Everything's
in the front line.
him.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
everything is a follow-up.
All right. I like where you guys are putting this. It feels like there's going to be so much on the line about these lanes, exactly how this game is going to go out. But I want to get some words of confidence from one of our team's coaches, and that's Estini and Slacks.
Absolutely, words of confidence coming from this man many times before in this tournament. Just as the first one. You feeling confident now?
Yes, it's impossible not to feel with this energy from the crowd, South Americans, Brazilians, CIS, everyone cheering for us. Thanks, guys.
Impossible to fail. You know, that's not what everybody says. I've been reading a few threads. Says, you know, ban the Slark, ban the Monkey, or playing against Paravision, easy win. Do you agree with that?
This TI team is stars aligned. I thought Nigma would win, and then they lose. And then I have no option of hero. They ban full hero pool. Then I look, everything purple, and it's Void Spirit. They didn't count with it.
That's a coach right there, all right? Look around, see something in the room and go, that seems like a good hero. Hell yeah, all right, I like that.
You came dressed for it.
Yes, thank you. I am actually Void Spirit. I'm glad I can motivate you, my friend. All right, let's get serious here for a second, though. We do have some pretty interesting picks here. Phantom Lancer, what the hell is this? I would never ask that to the director. Do you have any idea what they're planning with that hero, and are you ready for it?
We tried 2 times ourselves. We always lost. Maybe they make it work. I'll be happy to see it work on the sense PL can work, then I play next game, but I think it will not.
Okay, does not think it's going to work. All right. Now, I know I'm not supposed to ask a father about his children, who's his favorite child, but out of the team here, come on, you gotta make one choice. Who's gonna be your MVP on this game to get you a first win?
9 class.
9 class! All right, we'll see it. Will he be the 9 class that we've seen so many times before, or that position 7 Centaur? We'll find out very shortly. Thank you so much, my friend. It was a pleasure to see you, and we'll get it to game number 1.
Thank you very much there, Slacks and Estini. Indeed. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Barclays Arena. Let's get into the action here. The lower bracket final. It, of course, is Extreme Gaming up against P-Vision and Fog. We're getting some exciting heroes coming from the final day of the International. 9 class bringing out this Void Spirit. Obviously on the side of Extreme Gaming, we're getting an Arme PL. I think we saw the stat, it's only been picked once in this tournament, did not win.
Nope.
Arme, he's ready to try and show us how it's done.
I mean, we're in for a treat here, right? We have masterminds, of course, from both coaches, but so many iconic heroes coming in. Even though, like you said, we don't see the PL too much, a lot of these players do love to play it. It just unfortunately doesn't work in a lot of situations nowadays. But we're in for a treat for sure. Look at all the team fight we've got, Owen. Some of these games, they've gone, I mean, most of these games have gone quite long. And if this one does go long, holy moly, look at the wombo combos that can come in, right? We've got Exort Invoker, so we have the potential for the Cataclysms later on with Black Hole. And then, of course, from the side of XG, Fatal Bonds with the Dawnbreaker, with the SF. Let's see who can execute better.
And talking about some of these other heroes that we haven't really been seeing too much, you know, Jinkyu has had some insane games yesterday. He was popping off time and time again. Definitely giving them the confidence to bring in something that we just haven't been seeing that much as well. The Nyx Assassin. I mean, why haven't we been seeing this hero? And what do you think's made it this game for the one that Jinkyu said, hey, give me the Nyx Assassin?
I think Panel touched on it pretty well there, right? They were trying to cover and make sure that this Dawnbreaker can have a good time, but also with what he had seen already, he saw the ET and the Invoker. So a pretty good matchup in terms of mid-game and late game for that Nyx Assassin to disrupt combos. Top lane.
So we're going to be able to trade back pretty nicely here with the punches of Dakalis.
And you're asking also, sorry, why we don't see it as much. The weak lane, right? That's just what's always been the case. After they removed the Mind Flare, one-shotting those creeps to have that recovery outlet, it did make it a lot more difficult to play the Nyx Assassin in some situations.
And the PL, so why are other carries not touching this hero? It feels like they're not even considering it. I mean, we heard from Astini, right? He himself didn't have a lot of faith in this hero. So he's, of course, going to be watching with it feels like the rest of the world to just see what PL can do as a carry in this day and age.
On paper, we've seen, especially in pubs, it's been running rampant. It's winning a ton of games just because once the game gets to these later stages, it can be very difficult just to deal with these illusions. You tend to just run out of steam with your draft, which could potentially happen if this PL gets too far ahead or if the game gets too late and the Lifestealer isn't ahead in particular, right? It could be pretty problematic. There's ways to stop the Black Hole. There's ways to prevent the Invoker from getting spells off as XXS.
They're gonna have the Sunstrike. It's gonna connect onto Jinkyu. Got the Spike Carapace up with the Blood Grenade. That'll do it to Carlos. Laying down the Blood Grenades here to get that first blood secured.
A very, very strong lane that P-Vision has set themselves up top. Pretty much completely countering the Dawn and the Nyx in terms of laning phase.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it. I mean, we're seeing, right, XXS and Jinkyu, they can step up, drop their spells, but if the burst of those combos doesn't get the kill, the right clicks and the chase down from Dakalis and Satanic, it feels like it's going to win out pretty much all the time.
It really should, honestly. The problem with Nyx Assassin, like we were saying, with their laning phase, he hates laning versus strength melee heroes.
Yep.
It just is the case.
He's got to be a bit cautious here. Getting caught, stepped up, the Sunstrike off the mark.
Close.
But he will still be chased out here.
And look at Jinkyu, he's hugging XXS with the Carapace to try to reflect that Sunstrike back. Off the mark there slightly though, no one. As we get the chance to look at these other lanes, XM versus no one, having a very good time so far. And same thing for bottom. We're seeing that PL, Ame, feeling no threat versus the Void Spirit and the Enigma so far here. As I don't think he will. That's probably why they also wanted this PL. They see the lane, it's a Void Spirit Enigma, and they have a Warlock, which is going to keep him completely sustained in the lane. So Ame is set up for success to get that farm.
Overall, if he does get this good start, hits these timings as the PL, you know, how well kitted out is P-Vision's lineup to deal with a farmed Phantom Lancer in the later stages of the game?
Later, in very late game, it can be very problematic. The one really good thing that they have is the ET and the Invoker combos, right? ET, we saw yesterday what Natural Order can do in later stages, especially when you're versus a hard agility carry, since it puts you to 0 for that armor if you don't have any plus armor. So can make a difference for a Lifestealer to focus fire, and also the spells are going to clear those illusions maybe a bit easier than some other games.
As we're sitting in the mid, no one doing well to be able to match the last hits really of XM, but overall the pressure from XM continuously keeping the wave shoved in. It's getting to the point now where he's starting to get a few hits onto that tower. So rotation coming in from 9 class.
This top lane, XXS is getting 0 CS. He's at 9-1, he was at 8-1 2 minutes ago, and immediately they're just constantly pushing him off the lane, so the problem of that dual lane, dual melee,
it's going to be a rough start for him. It's almost to the point where it's going to require some sort of big play to happen as soon as he hits the 6 so he can get involved somewhere else and pick up some action.
No, absolutely.
From this lane, unlikely to be finding anything too much with how Ducalis and Satanic are playing it against him.
And we do have to mention, right? Xingqiu and XXS kind of have been pretty strong dictators of mid-game.
They've crushed a lot of lanes.
They've been amazing in a lot of these games to get XG to a good purpose.
Yeah,
and if XXS has no game...
Sunstrike coming in.
He might
right-click with Ducalis.
Super close to dying there. Ducalis having boots and windlace already this early is proving to be very problem. This is a level 3 Dawnbreaker, Owen.
This has got to be one of the roughest starts we've seen XXS have here on the main stage, right?
I think it's the roughest start in the entire tournament that I've seen from him so far. So that lane in particular looking fantastic for P-Vision.
Oh yeah, Satanic is having an absolute dream of a time.
They'll get a
in the mid. Xingqiu able to make himself useful as he turns up, helps out XM take out a kill on Ducalis.
So far, 9 class, literally just been stacking neutrals. He's just running around. He was trying to manipulate creep waves, but now it's just been the stack game. DM, the nice thing about this Enigma pick versus the PL and the Warlock is it's a very passive lane from PL Warlock, so DM isn't getting sacked down here, even though this, the Void Spirit isn't really doing too much just yet. As we see no one, put the point in the Wex, he'll meteor the camp, and they'll give the Void Spirit the mid lane to make sure that 9 class can get something at the least here, but he won't get any CS.
And talking about 9 class, obviously this was expected that he was going to be trying something different after his sort of 2 main roaming melee supports that he has been winning game after game on get banned out. In this case, of course, being the Monkey King and the Slark. Do you sort of see the concept behind the support Void Spirit?
Not as much as some of the other options that we have seen. I think there's some interesting potential with the Call of the Void that is untested, but we'll have to see.
Battle for the Wisdom. We're going to have Satanic and Ducalis pushing on. TP's coming in. XXS, he's going to get taken out. XM will turn up to make sure that P-Vision pay for this one, but not before they take out a second kill, P-Vision. I mean, they're going to have to try and deal with Satanic, but he's still not that easy to take out, as he's going to be able to step across. He's got Infest at the ready, so he'll be able to hop into the creep. XM at least will secure the Shrine of Wisdom for them. The Sunstrike coming in. Satanic essentially getting the cleanup on what pretty much was, 4 heroes that he's getting the XP from. I mean, they may have got the XP from the Wisdom on XG, but overall, Satanic absolutely coming out on top of this.
That's a lot of extra health already for this Lifestealer.
And the game for XXS just continues to crumble.
That is an unbelievable start for this Lifestealer, and it's a hero, as we said, versus PL. You want to be ahead. He's going to have really good timing on this Radiance.
Oh, yeah.
Getting kills like that. The Lotus, as we saw coming into play massively, heals up his mana HP, has that creep, and wow.
I mean, that's huge. It's the tips coming out between the two of them, Satanic and Ducalis, because they know that they have absolutely crushed the start of this game in that top lane.
Absolutely, and DM, he's actually getting pressure on this bottom
This is a lot, 8 minutes in.
This is a phenomenal start for the side of P-Vision, even though, as we said, Ame is having a free farm start. That death on XM hurts a ton. A tower drops. This is a crazy early game here so far from P-Vision. Yeah, as you said, XXS, how's he going to recover? Level 4 Dawnbreaker, almost 9 minutes in. Rarely see this from these offlaners to get sacked this hard, to get punished this hard.
And if P-Vision are able to sort of keep this pressure up and continue to grow this early game lead and start sort of taking these objectives off XG's side of the map, when you have a PL as the carry, like how early can Ame turn up, or how difficult will it be for him to get involved if sort of the time starts ticking and he has to?
He might just have to. I see he's going the defusal route, but we'll have to see, because it is Ame. Ame really does like to hit those creeps until he feels like he has that ideal timing, but yeah, we'll have to see, because this early game is devastating. P-Vision able to maximize the farm, as we see no one. Dominator's finished. He's jungling. They're giving the Void Spirit the mid lane. They have pressure in the bottom lane for the Dominator, so they have the double Dominators already going.
Yeah.
So the farm is going to increase massively, and for the side of XG, making a rotation to Satanic, that's not possible. How are you going to kill this Lifestealer? At this point in the game, it's not going to happen.
I mean, Satanic is going to be a huge issue. The Radiance timing is going to be fantastic on Satanic.
Yeah.
And,
a solo kill.
To just head over and take that down. Both Ame and XM not able to do anything to save their support in that situation.
All right, this is a massive problem for the side of XG right now. DM is already starting to take over and swing towards
He's just ready to walk over. Gets the Eidolons out. No one's got the setup. Xingqiu, they'll try and run. The Cold Snap is going to stop his escape. Another kill for P-Vision as they just continue to dominate this early game.
And look at the push, right? With the double Dominators, with the Forge Spirits, they can really start to knock down this tower. And for XG, maybe not the best wave clear. They kind of have to take a fight if they want to try to defend this tower. Dawnbreaker has hit 6.
Okay.
So let's see the Solar Guardian.
See what happens here in the mid. With the setup, Solar Guardian's coming in. XM will survive for now.
Only just.
So they are able to keep the SF alive. Sunstrike's attempted, won't connect. But yeah, it does mean that they're not going to be able to try and look for an aggressive move around the Solar Guardian to try and give XXS that chance to catch back up in this game.
It's almost like they poked, forced it, and then just were like, okay, we got the Dawn ult, back up, everybody farm again. 3K lead, first 11 minutes here. And I believe that is the Relic, essentially done for Satanic.
Got to be one of the faster Radiances, right, at this pace.
100%. I mean, and look at his health, right? I always try to factor this one in because of how much you get from the Feast. That's a lot at the 11-minute mark. He already has 1,400 HP on a Lifestealer with Phase and a Bracer.
And just the nature of the matchup as well, right? You can't be feeling good as the PL having to play a game into what's going to be such an early Radiance Lifestealer.
No, definitely not. Then, like you said, maybe there's no way that Ame wants to turn up until he has 1, 2, maybe even the 3rd item in particular. And this is an unreal start. Level 9 as well, too, for Satanic. Have to point that one out. So being completely left alone, all 3 cores super high level.
Yeah, the last big Lifestealer coming in very hard here from P-Vision.
And they didn't punish, you know, this lane bottom in particular, the Void Spirit plus the Enigma. There was nothing that happened to DM. So 9 class, he's 6. DM is 9. And as you said, the towers really getting pressured here.
No, they really are. And of course, on the other side of things, you look at P-Vision's towers. The middle's taken a little bit of damage, but the side lanes, they've barely been touched at all.
Yeah.
So the pressure really adding up here against XG in the early game.
And just not easy for XM and for XG in particular to set up a team fight, right? Because there is a lot of annoying abilities on the side of P-Vision that are just fantastic at countering these fights. The ET, one of the best counter initiators, and the Invoker, if he's not caught in the initial go, he's gonna get his spell combo
Little
off.
timings as well, you know, 9 class able to back up, pick up a lot of bounties.
Big money. 4K lead continues to grow. No one purchasing up the drums as well too. Very early timings here.
Maybe if they can get sort of the supports, 6s online for where Xingqiu's got his available now, and Xnova, of course, has the option with the Grimoire. They can definitely try and piece together a team fight to sort of slow down what P-Vision is accomplishing in this early stage.
If they get given the opportunity, right? P-Vision is a team that really likes to play around controlling tempo, playing around these Dominators until they have that ideal timing for a fight. So punishing these Dominators, it feels very difficult. Look at the lanes.
And look at the timing. So yeah, Phase boots Radiance, 13 minutes on Satanic this game.
Has to be the fastest, right?
XXS, nothing that he can do right now about this Lifestealer, and there we have it. Indeed, nearly 2 minutes faster than the fastest that we've seen so far.
Absolutely crazy.
Can Ame, with his PL, have the answer down the line to this incredibly stacked Lifestealer at such an early time?
They're gonna have to play for that later stage for sure, it feels like. Unless Xingqiu can start to make some magic with the Vendetta, with the Solar Guardian to find pickoffs, but they have to be careful because their damage is gonna be limited when they've fallen behind this early game. If they go for a play, can definitely get countered as P-Vision.
They know how strong they are. They're ready to stand here.
Scan comes out.
And bully XG potentially away from this Wisdom. See, at the same time, though, Xingqiu's going to make his way over and try and take theirs. And he should get away with this unless there's quick TPs, but it doesn't look like it, so Xingqiu at least able to balance the situation there.
Nice and sneaky.
Another tower taken. The top one falls, and Sam has to take out his middle as well as it falls in deny range.
All 3 tier 1s dropping, and lane pressure is definitely going to be an issue. As you see, Parrot, like P-Vision can literally just kind of invisibly shove lanes with 2 heroes, with the Forge Spirits plus Dominator, and Lifestealer, as you said, feels pretty free to show on lanes. They can catch him with a very, very high execution combo if he has his Radiance on in the laning phase, a Carapace comes in and stuns, but it's very difficult with their limited damage. With this start, a 5K lead, and it's very early to have this.
Obviously, item timings that XG is going to be looking towards. You know, Agadim's obviously on the Dawnbreaker, still a while away for XXS. And yeah, for the other 2 cores as well, yeah, both Ame and XM. Definitely no interest in turning up to a fight right now. So doing the best they can to scramble together that next bit of progression.
Yeah, the question is really going to be is if they can land their wombo combo in a good way versus P-Vision, and if that damage is going to be enough. Because it is significant with the Fatal Bonds, with the Requiem. Says P-Vision is getting a lot out of the map, and these auras are going to soon start to be built up for TM.
Definitely a bit of a saving grace for them that they do have, you know, such a bountiful option of ways to stop the black hole, right? It's never going to be easy for DM to just get in, black hole, Alame's PL, give Satanic the chance to kill him off. They will always have the opportunity to stop that.
Yeah, I don't think he'll build too much for the black hole this game, right? He'll build the aura so that he can just tank up his team, I'd imagine, since there is 2 BKB piercing disables in particular that can just completely counter him in terms of black hole. XM, Yashikaya is finished. As we said, though, difficult for him to get the combo off because of the ET plus the Invoker little mini stuns can cause some difficulties. But with this amp damage...
Yeah, we might see something happen here. They're looking towards the top tower.
Let's see if they want to try to at least get that tower, like you said, because so far,
I guess the question is,
to hit towers.
If you're P-Vision, do you feel strong enough that you're turning up for these tier 1 defenses?
I think they absolutely can, right? With the ET, they have insane counter initiation.
Yes, they're smoking and coming through the twin gate. So if XG do want to try and push for this, it will absolutely go answered by P-Vision.
TM has the pipe finished. So a lot of that damage, in particular XM, who is the majority of the early game, might just get answered.
I think if you're XG, you do not want to walk into this right now. P-Vision, very, very ready for any sort of fight.
They want to take the fight themselves. They see X-Nova.
They're going to make the quick jump. They get the grab here. 9 class able to set up. That's X-Nova gone.
More HP for Satanic. That's that pipe being delivered. They can start to threaten Roche with all those summons. It does feel like they can start to poke that with the Forge Spirit, with the double Dominators. The ward is prepared, though, so XG wasn't the ready that this move can potentially happen.
Maybe if they had the Warlock up. I mean, we'll be back up, of course, in 5 seconds, but is that going to be soon enough for them to feel that they can try for some sort of risky play around the pit?
Does Xingqiu try for potential steal play with a Golem and then just running in?
I think it might be tempting.
Let's see what they want to do here.
Let's have a look. Can they get the timing here, XG? Xingqiu. He's going to try and get in, but indeed the dust is there. Put the spike carapace, but they've got the control with the tornado and the ice wall. P-Vision, they'll get the kill, they'll get the Roshan, and they'll get the Aegis. They get everything.
They are just so ready for every single one of the moves. Decent attempt there from XG, but going to be answered immediately. Manta finished up for Ame, so he hasn't died yet. He is getting that farm. It's just the differential between him and Satanic. You know, Satanic is going to have that matchup versus him.
I mean, it's going to be exciting to see. Will it get to the point where Ame does turn up and he's just sort of able to take the game on his shoulders as a PL, as you know, the PL of age back in the day? This hero used to be able to do that, folks.
For sure. We'll just have to see, because the fact, have to factor in the Invoker spells, which have traditionally been pretty good, and just the ET aura, how much that's going to be able to do also, versus the PL of buffing up the Radiance and the overall physical damage if he can actually get on top of them.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, that's true. You would even consider that if this PL was kind of back at prime PL stages in the past, this would not be an easy draft still to defeat.
No. Definitely not.
So Ame, he's definitely got his work cut out here.
Lifestealer, it's a pretty good matchup versus PL in terms of like mid and early game, even toward later stages if you are ahead. And he is keeping himself in a good margin ahead, and he has a lot of team fights surrounding him.
Just under 4 minutes here to play with the Aegis. Almost certainly expect the P-Vision will be eyeing up these tier 2 towers.
Looking to continue constricting the map. They've gotten all the pressure on these buildings. XG, next item is finished, so XM Blink is done. But as you said, it's not easy for him to get the combos off versus all the disables.
Stepping up, gets caught underneath the vision. They get the setup here with the remnants. XXS will try and drag himself out with the hammer.
He's gone.
But he is gone indeed. Another kill for P-Vision. As they just have to be so careful how close they get. P-Vision will immediately make the jump in numerous ways, keep the pressure on. Fortification comes out momentarily, but P-Vision, they're not going anywhere. They'll stick around, take out this tier 2 20 minutes in.
And no one, he's got the Aghanims already done. And as we said, he did go the Exort facet this time around, so the Cataclysm potential is there.
Absurd amount of the mid-9 class.
XM.
It's ready to start playing around. The Remnant will miss, and XM does get the chance to grab that haste rune. Trying to fight back against 9 class, but doesn't want to head up to the high ground.
off the mark with it. If he gets him with that there, he's dead. Very likely XM. Perhaps getting a little lucky, the 9 class does not connect with that rim.
They're going to try and do something and get Arme involved.
See what they can get. It's been a very quiet game.
Yeah, this seems like a risky play, but again, I really feel in the position that XG have, they have to try something like this to catch P-Vision by surprise. They'll find Ducalis. TPs are coming in. Ducalis, he's going to get buffed up by the pipe. He's fine, and now they're ready to turn. The Satanic is going to try and find the real Arme. They're going to grab him with the red, but they've caught the real one. Solar Guardian Heal coming in, but Satanic have to stay on top of the PL. Arme is gone. The Black Hole will be cancelled. They have the stun follow as well, but XXS goes down. Satanic falls for once, but he's going to be ready for round 2. Jinkyu desperately trying to TP out. He'll make it away. But P-Vision, as expected with the situation of the game so far, they take these fights so easily. Extreme, they try and get Arme involved. Ducalis will end up dying to the Tormentor. Gets rewarded, though, for his efforts there with the Shard. But it's just so hard to enter into these team fights as the PL. They've got the wave clear, and they've got this just incredibly farmed Satanic Lifestealer staying on top of you the entire fight.
As soon as the Solar Guardian comes out too, Enigma can cast that black hole. As we see, he's got positioning for it. Even if it's just a second or two, it's enough. As they try, I mean, the starting on Ducalis isn't bad there, that positioning, but he's got the whole backup of the team. XM's Requiem does next to nothing, and yeah, a fantastic fight. Again, the Splitter as well, I believe, caught, what, 3 heroes coming through there.
I mean, these sort of fights, for XG to come out on top, they have to be perfect. They have to almost sort of find a pick-off before the fight starts. And we did see them attempt that there, but they just couldn't kill Ducalis.
Nope. And the Aegis coverage there, even though Satanic did die once, he's right back. And I think they took a gem as well there too, right? I think it was purchased. Oh, actually, they recovered it, sorry. X-Nova was able to recover his gem. But Satanic got, what, 2 more kills out of that fight also? So I'm just going to keep looking at that bonus HP. He has so much health to really go through here when they are behind.
Perfect game so far from him. 5-0-5 on the Lifestealer.
Full SNY finished up too. How do you bring this man down?
Another tower to be taken.
And XG, they were trying to really fight around that Tormentor timing just to prevent that extra gain from P-Vision, but immediately stopped in their tracks again. Blink, Jinkyu, getting closer. When he has Blink, then they can actually look for plays on these side lanes a little easier as well too with XM. If they do see someone split up. The problem is that P-Vision isn't really splitting too much now. Feeling their power of grouping up.
Trying to get the catch onto XXS there, top.
Off the mark.
And the space is there for them to continue taking these towers. As all tier 2s now taken, 23 minutes in.
And only 1 tower that XG's been able to bring down. Yeah, this P-Vision early game is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah,
they're even
playing it
knocking on
fast.
the high ground already.
We've not been seeing this a lot in this tournament. 23 minutes in. This is very, very early.
There's no golem. Okay, it does come back up now. So they force people back, and then they go back and actually just farm and potentially even look for a catch. See, 9 class and no one looking for a setup.
And they're going to catch onto the illusions though. Oh, well, maybe not. 9 class. He's got the read. Arme's going to try and turn. He's going to try and bait them out with the micro. It's going to work. P-Vision, they won't try and search any longer, so Arme gets out.
Does TP back to base though. This gets sent all the way back. I just keep looking at these lanes, and every time XG looks to get out on the map, look at the positioning. Top, Dominator plus Eidolons. Mid, Dominator plus Forge Spirits for a second. Bottom also shoved in, so difficult for Jinkyu to make a move, which isn't kind of telegraphed, right? Because they're going to see all these lanes shoved in, and they're like, yeah, okay, they're trying to perhaps make a move since nobody's shoving those lanes out.
Jinkyu trying to just get some information.
And Satanic is carrying the gem now. So he can keep toggling the Radiance, make sure he doesn't get caught by that Carapace, and he'll always just know when Jinkyu is trying to make a move on him. Covering their bases, not giving an opportunity on XG to get the kill on this Lifestealer.
Yeah, they're just going to get out of here, the 2 of them. They know that they can't try and set up for some sort of surprise play from the high ground. They head to the top side, and they do have the 3 of them up here, and it is no one TPing in on his own. Still a very tough target to take down.
He's been pretty sneaky.
That's the Aghanims online now for Arme. So a little bit more potential in the team fights.
He probably wants, I think once he has that next item, then he can start to feel quite powerful, but the separation between him and the Lifestealer actually just continues to grow. Went from 2K to 3K to 4, now it's at a 5K separation.
Yeah. I mean, these sort of things happen, right? Especially when it's Satanic and he gets such a fast Radiance timing.
Very true. And his itemization, you know, we have to talk about it for Satanic. It's normal, but it's very, very good this game. He's going to have the AC finished up after the armlet. So
25 minutes
strong.
in.
Like, super strong versus physical and magical.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff.
And all these wards are being taken out since he does have that gem picked up. AC, there it is. Breaking records.
Absolutely smashing the fastest timings. I'd imagine on pretty much most of these items with this sort of build-up. Just hasn't been slowed down one bit this game.
If anything, he's only been accelerated, it feels like, after that laning phase.
And there we go, Andy. No surprises. It's not even close.
No.
Mate, looking towards the Bloodthorn next. Wants to make sure that if they do kind of get that jump in with Xingqiu, they are able to just focus the target and kill them off.
Ways away from it, though.
Radiant are scanning.
P-Vision, I can definitely look to kind of calm things down, hold onto the map, set things up for the next Roshan.
It's a quick spawn, too. And definitely difficult for XG to contest that next Roche as well. Is the BKB finished up yet for XM? I believe it is. So at the least, he'll be able to potentially get that Requiem off unless he gets caught from either like a splitter interrupt or a black hole in particular.
And I think that they've got to go for it, right? If you're XG, you try and contest this next rush. You really want to sit back and have to try and defend high ground against an Aegis push from P-Vision?
It feels like they do have to.
You got to get out there.
Especially after that situation we saw last time, right? Big team fight ultimates are good and all, but when there's an Aegis carrier, it does counteract that very heavily.
And they'll scout things out, P-Vision, as they step up into the pit. Extreme, what do they want to do about this? Doesn't look like they're making any initial moves, so maybe the call is indeed just going to be hold the high ground.
They still just they have lane issues again. Look at the positioning of these lanes. Bottom is shoved in, mid shoved in, top also. They're going to smoke it for an attempt.
Let's see if they can get there in time.
It's dying pretty quick.
And you see the positioning from Ducalis, DM, and No One. They're all ready to interrupt any sort of initiation from Extreme.
9 classes throwing down those remnants. XM.
Watching from the side, Xingqiu, ready with the step in, but Satanic's already out with the range. Meatball comes down straight away, Xingqiu's gone. The sleep with the side, they managed to catch XM.
He's in trouble.
There in the spinner, will get the BKB off, but the Black Hole comes in, gets put to a stop with the Solar Guardian. They turn with the raises, they kill off the air.
The Roche.
Satanic's got it. Aegis picked up by the Lifestealer. Armate has to be careful here how close he gets to the Lifestealer. Satanic's ready to step across. Chase down XXS as XG. They pretty much threw everything into the effort at the start of the fight. He'll go for the TPL, will make it away. XXS. They try there to interrupt Extreme. They get a kill against the Enigma, but they don't manage to stop the Roche and stop the Aegis going into the hands again of Satanic.
Attempted the black hole, immediately canceled. They'll be able to get that set up. XM survives though, which is at least a small silver lining, of course, for them, but Satanic, Aegis now coverage, next item soon on the horizon. It's difficult for them to actually get in and contest in any way. XXS getting a bit lucky to survive as see how Midas picked up for the Warlock. As you said, they want to take it to super late stages.
They do. Extreme know that that's pretty much the only way out of this game. If they can somehow push this one later and later, they have been able to do it before. This time around in this situation definitely is going to be one of, if not the hardest, to try and stop P-Vision from ending the game against them.
Yeah.
But maybe if they can, we'll get to see the game get to a point where Arme can show us what the late game PL can do.
It would be so impressive to see, especially, you know, because of this ET, because of this Invoker as well, too, that adds that extra complication for him. We will see if he can. As Satanic, he's been queuing up a couple different items. We'll see which way he does really look to go. The BKB looking to be that probably safest option so he doesn't get his mana burned completely and can't use the Rage of the Infest.
No, for sure, yeah. If he can sort of survive in these fights on the front lines through a Rage, a BKB, and a Rage, it's hard to not see most of the heroes just dying on XG.
Yeah, absolutely.
If the Lifestealer lives that long in a team fight.
9 class also getting pretty dangerously close to an Aghanim's, which is a pretty big deal this game since he's a support position. It can be very disruptive for these backline heroes.
Down bottom, No One.
XM.
Gonna find the setup. XM does have Xingqiu by his side. BKBs are out from both mids here, as they'll split for now.
They swap the gem over to the Invoker. Since there's no slot on Satanic, they're protecting No One now with that gem. So he can play safe. He can play a bit safer and a bit more aggressive in terms of pushing out these side lanes, since he'll know when the Nyx is on him. There's that BKB, still with the Aegis for about 2.5 minutes.
Nine class. It's going to have the setup here with the Yules into the Remnant. So this is going to be a very dead X-Nova, trying to do his best to get towards that big item pickup, wants to work his way towards this refresher. It's going to take him a fair bit of time, though.
A very, very long time.
It does have, a lot of potential XP still, has the Grimoire, has his Midas ready to go, so...
P-Vision might look to force a bit here again, since they still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Lanes are in a good position for them to do so as well.
Yeah, they're in a perfect spot to just hit the high ground, see what happens.
Yeah, at least like force a reaction, in particular, from the side of XG. They're going to smoke in the back line. They have a banner at the ready. What do you do, XG? Lift is forced.
See what they can do after this.
But the banner is down already, so that catapult is going to survive.
They're going to have everybody back up. The tier 3's gone. Satanic on towards the barracks. They're trying to lead in. They'll have the Yule set up into the Remnant on towards XM.
The Raxes are dying.
Can they do anything? The Rage comes out for Satanic as he stands his ground, cleans up the full set top. They couldn't do anything to stop them. They're going to try now, looking towards the Void Spirit. Pike gets popped, the Infest comes in as well. They're able to keep 9 class easily alive.
Too scared to commit for the fight. If they lose that fight, it's probably just the game, so just try to poke and prod. But the Rax, P-Vision just comes in and claims it. Big amount of gold acquired. As you said, the Ags now for 9 class is about to be finished. DM, he's about to have a blink now too with that BKB after having the aura, so might find the angles for these black holes soon, even versus the double BKB piercing disables.
For sure. I mean, at the least, forces out these sort of saves to come out immediately at the start of the fight, kind of leaving the area then free for Satanic to clean up in the longer drawn-out team fight.
I swear they just can never get the lanes out, Owen. Every time I've looked, completely shoved on the side of XG.
Another tier 3 falling.
It's just creeps this time taking it out.
Ame trying to lead in. Can't touch Satanic quite now.
30 seconds.
Just burned down to the Radiance.
Still 30 seconds on the Aegis. They're getting so much done. Yeah, big items coming out, as we said. Full. Well, Lotus Orb soon being picked up for Ducalis. I think a Shiva soon finished up, so starting to get more and more answers for that PL. Once that Shiva's comes out for no one, it's a fantastic option just to be able to identify which PL is real at all times, too. XG, as you said, waiting and waiting toward that later stages, but how much is it going to benefit them with how far ahead P-Vision continues to climb?
Now, Ame is close to having the Bloodthorn.
Okay.
But then finding the opportunity to be able to weave in and out of these team fights.
Also playing into BKB, Rage, another Rage if he doesn't get the kill during that initial Bloodthorn. Yeah, very difficult. And it's only really him doing the damage, it feels like now at this point, with that single target. There's a lot of targets he's got to go through. We've been talking about Satanic, but also no one is very high on that net worth, as we see after getting that shard too. He is a problem. Oh, and they're kind of trapped in their base. Look at this. It feels like it's been a long time that they haven't been able to come outside.
All they can do is just sort of set up and make sure that when Ame steps out to get farm, he's not going to be jumped.
Yeah, true. They have not been able to find any combos with the Vendetta plus that Solar Guardian in 30 minutes with the way that that start happened.
And we'll see what Ame looks towards next. He's going to try and get the shard, so just continue to get these little sort of incremental steps forward in his item build.
He's going to have
just
to...
anything he can get together before that big team fight is forced against him.
He's going to have to be so tricky in the fights because he's super fragile, it still feels like, with this itemization. It's a very aggressive build he's gone for.
And I like this build as well from Satanic.
Yep.
Yeah, going for the late game Maelstrom into the Mjolnir just to throw something else into the mix, which it's just going to give these illusions from PL not a chance to survive in a team fight. They're going to get cleared out so quickly.
I can just throw it on himself, run in, and yeah, it'll all die. Sure, it's been nerfed versus Illusions, as we do know, in this last 7.39D, but it is still pretty effective when you are ahead in terms of net worth like this. Yeah, gets rid of the armlet. That is a pretty nice anti-PL inventory.
Yeah, he's massive. P-Vision probably just going to sit back, look for the next Roshan.
Does feel like it. They have complete control of the map. They're farming everything.
They know that there's pretty much no threat of Extreme coming out to find them, even though Extreme is trying to go for this smoke.
Maybe just claiming their shrine, just trying to get something out of the map. And crazy amounts of farm. 9 class is getting infested up, so it looks like perhaps P-Vision is gonna look for a move if they do suspect them starting to get outside at all.
P-Vision on the way over. 9 class.
GQ.
They look for the setup, but GQ is equipped with the Spike Carapace. Will be able to get away with the Vendetta as he scurries up to the high ground.
The second XG gets outside, though, immediately forced back into their base within a split second. No one.
Right, Xinqiu's got his eyes on him. He's gonna try for the setup. Straight away the stun into the Requiem, but it's not enough. No one's able to put the BKB run away. In fact, he's ready to run back at them. As XM and Xinqiu have to back off to the side. They've caught Arme. He's caught in the Remnant. Will be able to get out away from the Deafening Blast in time, but Satanic's gonna try and chase on forward. They'll sneak away with the Invis. So getting out, but only just, I mean, just continue to show how terrifying these team fights are for Arme to try and get in on.
Not carrying a gem on any of the heroes, just carrying a bunch of dusts. Maybe 9 class will bring it out soon, but the 2 cores don't have it there. Okay, it's coming on the courier now for no one. That's a lot used there from XG. That's their Requiem, that's their Solar Guardian. P-Vision used nothing.
They're ready to push it. DM ready to make that jump, of course, with the Black Hole at the ready.
GQ.
He's going to get caught out here, burnt down low. He'll survive, but only just here thanks to the Shadow Word of X-Nova.
Tied to that full combo. Satanic. Do they want to keep pushing here?
Let's have a look, because potential Roche will be pretty soon.
They'll get the tower. Spending all their gold, backing up. Roche, about 30 seconds. We saw the Requiem combo with the Nyx Assassin. They go on the Invoker, but something about... I actually haven't mentioned this much this tournament, but something about Invoker, of course, since he's one of those super high int heroes, his magic resist is also high. I think he got piped at the end of it, too, and it didn't even do half of his HP.
It was, yeah, but close to half his HP.
Yeah,
they didn't quite get the perfect position, of course, getting as close as they could to him, but even if they did, I don't think it was killing him.
No, I don't think so. Also difficult to ever get that catch there. As we said, you know, he didn't have the gem this time, but I imagine he's going to start carrying it pretty soon on that Invoker again. As Roche, it is up. P-Vision in the pit.
And XG, I mean, they've pretty much just got to take this time to try and get Arme out on the map so he can work towards his next item.
His growth is just not really there. Courier gets grabbed as well, XXS.
That's a rough one. He would have had the refresher. He would have had the money for the full refresher on the Dawn, but now that's going to be taken out of the game for nearly 3 minutes.
Roche.
I mean, they are approaching. XG, can they time this?
Cataclysm to scout.
It's going to scout everything. As they know what's up, Arme's trying to step up, but they cannot get into the pit. Satanic's going to be able to finish up. Xinqiu steps up. Won't be able to stop them from getting the pickups and the kill, though. P-Vision get everything again.
Uncontested. They just can't walk in. XG's too scared to look for that fight. And now it's a refresher shard as well that they can give either to the Enigma or the Invoker if they want, or even maybe to the Lifestealer if he just wants to have BKB Rage. Could just look to close up the racks in particular with...
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because no one's going to have another slot complete. He goes to the Eon Disc, so even now, if they do get this sort of setup to try and blow him up with the Requiem, it's just not going to happen. 9 class in the mid, look for the setup. They'll catch Xinqiu. Arme is going to try and step back in, but he's got to be careful. DM coming out from the BKB. The Black Hole will be put to stop with the Solar Guardian. They'll kill DM off. But can they now get out of the fight? XG is XM. It's going to be split from the rest of the team. He's out. Dead for 80. We'll see 9 class fall, so XG at least able to get a second kill. But can Xinqiu get out of this? The meatballs come down. Xinqiu's gone.
These fights are impossible. Even there where they kind of land most of the spells in decent unison, P-Vision just too far ahead. They'll kill, you know, the support, but,
but they just can't touch
Satanic.
They absolutely cannot.
Arme goes in and immediately has to retreat every single time because he just gets burnt down so quickly. Basher now picked up. But in terms of his actual standing toe-to-toe with any of these heroes on P-Vision, it's just not the case. As the racks, there's no glyph.
Arme tries to step up here with a Tornado. Into the Meteor on the Deafening Blast. He's in pretty much at like 10% HP. He's got to run. He has to get back. Sunstrike's going to be thrown in, doesn't connect, but the space is there for P-Vision to push on, take out the bottom set of barracks, and definitely continue to move over towards the mid. Still 3 minutes on this Aegis. XG, if they got anything left in the tank to be able to sort of stop this.
That's Megas.
Arme's going to look for no one. Straight away, going for the backlines. The Eon Disc is there. Solar Guardian will connect. Arme trying to get back in over towards the Invoker, but no one's able to step away. Arme has to keep his distance once more from Satanic.
He just has to dance and run away. Can't actually stick on targets. Megas are claimed. All of P-Vision's back up. Still an Aegis for 3 minutes as well on Satanic, and another item finished up, the overwhelming blink coming out on that courier very soon.
Yeah, P-Vision, they've certainly made this game one look pretty easy, folks,
They
so
did.
far.
I mean, it's all from these lanes in particular, right? Top lane went, I think, as good as you could have ever asked for, maybe even better, keeping the Dawnbreaker completely behind. Bottom lane, Enigma was unpunished, untouched, and mid lane, no one stood his own. He stood tall versus that Shadow Fiend. Every move is hit, and Satanic, as you said, a flawless game, breaking records.
And coming in with that last pick, it really caught them by surprise, or at least presented something that XG just did not have an answer for.
No, not
seemingly in this game so far.
It seems like there wasn't many answers for a lot of things. As P-Vision,
Satanic's in. Next Nova at least does have the luxury of buyback.
Whittling down the towers.
Next XS through courier now, respawning, so he does have the refresher at least.
Still 100 seconds on this Aegis.
P-Vision onto the tier 4s. I mean, they jump, they do get the opening stun on the Satanic, but not the chain stun. He's able to get the rage off. They couldn't lock him down. He turns over towards Arme. Arme has to run. We'll be able to manage off the open wound slow, so he'll get back to the fountain.
The buildings, though.
Next Nova coming in with a buyback. Does have the golem ready to drop. If they can find some sort of opportunity to try for a fight. Xingqiu's in, but immediate rage reaction there from Satanic. Arme tries to step forward, the silence catches him. Arme's gone. No buyback on him. The Ancient's exposed. P-Vision ready to close up this game one. DM will close it up with a black hole. Cataclysm gets put to a stop, but they will not be stopped in closing up this game. The fortification buying them only a few more seconds in this game one XG, as they will lose against P-Vision, coming in a dominating fashion at the start of this series. Fog,
This was not close.
They looked unstoppable.
Yeah, this was not close. P-Vision showing, even if they don't have their Monkey King and their Slark, they have ways to play. The passive style from XG did not work this time, trying to play this farm game for the Phantom Lancer, but he never could get online. He never could even come close to that net worth of Satanic, who he just accelerated so massively. And you have to look at this top lane, right? You have to look at XXS and Xingqiu
just because of how much we've come to expect from them, right?
Exactly.
And how much we've seen from that top lane of XG in so many of the series in this TI. They weren't able to perform here with these heroes. Maybe sort of the Nyx Assassin, something a little too risky. We just don't see it a lot, and maybe for good reason. A tough game one here for XG as P-Vision dominate and get the victory.
Expectations are high, but the pressure is even higher, and we had P-Vision stepping up to the plate here. It felt like just a significant outdraft. The way that they were able to play everything and ensure that there was never a team fight that was enabled from Extreme Gaming. In fact, there wasn't really any team fight at all at cost.
Yeah, pretty much never happened. I think this top lane that they did play, Dawnbreaker getting completely shut down, pretty much set the tempo of the game. We said that Nyx Assassin is going to need to be the playmaker for the team, needs to be needs to be scouting things out, trying to set things up for the Dawnbreaker, who was really playing from behind throughout the whole game. Not an easy game for him by any means. And also mid lane, like, I think no one did a very good job, and then you had the Enigma in the bottom lane who was kind of farming, and I really love the timings coming out from P-Vision in this game, understanding their own timings, going for this double dominator, drums from the Invoker, plus you have Forge Spirits, and you also have Pipe and Enigma. Very difficult fights to take for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the replays here of just how unstoppable P-Vision were. We've got to give credit where credit is due. Satanic just having a fantastic one, and this Void Spirit on a position 4, was it going to work out? Well, yeah, we got our answer.
Yeah, this was very good. I'm definitely a believer in the build. I think I've seen him do this in pro level pubs in the past few months. It's not something that's completely new for him. It's just that I think they didn't feel like they had it completely figured out, and for this tournament, obviously it's the international, this is where he had to figure out how to play this hero, and I think 9+ did an excellent job. He went for the facet where you get the extra remnants when you press W. That's not a very common thing that you see for Void Spirits. It's almost always the other facet where you get the pure damage shield, but what he was doing in the game was the normal stuff. He was running around, getting watchers, being annoying, setting things up with wards, dewarding vision. So they've definitely found something here. I'm not sure how much you can blame on the draft here, because I feel like this was just a battle of styles, and P-Vision, their style just seems to be better when both of these teams are, because I actually think Extreme played quite well. Maybe
I mean, you don't want to blame the draft for everything, but at the same time, it was really, really difficult for the Knicks and Dawn to play their lane against the lifestealer, right? If you go back there, in the last phase, they opted to remove the Faceless Void and Anti-Mage, but at the same time, you also have to be thinking, you have Dawn and you have Nyx. You know, those heroes have a common enemy, which is Lifestealer. They don't do anything to Lifestealer. And what happened in the game was the Lifestealer kind of balled out of control, and he went to the enemy side Ancients to farm. You know, that's how strong he got in the early game, and that was a huge problem for Extreme.
It is very difficult to, you know, theorycraft what you're supposed to do in that lane because, you know, the obvious choice is you're playing Dawn Nyx. Just cut the wave. Just do lane shenanigans, and sure, the carry is going to free farm, but you're going to 50-50 the lane. At least the Dawn's going to get something. This is Satanic we're talking about. Do you really want to give this carry player, out of all the carry players in the world, free farm? I don't think so. This is the worst guy to do it to.
Sometimes you got to cut your losses where it is. It was a really tough one for XSS and Xinkyu as well. We weren't really sure where it was going to go. It went a little bit worse than we were expecting, but someone that can help us break it down is, of course, Purge.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to look at that laning stage because the net worth difference at the 10-minute mark was so completely different that we need to really look at how different this is. Lifestealer's innate. He's getting 2% heal based on the max HP. So every single time that he attacks the Dawnbreaker, he's giving himself 20 health, which is a nice advantage. And something crucial that happens here in a lot of cases is a little bit earlier. When Dawn does use a skill to get a last hit like he does here, what she does is AoE damage. And that means that your creeps are going to end up pushing towards the enemy base. And on the other side, the P-Vision side, they didn't have AoEs on their side. So what ends up happening is Satanic gets to control this large ball of creeps over here. And as a result, they also get to benefit from using the Elder Titan Astral Spirit. So even when they're trying to get last hits, Ducalis can be up here in front of XXS's face, just denying things. And then that ball just kind of sits there consistently. Even the time that they do try to kill Ducalis and they used all their spells on him, there just isn't enough oomph. And using open wounds here is going to result in both of them healing every time they hit that target. So they just don't get nearly as much response hits as possible. Again, a huge ball up of creeps here that ends up happening. They're just going to use open wounds and run down XXS. They almost kill him here. He ends up running all the way back to Fountain, which is tough. And he comes back to lane, and watch how little effort they have to put into this harass. Satanic walks forward, open wounds, and he goes back to last hitting. And now Ducalis, when he hits him, is healing for 32 HP. That means any damage that Xinkyu does to him while he's doing this doesn't matter. He took 0 damage doing that harass and sends Dawn back to base for a second time before the 6-minute mark. So XXS finally has had enough. He starts jungling, and this unfortunately ends up the big wisdom fight. He's level 3 here. Satanic is level 5 with a huge amount of last hits and denies. He's gotten 44 last hits, 24 denies at this point in the game. So he's got extra HP. He's got as many items as he can possibly want, and he's life-stealing from every single attack. So obviously a great outplay here when he ends up going to the neutral camp. This was fantastic, but just a showing of how weak the laning stage was for them. Got Dawnbreaker stupidly behind. Take a look at this net worth difference here. He's sitting at 1,800 gold, very similar to the supports. And then up at the top, we've got Lifesteal at 3,900. So they lose a hero's advantage, and Satanic gets super far ahead, which completely changes the game.
Thank you, Purge. We knew it was a tough one for them, but seeing it broken down that way, all of the details as to how it happened and the end result there, at the very first Wisdom Shrine, that's where we see their offlaner, and that's a tough one because they're the ones that are trying to buy time, right? These 4 other heroes are trying to buy time for this Phantom Lancer to get online, to be able to actually participate in the game and feel like a hero.
Yeah, P-Vision has such a great understanding of what needs to be done in the game. In this one, they figured out who needs to be shut down. It's this Nyx Assassin, it's this Dawnbreaker. These are kind of the playmakers because Shadow Fiend, he needs a setup PL, he needs a little bit more time, he needs other lanes to go well. And I think at one point somebody said, just play for the late game. You saw Warlock trying to go for Hand of Midas, try to go for Refresher, play for that high ground, but it never really came down to that. You could still feel that in most of these fights, they were lacking something. They were definitely lacking the damage. And the carry-to-carry matchup, I think it's also not that easy, especially if you leave Lifestealer, who's playing so far ahead of him, having that extra bit of an item, maybe even item and a half. Even though Ame was getting good amount of farm, he still can't punch back because of what he's playing into. He's playing into this like Void Spirit, who caught him multiple times as well. But you're playing into Black Hole. It's really not an easy matchup for him by any means. Maybe not until he gets 5th, 6th item, but it never came down to that.
Yeah, I think something else that really didn't help them here is we talked about that snowball, but what kept the snowball going is, of course, the vision that came out, right? To not give Extreme Gaming any part of the map, to make them feel like at any point they were susceptible to a gank, to 2 or 3 people rotating on top of them.
Yeah, to me, the MVP of this game was 9 Class because, of course, the advantage was created using that laning stage in Satanic, but 9 Class, he kept the advantage going. You can see that he's putting down these deep wards and setting up kills with position for Void Spirit, and a very smart strategic move. If you're playing to anyone else, you are going to get Dawnbreaker ulted on, so you have to play to kill the Dawnbreaker. So there's this level of understanding that comes from knowing what the enemy team is going to do. And X-Nova, what he's doing is also very smart. He has to get the gem to counter the gem that Satanic had, and had the courier with him so that could pick it up. But 9 Class, realizing that X-Nova is making this intelligent support play to come back into the game, he sees him on a ward. And X-Nova is so good at the game. Like, these are both such high caliber teams. X-Nova doesn't even try to deward the ward that he sees with the gem. He realizes, uh-oh, they're coming. Like, he respects P-Vision enough that he knows they're going to immediately respond, which they did, but it was still too slow. He could not get out quick enough, and he ends up losing the gem. And to me, that's when the game instantly ended. You are not going to win the Vision game against P-Vision without a gem when they have a gem. And if you don't win the Vision game against this team, you are not beating them. That is how they dominate. That's how they've dominated all years, this map control.
It also feels bad to see your position 5 essentially have to just continuously sweep the map to make way for your cause, but of course that is the role of a support there, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really tough game, you know. I felt like he did as much as he could on the position 5, but at the end of the day, you're just a Warlock, right? We saw him still having his Black Grima at, 20 plus minutes. Yeah. He didn't get to use it, or he just didn't find any fights that he needed to use it, you know. So I felt like he did everything he could. It just came down to the fact that they were not really set up for success with the heroes that they have, you know.
And this fight, I wanted to highlight the way that they are team fighting on the side of P-Vision. You can see the pipe pretty much hitting every single hero. So for the next 8 seconds, they're going to be more than fine. Even though Dawnbreaker comes in onto Ame, he still caught him off with that Remnant. I think he did a very good job throughout the whole game, figuring out which PL is going to be real. And at the end, they're just going to be able to clean up. Shadowfiend, he can't really go in because he needs a setup. He needs somebody to stun them to be able to land his raises, somebody to soak up the damage for him. But the overwhelming damage with these 2 Helm of the Dominators, with the pipe, with the drums, they have all the attack speed, and after that they're going to be taking the Tormentor. I really like how P-Vision is moving across the map, because you always have 9 Class on one side of the map being very annoying, collecting these Lotuses, and the rest of the team, they're getting the farm, they're getting all the objectives, going for Roshans as well. A couple of times they try to go for Roshan. Jin Q, you know, he was relatively sneaky, try to sneak in, maybe steal the Aegis, get the last hit on Roche. It never really happened, and I think the big issue in this one was this Phantom Lancer. I think Castini talked about it, that you know, they've been losing a lot with this hero, so at least we know that P-Vision is also not going to be picking Phantom Lancer at all.
Yeah, I want to take a very quick moment because we've got something special. We've got to have a little bit of a listen into P-Vision, and that comes during that game.
Try to stay alive, Alan, just.
I'll define, all good.
Yeah.
8 seconds, Sunstrike, 5 seconds.
You have stun.
Good job, Alan. Sunstrike, 1 second. I maybe kill him.
Okay. Nice play.
Amazing,
Boys,
amazing.
right now. I have a hope.
I like it that it was really clean comms, and I just like how they were able to turn that. That 7 minutes really was the start of everything that went right for P-Vision. This Extreme Gaming lineup, I'm not really sure how you're going to reset to this one, Winter. You're going to have to, but how exactly do you take an approach for a game?
Oh, simple. Rule number 1, don't pick PL, you know. I think they kind of needed a more flexible carry hero. I think the PL maybe could have worked if everything didn't start so bad. But at the same time, your picks need to be determined by some uncertain factors, right? You need to have a backup plan. What if the lanes don't go well, you know? So then you need to have those type of heroes to, you know, come and join the fights. And also the fact that I think the Shadowfiend with PL duo didn't really feel like it was going to be working very well in the game, even if the laning phase maybe went a little bit better, because they both need a lot of farm to
one of them
to function,
needs to be active, Enigma Galaxy.
And you have an off-lane Dawn, you know, the Dawn is going to be taking so much as well.
I was going to say a lot of that comes from the off-lane problem. You have a Nyx Assassin, which is supposed to set everything up in the game because your mid is not a puck, it's an SF. So if the Nyx is completely behind because of the laning stage, then who's setting things up. You just wait and go to late game. I don't think that's going to work against a team as high caliber as P-Vision. Not at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, they needed something like maybe like some Ursa or some Sven or anything along the lines where it's not as greedy as PL. You know, even the AM might actually be better because AM feel like he can actually do something. You know, but PL just he's just like waiting for his item timing. He needs 4 items.
Yeah.
And before the 4 items, you're not going to see him show up anywhere, you know. Even at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine there, some of the carriers will be keen to joining that fight, you know, because you know your offlaner is getting shut down so hard. So if you don't help him, there won't be a game, right? But he couldn't help because he was PL.
Yeah, you're like, if I join right now, then I'm kind of just going to keep adding to the problem there. But we've talked about this Void Spirit a lot, and we've talked about 9 class a lot as our players are returning to the stage, returning to the booths, and getting ready for a game number 2. In that game 1 draft, there were a lot of bans targeted towards the wave position 4, and whilst we know Nyx is something that you don't want to leave in the pool if you're picking up Dawnbreaker, I do wonder what is left there. What do you take out? What do you pick up for yourself? Where is the wave supports going to go for these 2 teams in the future of this series?
They targeted him heavily. 4 out of 5 bans were towards 9 class, and he still found a new hero, and he played it really well. And this time around, he was buying, let's call them normal items. He was going for the Yule Scepter, he got that shard, he got that Aghanim Scepter, but he was still doing his own type of a gameplay, being super annoying, being hard to catch, providing vision for his team as well. And I think this also comes down to the matchup, because the last time these 2 teams met, they only managed to get 3 kills on the side of Extreme Gaming. In this game, they got only 6 kills, so I want to see Extreme Gaming play a slightly different type of a Dota. I want them to play aggressive, even though when we talk about like these more aggressive teams, Extreme Gaming is definitely not up there. But if we go back to Road to TI playoffs, they had some really strong performances in the laning stage, and I do think that they need to speed it up a bit.
I agree. The more we talk about it, the more I am thinking that the draft needs to change pretty dramatically here. I think that one of the reasons that this game is a perfect example of why we're not seeing Dawnbreaker picked in this tournament at all at this point, because you have to do so much to cover it. Because in the second phase of picks, you have so much to counter.
The thing is, you can't just say it's just the Dawn. The reason they struggle in the game is just because they didn't pick, they picked the Dawn and then they didn't get to give Dawn the game, you know. But at the same time, I feel like it's like too many combination of things, right? You could also say that the way they started the draft, right, with the SF, the way they built the draft, if they already wanted to build the draft in this manner, the SF and then they wanted the Dawn, then why are they picking the PL right at the end, right? They needed to enable everything.
It felt like a mix of like 2 ideas.
And also I felt like the feeling of the draft going is, I think Xiao is reacting a lot towards what P-Vision is doing. Yeah. I think in certain games, maybe it's fine, but I felt like in this game in particular, when you're already open with the SF, I don't think you should be reacting so much. You have to build the draft to enable the SF or the Dawn, you know. If you react, because they were picking the PR because it was, I think, a reaction towards the Enigma. They wanted a good lane setup for the carry. But when they did that, it kind of ruined the whole synergy of the draft.
Yeah, and the Dawn as well. Like, I think Dawn is an Enigma answer. Like, you're playing against DM, you need to address Enigma at some point in the draft. Like, I think this is just a respect to the player, which should be there, right? But when it's so much respect that you are basically gimping your draft, then I think that's where you have issue.
They need to focus on themselves. I don't think like they should be worried too much about, okay, do we need to change our draft? Do we need to worry about what they have in the next game? Instead, they should be focusing on, okay, what didn't we get right in the first game? We need to fix ourselves first. You know, if we worry about the opponents too much, then we forget who we are.
There is one big problem. 9 class is in their back of their heads because this guy, you know that he's going to be playing like this, and I don't think many other 4s that we've seen play like this. Maybe they're trying to replicate, but they are not being as annoying. And knowing how Zhao 8 historically drafts after they lose game 1, I would expect that they're going to be picking 5 completely different heroes in this one.
Also, I wouldn't say back of their heads, I would say fully in their heads. It feels like he does dominate a lot of what people are thinking about with this team. And then that's what is the perfect setup for them to be able to get this last pick lifestealer, this last pick gotcha. What are you looking at, Jenkins?
Pick Weaver. It's a good hero.
I was going to say, do you feel it?
It's playable, it's active.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Weaver's better than PL.
Skeeter will pick Weaver. You'll see that later.
There's a chance we might be seeing it today. In fact, we might even be seeing it in our next game, which is ready.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
Our game 2, this could be it. Sending P-Vision up to the grand finals and Extreme Gaming home. Otherwise, we'll be seeing a game at number 3. A lot relies on this draft. Where are the bands going to be changing up? Or is it really going to be predominantly in those picks for themselves?
I'm super glad that it's actually going to be the same side, same pick order. So we're going to see whether what other changes are going to go here. You know?
But that also means both teams are somewhat getting their comfort.
Actually, second pick this time. They were first pick the last game, but they are on the same side. They're also on the Radiant side. So they have, I think the bands are quite similar.
They're effectively the same.
Yeah.
I also think that P-Vision did a very good job understanding the way that Extreme Gaming is playing with these heavy teamfight from the offlane, these blink initiators, the shaker that can be flexed from the mid lane to the offlane if necessary. Mars, XXS had insanely good performances so far on his Mars and removing those heroes immediately. And now P-Vision, they're going to take the Beastmaster for themselves. This is something that DM even played before the Helmet the Dominator was such a popular item. It was always good on Beastmaster, so he's definitely back in the meta, and this is also something that they can flex to the mid lane as well if it's not a good matchup. For example, if they go for the Gyrocopter, they could potentially put this Beastmaster on the mid lane and pick a different offlaner.
Does leave Invoker still in the pool? We have seen that hero get punished in the mid lane. You know, Broodmother is an option, Sniper is an option.
I mean, it's kind of tricky if you don't know your matchup for sure, especially for Sniper. I think Invoker, maybe you have a little bit more leeway, but for Sniper, it's probably hard at this junction. I mean, you have to, I feel like, pick either a support here or a flexible core, which you can swap the roles around, you know. Which I don't know if there's any ideal heroes here because mostly are banned. So they go for the support, which is, I think, their next best option here with the Snapfire. You kind of block it away from P-Vision as well because you have this Beast plus Snapfire combo. And I do feel like Snapfire is one of the best position 5/4 heroes.
Her and Hoodwink, most definitely. It gives you the team fight, it gives you the damage, it gives you the easy 1-2 pairing with any kind of a stunner from the offlane that they could pick. And I think this time around they're going to be swapping things around.
I mean, the thing with Snapfire is I do think the hero needs a right partner because in their previous series, was it Silencer? They picked the Snap with a Silencer one game and it actually went really, really bad for XG. And I would like to see more of like a Snap with like at least a big
they had like a mid-Earth Shaker that game too, I think, and he was struggling to get the blink. Like something that's...
Yeah, because he lost his lane against a Pop.
Yeah, something at least that's very active on the mid lane to play with Snap always feels very good. Or a support, like Clockwork feels like one of the best heroes.
Yeah. I think Clock and Bane are the top 2 heroes to pair with Snapfire right now. And we're going to see whether they're going to be able to get their hands on those heroes. Whereas for P-Vision, they've removed the Undying, one of the, I think, better heroes against Beastmaster in the team fight. With the Tombstone, you can kind of control the team fights on your side to do with the Beastmaster. And Snap is also a really good counter towards the Tombstone, but their opponents actually already have it. So probably a good idea to remove the Undying.
Imagine P-Vision whips out a Nyx Assassin just to show them. Just to show them, because it does counter Snap. You cannot ever ult. You will always have the Nyx running in.
Well, you can if you get a BKB.
Yeah, good
or you
luck.
can if you kill the Nyx Assassin first.
Good luck with that, too.
A lot of tough requirements to be met there. The other band they're going to go for, of course, is this Pacquiao. Just trying to set themselves up for the best mid lane potential.
I mean, other than the Nyx, I think the Silencer is probably your second biggest enemy as Snapfire because it'll be hard for you to get your ulti off. I mean, you can buy a Grease, but then you also have to like wait for the ulti to be used before you can use your ulti, so it's very annoying.
Yeah, there's one more extra hero from position 5 that we didn't mention. I think Disruptor could work out really well for them. But like, I also like the Snapfire plus the Disruptor combination because it does give you enough team fight. It gives you a way of also...
I think the main thing is catch though, because Snapfire
BKB versus duel is better, but we've seen some performances from Disruptor because the games are relatively long still, that you are getting that Aghanim Scepter, you're still having that influence, relatively strong laner as well, and the Glimpse, it's the best catch tool in the game.
With the puck ban, do you think this is just an XM specialty they don't want to let through into the second phase, or is there some Quap Storm type hero coming here?
Maybe I think co-op Storm type of hero is possible. I mean, we do know that XM doesn't have a very wide hero pool compared to No One, so maybe they are trying to figure out what is his go-to right now, and they're going to try to set up something that makes it really hard for XM to pick his hero. You know, and
mid.
And I think also, in particular, with Ame playing Towerblade, PL we've talked about a lot, how it can be a very difficult hero to work for most players. They've been wanting to. TB, it does have also a pretty low win rate. I think it was 25% or so.
25%, yeah.
But it is a much stronger hero overall in terms of most games. So love to see what he can do there with it, as he also has given a very good lane in particular. The TB versus a Beastmaster, a classic counter pick, and he's got a very strong laner this time. An aggressive one, too, with X-Nova playing the Bane. You know, X-Nova in that last game playing the Warlock. It's a very difficult hero to pressure an off lane. It just kind of guarantees you farm. So let's see if there's going to be a difference this time.
For sure, and it definitely, yeah, on a Bane, we've seen it from so many of these supports, a hero that you can absolutely pop off and just have incredible sort of impact with those sort of saves, and coming in with these grips in the fight, forcing sort of P-Vision to focus their attention on dropping some of their bigger lockdowns onto a support.
Yeah, I think the saves in particular is something that's been insane for me this tournament, where a hero's chain lockdown, but he gets the BKB off because he gets a little sleep interaction. So definitely gonna have to keep eyes on that, as there's quite a bit of those big stuns. X-Nova, Nightclass is gonna chase him out. He's got Blood Grenade and a boar behind him.
Chase this down, yeah. This might just be the first blood. Couple more punches. Oh, here we go. And one more.
He's fast.
He's surely going to have it. Another concoction comes in. That'll do it. First blood for 9 class.
Pretty big deal. An Alchemist getting first blood on a Bane. Usually not something that you'd expect a Bane at one of the stronger laners, but able to find that opportunity on the sideline. Great play there from 9 class.
So looking at this top lane as well, so you mentioned obviously this time compared to game 1, you expect a much more sort of solid showing in the laning stage from XXS and Xingqiu. Is that just in terms of them not really dying in this lane, or can they actually find opportunities to pressure and get kills as these two heroes?
Probably not, because the Centaur always has the mana burn, but this is a lane where you're going to farm.
Yep.
Centaur does excellent versus AM. You have, what, at least a 10 or 8 base damage advantage early on in the lane. And yeah, you're just going to be able to sustain, because your mana, it doesn't really matter. You play around Retaliate. And Xingqiu, he's playing Snapfire. You know, he's not playing Nyx Assassin, which doesn't really contribute much in a lane whatsoever. And we've seen him do work on this Snapfire throughout this tournament. His best hero so far, it feels.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously from P-Vision's side of things, they do have excellent save in the forms of the Oracle. But on Extreme side, they've got a multitude of different ways to bail one another outright, whether it's the Nightmare, later down the line the potential Aghanims on the Snapfire, and of course just having the Centaur with the Stampede. Yeah. There's so many ways that they can ensure that even if P-Vision do get the jump on someone like XM on the Sniper, they can still get him out of there.
Yeah, repositioning tools are massive, right? Like even Cookie, a little Cookie I've seen so many times throughout this tournament, just save a core and maybe change the tides of the fight. So.
It kind of gives just that little bit of distance that might just allow the Sniper to turn and get those extra few hits in before he goes down himself.
And it heals. As we've seen, everyone is buying the Shard, or almost buying the Shard immediately when they can on that Snapfire. So it's 200 healing. That's a lot in the early game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Extreme have been able to deal themselves a much better hand this time round in game 2.
Yeah, XM. He is starting to poke the tower. It's already beginning again.
Xingqiu trying to mess around with no one, but they're ready to deal with him as the supports both turn up and make sure that Xingqiu is not going to be able to mess with no one at all here in this situation. We'll be able to run away and survive though, so end of the day is a fair bit of space being made there by Xingqiu, the fact that both supports were forced to come over and push him back. So he'll take that.
It's a very clever move. They see that their lanes are kind of all already self-sustained in terms of the cores. TB can be left alone. Sniper can sort of be left alone too. So they can look to play wherever they want on the supports right now. Catapult will die in the mid lane, so a bit less pressure as we see 9 class does get that acid spray down for it, but already down to about half HP. We saw XM do the same thing yesterday when he just whittled the tower down.
It's not going to be easy to sort of push the Sniper off the tower of the heroes.
9 class.
Considering the mid, though, get the chase on to X-Nova. See X-Nova get the back of a Xingqiu, though, so again, XG able to get away from these attempts.
P-Vision just really trying to protect that jungle for no one so he can get the 6. He's now got it online, so it does have that zip to be able to protect himself top.
Taking out the mana from XXS, but having the damage to kill the Centaur, unlikely at the moment between these two.
No, it would take too long. Satanic doesn't want to miss any extra last hits. Dominator almost finished up on the anti-mage. So his lane is still very good, but XXS is getting a lane. Look at this rotation. Ame, top, making the move. Trying to get a wraparound on Satanic.
Able to bully him back. See how much he wants to stick up. I mean, do you imagine he will just sort of stick up here, Arme, and try and get some damage onto the tower with this Metamorphosis?
Yeah, he wants to get this tower. I think he wants to take out the whole thing. So let's see if there's going to be a rotation from P-Vision, or if they're going to look to pressure on the flip side from DM.
And these towers are going down early in the mid. I mean, they tried for a deny, but not going to happen. XM gets the last touch on that. So 7 minutes in, XM Sniper taking out the mid tier 1 away from no one.
I really like this move from Ame. He was getting full free farm bottom, but he's like, we're playing versus anti-mage.
Yeah, this is pretty big.
Yeah, they have difficulties defending towers if you play with any AM lineup. So this is a really cool move.
I mean, we saw what last game, P-Vision playing relatively fast and how they were taking these towers out. I mean, this game, XG's just said, hey, we could do that too, and we could do it even faster.
Yeah, they're looking to play that tempo game a lot more this time around. We have a game on our hands, Owen. Last one, it was already feeling pretty out of control. This one, XG's got game plans. They send XXS bottom, he stops the push. They get the 2 towers.
Let's see where they go next, we'll see. A little smoke coming out from 9 class and DM, maybe trying to get a catch with the Primal Roar.
Power rune, they know where it is.
I mean, XM's positioning as well, make sure that he's not caught on the bottom side.
I mean, P-Vision, they're always going to know where the rune is. They've got that
still
oracle.
Find him. XM playing cautious. He's going to step up now, though. TPs are coming in. DM is going to go with the Roar, but the backup has arrived. No one coming in with all the mana. The burst, it's enough to bring XM down. They get the kill.
That did a lot more than expected, I believe.
And no one trying to push his limits as well. He's still got enough mana to play on. They will lose 9 class in return, but P-Vision getting what they came for, able to take out XM underneath his own tower.
He still has the regen running. Jinkyu might get caught.
Continue to dive. X-Nova is there at the side. A Nightmare to slow this down. No one won't quite go for the tier 2 dive for now. Just keeps both supports low. Is able to push them back.
A lot of pressure from that regen rune. The good old prognosticate. They can always pretty much guarantee that no one's going to get that rune unless XG just shows up with the numbers on that setup.
And a fantastic hero to have that sort of rune control on as the Storm.
One of the best, in fact. Gets a galvanized stack, of course, there as we saw, bringing down XM. And Satanic is going to get to hit these creeps. I feel like this is going to be a pretty slow one, Owen. We are very likely to get to these 40+ stages with an AM versus Terrorblade lineup.
And I feel that's going to be a bit risky for P-Vision, if anything, because I feel like XG, when they have like the XM Sniper, the Arme Terrorblade, this lineup is so prepared to play the later team fights.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a very, very exciting game that we have kicking in here in terms of early and even potential late game. I think that XG is going to want to set the tempo, though, with their early moves around these 2 supports and around XM Sniper.
So if they're going to be ready to go up to the high ground, it's a little bit spooky what's to steal the tier 1 here, so they'll just focus the objective first.
That's a big deal. They're taking out all the towers.
Super early. Now, 10 minutes in, all 3 tier 1s are going to be taken here by XG.
So many games I've seen that P-Vision is able to just come out of lanes, get these dominators, and just control the lanes, pretty much positioning for the next 10+ minutes. This is not going to be one of those games, as we're seeing XG with very good responses so far. Another power rune, of course, for no one. He's got the haste rune. X-Nova trying to find the level 6. He's trying to find level 5. He's getting gone on.
Gonna go for the dive. TP coming in, not enough burst to kill X-Nova off, and now no one's got to back away. Has got the haste, but can't dance around too close to the tower anymore.
Top, Satanic, working on Ame.
All right, see if they can get him out of this one. Stampede comes into play. That's going to be enough to allow Ame to step to the side and get off an easy Sunder. Says thanks for the HP there, no one, as he's just straight back up to full.
No one tried to dodge it there with the ball lightning, but Ame very well prepared, had that Lotus. He actually has both of the Lotuses. They've given it to the Terrorblade to make sure that he doesn't get mana burned.
Satanic still sticking around. Has the backup of Ducalis. Ducalis, of course, yet to hit the level 6 though. Arme with X-Nova by his side. Ready to start pulling Satanic away here with the Metamorphosis.
They're both just playing versus each other with the Dominator. Ame's trying to kill it, but Satanic with the micro gets it away. Bottom, DM starting to get some pressure here. XXS trying to hold it.
I should be able to do a pretty good job.
Ooh, takes the board.
Tower. They've got the kisses coming in, slowing DM down, allowing him to close in to get into the double edge of the stop, but Ducalis is in with the save. DM, it's going to be fine for now.
Great positioning. Good move there from Ducalis. Clever play from XXS, taking the board with the Dominator, trying to use that slow versus DM, but that is going to be kisses used and not netting a kill. This Oracle pick, we saw it the other day too, or yesterday, how strong it could be versus Snapfire. And potentially always just saving with that Fate's Edict alone.
Definitely got to be a bit of a concern, though, from P-Vision, the fact that XM is getting so much space. You know, we see so many of these games where he's at the top and he doesn't let it slip away from him in the mid. Nice little bit of a freebie there for the two of them, Xnova and XM, taking out 9 class.
The fact that Ame is getting slowed down a little bit here, but yeah, XM,
he's getting so much.
Look how aggressive he's posturing as well. He's got the 2 supports behind him. As long as he knows where the storm is, in most situations, he can survive. And he's not that squishy, right? That's what we've seen from XM time and time again. He builds a bit tanky because he's got this Dragon Lance, he's got all these small stat items.
Yeah, it's not easy to go on him, no. Especially when he has the supports in position as he has done. I mean, you know, one of the reasons why XG are so good with the XM sniper is just because how well as a team, they know how to play around him.
Yeah, it does feel like they always do have these like double saving supports in particular to protect some of these riskier picks. Level 6 has been hit, so Xnova does have that finished on the Bane. The grip is at the ready, but Oracle as well. Ducalis has the counter with the false promise. And I should have pointed this out way sooner, so sorry about that. But 9 class, an interesting facet choice. I think most of the times we've seen the seed money be the choice. He sometimes passes off a bottle level 1. He's gone for Mixologist, so it's going to be interesting what he's going to be looking to do, either with the Berserk Potion or what it could be. It's 2-2, very slow paced.
Yeah, XG will continue to, of course, keep a presence on this bottom lane. They don't want to allow DM to find any sort of opportunity to take early tier 1s away from them.
This is his home. The Crimson Guard is soon finished up. It's going to block a lot of the early damage. And P-Vision definitely does have perhaps some damage issues early on, but they are looking to just farm. Storm and AM. As we said, this game very potential to go to quite late stages.
And they're all pretty much hitting their timings.
They are.
You know, from the lowest net worth core to the top, it's less than 1K gold between them. They'll get the jump with the cookie. The XM is here ready to offer up the damage. They get the Hoofstone connection on towards no one. It's a heavy bit of burst damage, but plenty of mana still at the ready to get out. Just going to make the quick move up towards the top. I mean, Satanic and Ducalis are looking to maybe try and make something happen against Ame.
Tough to go for it. Satanic has to be careful.
So much damage here from the Metamorphosized Illusions.
And Ame is just always holding a Healing Lotus, so he has the chance to be able to pop that Lotus and Sunder if anything does go wrong.
And he's got backup.
He does.
We can see the movements from the rest of Extreme, meaning that they have this presence of Xingqiu and Xnova, very close by. And a Stampede at the ready to press.
They're smoked up again. As you said, they have the Fiend's Grip ready, they have the Kisses. Ults are ready to go if they catch a target.
Doesn't expect this mid, maybe, with the amount of focus that was being put on the top lane. Might feel a little too safe here. Kisses coming in. They've got the grip at the ready as well. No one moves it forward, be able to stop the grip and make sure the DM is able to walk away.
Too tanky. He's got the helm finished up already, so a 2,000 HP Beastmaster, even with Kisses. Not able to get that finish up as no one comes in, gets a kill. Another Galvanized stack. Even though it's a very slow-paced game, he is up to 5.
Ends up being, just a little bit too ambitious of a play there from XG.
Really wanting to try to make some type of move to slow down the farm of this Beastmaster, but immediate answer. And that's 2 ultis used. Does P-Vision want to take advantage of that, or are they just going to sit back and farm? It feels like it's just going to be a sit back and farm.
I think as long as Satanic is sort of getting space, they'll be happy. And still on track to at a very respectable timing here on the Battle Fury.
Bottom, P-Vision wanting to maybe slowly whittle down this tower, but I immediately saw XG. They're pinging it, so they do want to defend this, but it is low.
Let's have a look. I mean, XXS doesn't have a TP at the moment, so he's just going to have to walk down here. Won't be able to get her in time, so finally DM is able to claim that bottom tier 1.
And immediately I see the circle drawn, right, from Ducalis. He's like, we now have access to this bottom side of the map to potentially farm or pressure.
See what they can do down here. 2 of them still hanging around, but as we've seen, it takes a lot to kill DM.
It does.
Even if they get that opening stun onto it.
I mean, the 2 offlaners are going the exact same build, Owen. Well, besides not upgrading the Dominator to the Overlord on the Centaur, but going for that Crimson Guard afterwards, so gonna mitigate a ton of damage in this early game.
Xnova.
P-Vision
ready to go on the rest of the boys down here.
I mean, Ame's been up here for a long time.
They really want to try and get him. See if they can. Concoction at the ready. It's good lockdown. Satanic ready to bring in the damage. Could he get anything off? He gets the Thunder's there! Just in time. Those final moments, able to get it out as the lockdown comes to an end.
Gets the heal. He's been carrying it the whole time, that Healing Lotus. The first time he gets the Sunder off because of it, the second time also.
So close, they just needed that little bit more. I mean, was there any way they could have better kind of layered the stuns? I don't think so, right? They did it as best they could, but it wasn't enough to stop him from getting the save off.
Oh, 30 HP, he gets it. Ame doing the math.
I mean, he's loving life on this top corner of the map. He's been at pretty much for the last
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Literally 10 minutes. Satanic.
Now stepping up.
Got to sleep.
Got Ducalis behind him.
Very difficult to punish this anti-mage. Does feel like both teams pretty content though. Both are farming. They're both very happy.
Such a close start this time around. I think this is what you sort of wanted to see here between these two teams, rather than a very one-sided affair.
Maybe more kills in particular for us, but that's okay.
I'm sure they'll come. You know, the later stages of this game are going to be insane. I can already feel it. Let's start just the build-up here for now between XG and P-Vision.
It is pretty crazy how we don't have the craziest amount of team fight in particular. Some games, right, like that last one, we have Solar Guardian, Black Hole, etc. This one, pretty limited team fight spells in particular. It's a lot of single target that's going to be coming out in this game.
I like sort of the balance, though, of like the cores in terms of like the priority and importance of them, right? Both have this kind of traditional hard carry, the Terrorblade, the Anti-Mage, but at the same time, both mid, Sniper, and of course the Storm Spirit, no one. These two mids can absolutely scale and carry themselves on their own back, so.
Yeah, it does feel like a very balanced situation that is coming in here.
So they'll back off for now, P-Vision.
9 class, how's he doing? He's got the blink finished up. Shard almost done as well. Then we'll probably see those Aghanims if he wants to go that route. There's also potential for Lotus Orb. It's a fantastic Lotus game, as we've seen in multiple different situations. Versus either the Bane, versus the TB Sunder. You definitely have a huge effect there. Tormentor contest is going to be an interesting one, because as we've seen in almost every single game, most teams immediately at that 20-minute mark, they start to prepare for it. So let's see if we are going to have that contest and who's going to be more prepared for it. As you said, Ame's been up here for 12 minutes now and has been yet to be pushed out.
Now we're going to see both him and Satanic be so close on farm in this game. And we can see already, you know, just a few hundred gold between the two of them, the Terrorblade and the Anti-Mage.
This will be an interesting pickup if Ame does commit for it. If he does go down the route of this butterfly,
I like it.
He'll be really strong in terms of the group up when his team goes for it. How do they focus fire him?
And it's just so annoying for these two heroes, right? Anti-Mage does not want to be buying an MKB, let alone at all really normally, definitely not anytime soon, and the same for the Storm Run. He don't want to be buying any sort of True Strike on the Storm, so that evasion's going to do massive things.
He goes Witchblade at least, right? So at least you do have a bit of that True Strike.
Sure.
Yeah, some of it, but... Power Rune.
There's the jump, XXS gets the opening hoof stomp. Culture prone down onto him, they'll lay down the kisses, try to push back P-Vision.
They do not want to go on the tanky hero. XXS trying to chase, he's got another blink up.
I mean, Ame's looking to see if he can kind of get the wraparound on this one, jump forward. Whoop. The concoction at the ready, 9 class, able to put a stop to any hoof stomp opportunities that XXS was trying to find, but the pressure there onto the tier 2, XM and Ame ready to push on.
They're looking at the objectives.
Yeah, and again, just sort of matching what we saw in terms of timings from P-Vision in that game 1. XG playing so much faster this time round, and it's giving them such a higher chance of having success in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Ame getting some good timings here, but they're going to sack the Torment.
They'll take the trade, yeah, P-Vision. And XXS is making his way over, but they won't be able to get her in time to stop this. So. Sharp for Ducalis.
Very heads-up play there from P-Vision.
See if they still manage to try and find a fight out of this XG. They're making their way over under the cover of smoke.
They might have to sacrifice 9 class.
X-Nova watching from the high ground. Ducalis, he's going to be focused first. They got shot down. See what they can look for more. But the water spell's there. You get the pick up for the high ground. The assassinate's in. Jump on with the cookie. The controllable hold. Matching Q.
拿到了魔镜，还拿下了对面的敌法。
然后炼金，as the chase continues over towards 9 class. That blink up though.
Getting
Should
cut off.
be fine now. They're going to try and continue to chase.
好，被霍乱找到，留下了炼金。好，这边看到炼金也是被带走了。
What a play! Great wraparound, understanding. We're not going to make it in time for Tormentor, but we can absolutely take the fight. I think the Shrapnel actually woke up the AM, allowed him to get the counterspell off from Safine's grip, but either way, they have the chain stun afterwards to lock him down and bring him down. XG very prepared this game.
Butterfly is getting closer and closer for Ame.
So early on this Terrorblade.
How do you fight versus a Butterfly Terrorblade if they're set up as a unit in particular, right? Catching him alone, absolutely, you can perhaps do that, but when he's grouped with a Butterfly, it's going to be very problematic.
It's going to be a super tough kill.
Blocks so much of their damage, right? It's a lot of physical from P-Vision this time around. It's going to be very interesting to see what they want to do here. As a lot of gold saved up. X-Nova wondering what build he wants to go for. Is it going to be something like a Blink on the Bane, perhaps, that he wants to go for? We'll have to see what option, as he's quite rich also.
And Ame knowing that he could just continue to live his life up in this top corner. Nobody's able to do anything about him.
It is pretty wild that he's been there for 14+ minutes without being able to get pushed out.
And P-Vision just not being given any sort of opportunity to really approach any further tier 1s. You know, the tier 1 in the mid lane have also just barely taken any sort of damage from any sort of pressure. P-Vision, they can't really push on outside of DM. They're going to try and bring the action in around the mid now as they get the jump in onto Xingqiu. We'll find him.
Maybe he can get some decent damage onto this tower here too with the Reign of Destiny, as we see no one just getting healed up.
X-Nova and XXS ready to turn up though for the defense.
Okay, the choice is going to be a Glimmer for X-Nova. He's going to be bringing it out soon. XXS, every time a tower push comes out, the Centaur gets parked in front of it. P-Vision wanting to look to strike elsewhere.
It's going to be difficult to find XM Sniper though. Typically a sort of step ahead of any sort of sweep of the map that enemies try for against him. It's very hard to find.
And very defensive build that he's gone for, too. As we said, he likes to build a bit tankier on his sniper. Linken's is going to be the next choice to prevent either a roar or any of these single target abilities as we see P-Vision have.
They still, of course, have a lot of gap close.
They do.
2 cores,
they absolutely
both having ways to jump straight on top of the sniper in these team fights.
I mean, this game is, you know, it's low kill count, but it's as tense as ever. Both are getting exactly what they want out of the map here. That Butterfly, it's finished. Let's see what XG wants to do and how they want to force. Are they going to perhaps wait for Roche to shift toward the top side before they look for a potential go on it? Because they can bring that Roche down very quick. 9 Class is looking for a potential setup here.
He's going to try. Satanic's in as well, but XXS is with the stop on for 9 Class. They've got the Stampede as well, so 9 Class, he's got to run. The Metamorphosis comes out. As 9 Class trying to set something up there with Satanic Knife. Even if XXS wasn't there, I don't know, would these two have been able to deal with Ame at this point? This Terrorblade's massive.
Unlikely versus that Butterfly. The build is working for XG right now, and XXS, he is everywhere. It feels like you look away for a second and then boom, the Centaur is just there to protect. And there's that Lotus Sword finished up for him.
I mean, they might as well see what happens when they push the high ground. They've hit the timing here with this Butterfly pickup.
They've got a Crimson to slow things down.
Now what? Able to clear out the wave. Slow down the push for now.
These are heads-up moves. Nullifier for DM. Very early pickup that he's got this finished. Can't get rid of these Glimmers in particular, but as you said, Lotus, Linken's, they've got ways to protect each other. And Roche, it is shifting now. It is on that top side.
Just going for the straight up damage as well, Ame. He's got the Chrysalis on the way out, going for that full Daedalus. I mean, if he gets that, these fights are going to be so difficult for Satanic, right? Even though he's very close in farm, it does feel like if he makes a blink in and somehow, you know, some way they're able to keep the Terror protected, and you're seeing the damage with the 2 of them. They're going to try and go on XXS.
又被带走了，被小火枪3刀。我看这边能不能再留多一个，把敌法留下来。好的，这边敌法自血逃走，然后看这边神谕者能不能留下神谕者。好。
P-Vision, they do manage to eventually bring XXS down, but it takes so much.
Look how much damage he absorbed. You can just look at the fight recap. That's pretty much all Centaur taking that damage from the entirety of P-Vision. That's exactly what you want from your Centaur.
And now they could just move into the Roche XG. They didn't get the core kills, but they got enough out of P-Vision in terms of ultimates and attempts to fight that they can walk into the pit very freely and secure themselves this Aegis.
I mean, Ame able to just walk in and join, do Roche, even without meta. So they're going to have meta to potentially push toward high ground, Owen. P-Vision
What's the approach going to be?
It's going to be tough. I mean, we're seeing already that it's just so difficult for Satanic to blink in and get involved in the fights. Because if Ame and XM are not controlled, this anti-mage will get destroyed.
Absolutely. They have way too much damage for him. And it's difficult for them to reach these backlines, even if they do have these, you know, these jumpers, as we've been saying, to get to it. XXS has just been the body that they need. Satanic is going to be going for his butterfly of his own, so he is going to look to match that aggression that's coming from Ame, but Ame does have that advantage of net worth at the moment.
And just overall damage output when he has the Metamorphosis ready.
Oh, yeah.
CP Vision, we'll see what the call is going to be here for the next 4 minutes.
Probably just try to stall things out so they can't reach the base, right? Get your own push, cut the waves as much as possible. That Daedalus soon on the horizon.
Yeah, well, he's easily be able to have it picked up and still have a kind of 2+ minutes to play for.
Satanic.
Trying to go on XXS, but
He'll burn all the mana. That is very annoying. But he does have the stick. He does always have Lotuses to be able to pump himself back up.
And sweeping over towards Ame. But again, it feels like, how do you even go on this Terrorblade right now? You have to have all 5, right?
You do. And he has to be out of position. If he's with the team, it feels like it's very difficult to kill him.
I mean, he's stepping pretty far forward, but of course has this Aegis. He feels that relaxed right now.
He's pretty far up.
They're going to try and start something. See what they can do. Easy man to dodge there.
Even as the Lincolns, just in case, XM is right behind him.
That's the full Daedalus. So 28 minutes in, Butterfly Daedalus, level 20 Terrorblade. That sounds pretty terrifying.
It does. Ame is posturing so aggressively this game. Grouped up, looking for the potential push. We see DM, he is doing the cutting. So he is sending the Ancient Ice Shaman on that far left side with his Boris as well to just slow things down.
As the completed Miona for XM, everything coming together. They do indeed, as you say, have the butterfly done on Satanic, but it's still so difficult for him to fight back against these two.
I feel like they're going to push. They're going to look for a Rax here with this Aegis.
See what P-Vision can do. Have they got what it takes at the moment to be able to defend against this level of push?
It's just so much physical damage.
It really is. Yeah, he spends a few seconds on the front and he gets about half his HP taken away in an instant.
Even with the butterfly, they're going right through it. Crimson Guard again, but the towers are getting whittled down. No one will cut the wave, so that is the last creep wave. So they're gonna have to back up and reset.
Yeah, very close to having the Shiva's Guard done as well, no one, so.
They're looking to just continue, right? They need more time to be able to deal with this Terrorbladed Sniper. But is time really gonna benefit them that much with the way that XG has been able to play so far? DM.
Yeah, they'll be able to deal with this hit. Bringing XM over as well.
Kill it.
Oh, yep. XM, he'll have it.
Yes. Smoke up, P-Vision. They're getting outside.
They're going to get the jump on Ame.
这边是抓到了。哎呀，恐怖猎人送了。
Can they do it again? They've got a roar.
Backup's on the way for Ame. They can get the opening stampedes there. Lincoln's ready to keep it protected. He's able to walk it off.
Far too difficult for them to get the setup. XM just covering him every time with the Lincolns. Too hard for DM to get the roar, even with the nullifier to break.
哎呀，这个盾交的。
Here comes the push again. 30 seconds on meta. No Aegis.
And we'll see if XG still feels strong without it.
Feels like they do. Base ward taken out. Ducalis did find it. Here comes that push. Tower's low.
And they've got it. Tier 3 to 4. So they want to keep going here, XG. XM. Let's get the start here. Answers there for Satanic. Shiva's Guard now done on no one.
Satanic is having to stay here in the base, though, which means he's not getting that extra farm. He's having to be here for the defense.
There's the smoke. They're going to try and get the surprise jump. See if they can get the wraparound, potentially. So they're coming in from the side here. Good angle from P-Vision. XG prepared for this one. No one ready to try and scout out the backlines. He's in. Makes the jump, but now he jumps out. Tries to bait out spells and items here for XG. But XXS, he's in with the jump. He gets the beautiful block there from XXS. Allows them to take down 9 class immediately. as XG are ready to step up to the barracks.
They're ready for every move, Owen. Immediately backing themselves up, gathering as a unit, so P-Vision can't find a target.
Still trying to bait out some of these stuns and spells, but Dakar gets shot down by XM. The barracks are gone.
The strategy is working, Owen. XG, they're looking to get a 2-rack advantage.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They're sticking around for a second set at the least. I mean, no one again trying to turn their attention away from the objectives, but these racks, they fall so fast here to the damage of Ame and XM.
Ayame is playing his heart out this game. Beautiful build, beautiful rotation, surviving the ganks. An AK lead with massive structural damage.
P-Vision, what's the plan going to be? Satanic, he's even though he's kind of close on the net worth, you're really just feeling how difficult of a matchup it is for him to play into as this anti-mage. They're dealing with both a sniper and a Terrorblade that are ahead of you in farm. It seems almost impossible for the AM.
It really feels like they just don't have the damage to go through what XG has by any means. XXS with this build, with this Crimson, it blocks everything that P-Vision wants to do to walk into him. Aghanims is done, so that's the first one here for 9 class. It's gonna give it a no one, I imagine.
Yep, no one's got it ready to go.
Yep.
So if they have that setup, maybe some sort of multi-man vortex into like a concoction.
They're gonna need a big multi-hero stun in order to have a chance in that next push, because it's gonna come very soon. The auras are all there. Aghanim's now also finished up for XXS, so another save.
So many
potential.
saves. Yep. So many ways to keep XM or Ame safe if they get jumped.
And this might be one of the better card games too. You have 2 of the best heroes, it feels like, to utilize in their range. They can actually just wallop heroes from a distance.
And XM's pretty much got his Monkey King bar done.
Oh boy, yeah, this feels harder and harder for Satanic. He's got the Basher, but look at his HP pool too, right? Satanic is not gonna be able to stand toe-to-toe with these heroes.
XG. They could definitely just sort of deal with the lanes, wait out for the next Roshan. Should be coming up pretty shortly.
Next items, like you said, MKB is done for XM, and I believe a Lincoln's about to be done for Ame. How do you get through these?
And P-Vision definitely do what they can to try and set the map up themselves so they can have a say on the Roshan, at least give themselves an opportunity maybe to see if no one can get a steal off. It's the Storm Spirit.
No one.
I just can't get anywhere close.
It is really just such insane damage that XG does have. And immediately they're not splitting up either is the thing. Immediately they're all together as 5. The lanes are in a good position for them as well with the TB sending the illusions. So they're ready for the fight.
Lincoln's on Ame. Ready with the smoke, XG. They know that P-Vision's going to be out on the map a little bit.
Roche, how long's it going to be? It's a quick spawn.
I mean, they're showing her on the top lane.
XXS,
he's having a
这波又抓到了！好的，就是抓到，先把兽王给秒了。
But they have to continue to back off. Tier 2 is not a safe space right now.
DM's got his gold. He bought the Vlad, so he's dead for 60 seconds.
Pushing forward at the timing with the wisdom coming up, so another one of those to be taken by Extreme.
And we see XG, if they catch a hero, the hero is dead. On P-Vision, if they catch a hero, the hero does not really take much damage whatsoever. It doesn't matter who it is.
They're ready to try and tickle at the base again. They don't even need the Aegis, they put that strong. Satanic is looking for an angle at the back lines, but XXS finds them, he's able to get perfectly ready. Satanic will make the jump over the core. XXS with the save. Satanic.
好样的 ，GG。
GG is called.
GG。
Strategical approach to this game. Honestly, this move from Ame dictating the pace of the game pretty early. 7 minutes, rotating top, taking the tower, stayed there for what? It felt like what? 14 minutes that he's farming in that top lane. XXS defending every single tower. P-Vision. It felt like they were like, okay, yes, we're getting what we want out of the map, but XG was just getting so much more, pressuring, controlling, containing. Just honestly crushing this game completely.
Yeah, just an excellent adaptation coming into this game 2 after what happened in game 1. Right? Taking all 3 tier 1s, 10 minutes in, securing this top part of the map where Ame just lived his best life for like nearly 15 minutes plus as a Terrorblade.
And I love that he built this aggressive, right? He doesn't go for this
butterfly
BKB, Scotty, nothing. He just goes for the butterfly, looks to close the game out as fast as possible.
Well, what a game, what a performance there from Extreme. Cannot wait to see what happens as we are indeed, ladies and gentlemen, getting a Game 3 coming up as the series now stands 1-1 between Extreme and P-Vision.
The fact that we're getting a Game 3 demonstrates just how close this top 3 is. At any point, we could be seeing P-Vision in that grand finals. But for right now, Extreme Gaming, they're making that comeback. They're saying, we want this, we're hungry for it. And comfort picks just for everyone. Amazing and significantly better laning phase as well, I'd say, for this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is I love that no matter who makes it into the grand finals, you know that it is so close. All three of these teams can beat each other. This was not close. Like, in a way, I feel like
it was close in terms of net worth, but it wasn't really close in terms of the pacing of the game.
The momentum. Since the laning stage, Extreme, they had it figured out. They picked late game heroes like Sniper, Terrorblade, but they didn't play for the late game. They were very active in the early game.
I mean, they totally abused the fact that the anti-mage needed a long time, or he could not enter the fight at all because of this Terrorblade. Like, the reflection just made it so that he has to be so careful, and every time he comes to a fight, he couldn't really do anything.
I think it was pretty similar to what happened in game number 1, like this carry-to-carry matchup where you are staying an item ahead, maybe even an item and a half in this one. It is very difficult for Satanic to play the game. He doesn't have a clear target that he can jump because of all the save with the Nightmare that's going to ruin him. Then you have Snapfire as well, you have Stampede, you have all these defensive items, you have Crimson Guard on the Centaur. Very, very difficult fights in terms of how they want to play it out, because they have protection for their Sniper who's peeping from the distance, and you also do have this ability to stay ahead in terms of itemization. You see that he's going for the butterfly, and then you have two cores that kind of like to build into the butterfly. Like, at one point, Sniper, he did have Serrated Shift, he's building into Mjolnir naturally, plus he builds into MKB, so that butterfly is not really doing that much.
I mean, it's not just the build, right? I felt like the TB also kind of enabled XXS on the Centaur to get a decent game, and he was able to do a lot in the fight. We saw a lot of multi-hero storms, the card eventually, like, he wasn't enabled in the first game, and this game I felt like it was night and day.
Yeah, he was just there to provide his team with anything they needed. That card at the end was always such a pleasure to see picked up in a game, but just so much fun. The flip side, though, for PU Vision, 9 class not really having that impact on an ALC we've seen previously. We're like, yes, it was winning, but was he winning the game with it? And I think this is kind of answered our question about it now.
Yeah, this was very rough for P-Vision. Perhaps it's the combination of the Anti-Mage and the Alchemist that is the main issue, but really Extreme, they understood the assignment. They saw that there was this greedy duo coming out of P-Vision, and they understood that even though they have Sniper and Terrorblade, they needed to push, they needed to be active, they needed to win the lanes, and they did.
Yeah, they really did. Extreme Gaming, it's hard to pick a standout player from that, right? You look at the end, everyone had a phenomenal performance. Ame on the Terrorblade at night and day compared to game 1.
Yeah, he was so aggressive. Like, the way he moved across the map, he's like understanding that Anti-Mage, he can't really do much. He's gonna get his mana burn. He wants to pressure him out. He moves to the top lane. You have Centaur with the Dominator creep as well, so that's gonna be extra bit of a damage. This is something that Anti-Mage historically didn't like to play into, getting himself kicked out of the lane, and then he needs to go to jungle. This is a hero that doesn't have any good like ways of farming. Now with the Helm of the Dominator, it does help him a little bit, but it's still not good enough because they are having so much. The map is getting much smaller, and this time around, they didn't have the playmaker. Sure, you have this position for Alchemist, who's trying to get the Aghanim Scepter playing in the outer ring, trying to get the extra bit of a farm. It came in very late, that Aghanim Scepter that he did give the Storm Spirit. You couldn't really feel the influence of it.
Yeah, it was at the timing where they had a Centaur cart to save whoever gets caught. And this is why I think that the MVP could have gone to any of Extreme's cores, because Ame pressured the early game, XXS hit the multi-hero stomps. We have to mention XM Sniper. I feel like this has been a tournament of elephants in the room, and this is the one for me when it comes to this team. They do not lose with Cardell Sharpeye. They are the best sniper team on the planet, and I expect to see a ban in the next game.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that one through at all. You can't rest on your laurels thinking that you know how to deal with a sniper when it's specifically an XM sniper here. We're saying the cores are up for grabs. Anyone could have been that standout player, but something that I think was also really key in changing how that offlane played was Jinkyu, right? He got on a hero that was significantly more impactful. Playing that snap, just having more stability, that's where I think we saw the lane go much better.
You can actually do stuff with the hero. You can actually be the one who's putting the pressure. You can make the moves across the map compared to Nyx Assassin, who was so underleveled in the previous one. I think there's a comparison between what he was playing in game number 1 and what 9 Class was playing in game number 2, where he wasn't really unable to do much on the map. Like you feel like you're position 4 with the setup, with the draft that you have, like it feels like you need to do much, but you can't because of the situation you're in, because of the hero that you're playing. And this time around, you can be paired up with the Centaur, you can be paired up with just the Shrapnel with the Snapfire Kisses could land you a kill.
I like that they chose to basically say, okay, we lost the offlane really badly in the previous game. Well, let's just dodge it entirely. We will run the Centaur on the offlane. We will cut creeps. We will bring it to camps, get Giga farmed. He gets an early Helm of Dominator. And this is where we see the rotation from Ame. On level 6 on Terrorblade, he was farming just fine in his lane, by the way. Look at his denies, 18 denies. But he realized that he's got to be the one to push towers. He's got to be the one to pressure. If they combine the Centaur power spike here with Ame's Metamorphosis, they can easily take the tower and close down the map on a team that absolutely needs the map to farm.
I mean, it's also the fact that the Beastmaster just got level 6, so he realizes if he stays in the lane, one roll and either the Storm or +1, he could die, you know. So that move itself solves another problem. So it literally gave their opponents nowhere to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, and it ties into what you guys were saying. Kick that anti-mage out of that top lane as early as you can. Force them to be a little bit uncomfortable. And then we see that TB wanted to stay up there. Ame wanted to stay there. They try and make a move onto him, but it was not successful.
And the fact that he had the presence of mind to always keep a Lotus because he knows that the AM is going to try to kill him, so he could run out of mana, so he couldn't cast his Sunder. And every time he got ganked, this is one of those that he managed to turn around, but he had a Lotus every single time to survive.
Because it gives you like exactly enough mana to press the Sunder, and that's all he needs.
And you're also getting less damage from Mana Void.
Yeah.
We see it progress a little bit further, and we're wondering how late game is this going to go? Where are we going to see the carries end up for themselves? But a specific item that was picked up by Ame, Lacoste, you're like, this is it. This is where we're just going to start seeing the game kind of close out and go in the favor of Extreme Game.
Yeah, this is way too early. This is 24 minutes we're talking about, where he has Falcon Blade, he has Manta Style, and does go for a very aggressive item, understanding that he can just build that item. It gives him damage, it gives him survivability against Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage is not a hero that's going to be built into MKB by any time soon. This might be his 6th item, but we're talking about, 45-minute game potentially. And what happens after they get a pick off, they try to go on the enemy tier 3 tower as soon as they got that butterfly, then they decide to take another fight, understanding that their timing right now is super strong. They can take the fight, and TB, he doesn't need to be caring too much about it. He's going to be joining the fight slightly later, and you can see that Ducalis is holding that for a really long time, that ulti, but as soon as Ame joins, this fight is pretty much over. He was missing. B-Vision thought maybe they could take a fight, but he comes in and they clean up and they take Roche after that. So there's a lot of, the whole sequence of the events that does happen where they just cannot punch back.
I mean, it's not just the anti-mage with the butterfly. I feel like you're also making it very difficult for Storm. Storm actually does a lot of right clicks in the team fight, and if he's missing, it means that he's losing a lot of his damage potential in the team fights. That's why the butterfly timing was so strong.
Before we continue talking about this game, there is one more person I want to listen from, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, this is the probably 4th time that we've seen Alchemist support so far from P-Vision in this tournament. We saw that a bunch in the road to the International, and it looked pretty subpar. And I have to say, this is probably the best early game that 9 Class had out of all of those games. So I was more impressed with this play in this game. And that's because he did some pretty decent trading. He got this first blood on X Nova. But let's talk about the negatives of Alch support. Number 1, it takes you forever to charge up your stun. And at really high level play, the windows that you have to get kills to defend your allies are really small sometimes. They can be split seconds. So having to plan ahead 5 seconds ahead of time to throw your stun is very difficult. And having to be in melee range to even throw your stun is very difficult. So in a lot of these cases, he's in the right place at the right time. He's helping to almost get kills on heroes. But consistently what's happening is he's falling just a little bit short. And that's because the hero has kind of weak base stats, and your contribution to the fights just aren't that much. In this case, really good bait by him to run in. He charges up his stun, and he throws it at the same, like halfway early. He did like a half charge. But this is like his contribution. It's acid spray, and it's like 150 physical damage. And that doesn't get better as the game goes on because people get more and more armor naturally. So his contribution in these circumstances isn't that great. And even with his ultimate, which gives him a lot of regen, the problem is he doesn't have any items to make his survivability higher. So any regen you buy or get from his ultimate is just not that good. So it's difficult for him to utilize his benefits. It's pretty easy for his opponents to kill him. He doesn't actually farm that fast because he doesn't actually get a chance to buy items that help him farm faster. So he doesn't really get to benefit from his innate. Across the board, just underwhelming, unfortunately. And that's just the reality of Elk support.
Thank you, Purge. We've seen it win before. This time around, it was not successful for P-Vision. And yeah, as we saw later in the game, just nothing really on the table to offer. And I think that's also one of the biggest differences. Coming into this series, we said P-Vision, it's going to be a big focus. What supports can they get for themselves? And it's not just 9 class, but to Carlos as well. I thought the Oracle would have offered something in way of team fight. I thought there would have been the ability to delay the team fights, give them a little bit of something extra in the tank. But with that 2 support duo, there really actually wasn't anything on offer.
I think it's all of the other heroes paired with Alchemist. Like,
don't you feel it's also what the supports are buying? You want to give him supports that buy Helm. Like, don't you feel like that's when they are most comfortable?
I'm not a disbeliever in the Alch support. I was personally watching all of his replays during the road to international because I love to absolutely grief my pubs. So I was like, oh, maybe I can do this. And I watched. And I can tell you, it's not something that you could do in pubs, and it's something you have to be very careful doing in competitive. What I watched was there was always some core that was sacrificing farm to 9 class at a different point in the game. One point it would be Satanic, one point it would be no one, and it would rotate. You need all of your cores to be doing well and be able to pressure in order to do that. And I think with like an anti-mage, that's not likely. Like, unless the anti-mage is somehow winning the lane so handedly he can create pressure, but you need pressure from all of your cores.
So it seems like you have like a jungling hero, but he's way more greedier than like some Benno jungle. At least the Benno comes out of the jungle.
It's very similar to the Benno jungle, I would say. It's that level of greed.
I also think Venom might have, although this conversation isn't really about him, but ways to jungle a little bit better to kill those camps a bit more efficiently.
Yeah, he comes online much faster as well if we're talking about the jungle Venom meta, because you come with the Orchid, you come with, Spirit Vessel, you come with the mech, drums, whatever, but Alchemist, he's just buying components. Like, you're not actually getting the value out of the items that you're buying. It's just you're getting some stats, but other than that, it's really not great. But also to point out that Oracle, like, he did a very good job because they played around the runes every single time they brought the numbers. But Extreme Gaming, you could see them move around and bringing in numbers, even though you have a sniper on your team who doesn't use the runes, but they are bringing 3-4 heroes with every single rune just to make sure that Storm's not getting it.
Yeah, that's another big impact, is how can you dissuade the usage of something that's so important to a hero, such as their innate. And I do think that if any team is going to be able to bounce back in this one, obviously we've already seen Extreme Gaming do it, but Astini, he's very good at that with P-Vision, right? He's a coach that we've always had such high energy from, but I also would love to see what he thought about this draft, how he's going to approach it again when they get back into those booths for Game 3.
I'm going to just say it. I feel like, historically speaking, Storm Anti-Mage has not worked. This is something that TI after TI, at the very least at Majors, we have seen. And a lot of the time, you have coaches coming into interviews after and saying, oh yeah, we picked Storm Anti-Mage. Like, the timing just doesn't work.
Oh, well, the timing is perfect for these players to return back to the stage. Get back into it, because our lower bracket is down to a game number 3. It is all on this game as to if you make it to the grand finals of TI 2025 or if your journey ends here. There's a lot on the lines for how they've spent the last few minutes discussing how they want to come into this. A fresh slate is what both teams are really going to need, and you're going to take your lessons from it on both sides, from a Game 1 and a Game 2 perspective.
Yeah, for sure. Something that did happen in this game number 2 was that they never killed a tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Like during this whole TI, this is the first time that P-Vision didn't manage to kill a tier 1 tower. They always, even in the losing games, they still kill tier 1 towers, but this also tells you the story about the game. I think it comes down to Sniper being able to defend the tower as well. They brought in numbers 10 minutes in, they try to go for the play, try to go for it, but it's way too much damage, and you don't really have that much, even though you did have Beastmaster, but Beastmaster also got shut down. Like even though they didn't necessarily kill him, they did manage to push him out of the lane multiple times. You saw Snapfire coming to the lane, forcing Oracle to TP, use Edict to try to save him. They don't get the kill, but they also get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like actually that you brought that up. Like when they opened their draft with Beastmaster, I also felt like he kind of didn't really get enabled as the same as the Centaur. And Beastmaster is also like, as nature, a very greedy hero. You want your carry gating over to you. So when you have not just the Storm anti-mage problem, but you have the anti-mage with the Beastmaster, which doesn't really offer a lot of synergy. Because Beastmaster, I think, in most cases, you want heroes that can abuse the fact that you can stick together early, take towers, you know, with the auras. Like heroes like Gyro, for example, Luna, for example, you know, that can come online earlier. With the anti-mage, it kind of feels like maybe you don't really have a lot of like overlapping timings in the early game, so you don't interact with each other a lot or at all, you know, in the early game. So that could have been the main problem why the early game was so difficult for the Elk and Oracle to be useful.
You know, maybe the idea is that with a Helm Dom, anti-mage can maybe function like that, even though it's not traditionally a hero that can rotate to something like a Beastmaster. Clearly it didn't work, right? Like this idea was wrong, but maybe that's the idea. Because I agree, you pick Beastmaster, the hero controls an area, he farms, and he creates this presence where you can no longer enter into that area without just dying. And it's this map control hero. So any carry that rotates to that is cool. He doesn't rotate to them to get kills. So maybe that's the issue. And you have to try these things in a game in order to figure out that, okay, because the Dom thing is completely new. Nobody was going Dom on anti-mage.
And also because I think in the recent series that we have in the main event, there's like a huge change in the way the middle lane is built, where we are picking more heroes that can defend and play around the mid tower instead of those rotating heroes, right? So with the Beastmaster, it's like you're waiting for your mid laner to rotate. But the Storm, in theory, he could rotate, but he couldn't leave because the Sniper was keeping him there. So it doesn't really unleash the Beastmaster skill.
I think the Sniper has to go. Not necessarily 100%. In the first phase, but I think in the second phase, you might need to remove it. This was the big part of the problem that they did face in this second game, and it's XM Sniper we're talking about. Like he's gonna find a way how to make this hero work.
It would be audacious to leave it, and it would be on purpose because they think they can beat it with something.
Well, we're soon to find out, because I have fantastic news for everyone. We do have a game number 3.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 3.
A lower bracket game 3. You could not ask for anything more. These two teams are so evenly skilled. It's going to come down a lot to draft what they think they're going to need. Extreme Gaming loved what the Centaur did for them in game number 1. They're going to pick it up for themselves. And of course, P-Vision not changing on that. They think the Beast was still a fantastic opener for them.
And I also like the change that they made here. Actually, last game, they first picked the Snapfire. This time, they feel like because the Centaur was such a crucial role in the last game, and they feel like they wouldn't be able to get the Centaur in the next phase, so they're changing their pick order up. They're picking the Centaur first. I think the Centaur is not replaceable, but the Snap is actually replaceable.
Snap could be Hoodwink, or
that could be Hoodwink
maybe
or something.
Dark Willow.
Yeah. Maybe even a Rubik, you know, I think a Rubik Centaur they could also.
Yeah, that's not bad, especially if there's good steals. But we can see Sniper banned out. They actually will first phase ban it.
Yeah, so what are the other mid heroes that can actually sit and defend the towers right now with the Sniper and SF being removed? It's kind of like the Invoker. Invoker is still remaining here. Maybe that is something that both teams could actually go to. Because I think there's a lot of emphasis between strategizing around the mid area. You need to be able to defend and hold that area so you actually have full control of the map. And obviously also the runes, right? You control the tower, you're going to get the runes.
I think Extreme would be pretty happy to get an XM Puck. So I would imagine them picking Puck and then plus something they can cover for Puck.
Oh, they want to speed things up.
Like Puck Bane.
This is going to be very tempo. A lot of tempo coming up from P-Vision. You have Chen, something that Falcons did run a couple of times. You have Beastmaster with the Helm of the Dominator as well, but this Beastmaster is still a flex pick. They could put it in the mid lane, so they want to see 2 heroes that Extreme Gaming is going to pick, and then they're going to decide where Beastmaster is going to go.
Centaur's pretty happy playing against Chen creeps though. Natural Crimson builder.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, you don't really care about the creeps as much.
We only seen exclusively mana burn up until yesterday when we saw KJ played with the yellow tomato creep.
So I imagine if Puck is coming out here, it's because they have to cover for it. Otherwise, you're getting like giga hard countered mid.
When you say hard countered mid, what does that look like?
Yeah, there's the DKs, Tinies of the world that are pretty good against Puck. Let's see, I mean, the biggest answer is, you know, something like a Huskar. The question is, does no one wanna whip it out here in the lower bracket finals? It's a bit rough.
It's a good Void Spirit game. They don't have that much control other than Puck. It's a good matchup for him. You're also going to be finding the backlines. Both of these supports from Extreme Gaming, they want to really keep the distance. You want to see Warlock in the backlines, waiting until he can drop the rocks, Snapfire with the kisses. Right now, they don't have any jump, and they need to find a way how to find these supports.
I mean, the other thing you have to consider is if you pick your mid hero here, and the enemy bans out 2 carry heroes, do you have a replacement for that carry hero? So you are definitely considering whether you should pick the carry hero if there are no optimal replacements for that right now.
How does Beast do against Puck mid? Because you could also Beast mid and then run like some Night Stalker off lane to try to hard counter the Puck. I don't feel like Warlock pressures something like a Night Stalker at all.
Yeah, no, you push the lane out with Fatal Bonds. I think that's what he wants, you know, as Night Stalker.
Yeah, he'll just farm.
Yeah, I mean, that could work in theory. But I think their concern right now here is less of the mid matchup. It's more about the carry. You know, can they actually get, because both teams are going to last pick their carries, right? So what if they pick one hero and they ban 2 and you don't have the option?
So what are you looking for? Something like Ursa, something along those lines. Temporary
Yeah, with the silence on the shot.
Yeah, that's very good against pretty much all
and
three.
And also the lane matchup against the Centaur. This is an extremely good lane matchup. Centaur struggles in this lane, and usually you have to buy a couple of rings to be able to stay in the lane. But even then, the lane is still very difficult.
Yeah, I think you just don't lane. I think XG's actually okay with this. Like, they're gonna do what they did last game, just literally cut the wave and drag to camps. And so now my question is, what can XG pick on last pick that will like completely hard counter a TA so Ame could rotate through the portal with a free farm Centaur who's cutting wave and take the tower?
It's a good PL game, huh? Again?
I was thinking PL. I mean, Gyrocopter is also...
Gyro is fine. Gyro is nice. And you have the standard Gyro plus Warlock lane, which is very, very good. I mean, anything that can gate, gank, and pressure the TA would be the most optimal right now. They've already taken out the TB. The TB is also a really good carry-to-carry matchup against the TA. And I feel like it seems like Extreme Gaming also really favors the carry-to-carry matchup. They want to have a matchup where Ame is very, very comfortable, and you've already heard it from the interview. Ame is going to carry us, you know. They are putting all the eggs in the Ame basket.
So I wouldn't mind seeing something like a troll as well. I think you're going to be laning against the Beastmaster. They don't have explosive damage to kill you immediately.
Yeah, that actually could really work well with the lineup. Troll, Warlock lane, and you have the troll with the Centaur and the card later, which works really well.
Yeah, we're definitely all fans of the late game that Centaur can come out. Extreme Gaming, so many options open now that they feel a little bit more stable in that off lane for themselves. I think that really opens up for Ame.
It's not an easy decision here for people because they have to decide what are the heroes that they need to ban. And on top of that, because they couldn't ban everything, so they have to pick something that is going to be able to cover for the third best hero as well, you know. And they also have to make sure that the hero works with their lineup. So a lot to consider here in this 23rd pick here for P-Vision.
Yeah, I mean, they have a ban before that as well, and so you have to hedge your bets. Where exactly does Extreme Gaming want to go? Where are they thinking some of their strengths could be? It's the so one of the first heroes you guys mentioned would be great for Extreme Gaming, and their last pick, Bristleback.
Off lane Bristleback, most likely with the foot wing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that does limit the carries that XG can pick. Now, a hero like Chaos Knight, which can go for the break facet, the 1/3 of the time break facet seems better, but no, they go for Medusa.
Not the most traditional gate ganking hero. You're probably not going to expect the Medusa to move around, but it is indeed overall a pretty good game for it.
This is not the lane that you want to be playing. Medusa plus Warlock, you're not getting the
but at the same
out of the lane, but they want to
Medusa
have
will lane well into
pick.
the Beast, you know. Like the Beast doesn't like to play into the Medusa's lane. I mean, I do feel like you can't use the
I mean, what about Bristle, though? Because Bristle's just giving Medusa free stick charges, right?
Yes.
So either way, yeah, very good lane for Medusa. I think maybe that's the idea.
Okay, so even if the Medusa can't rotate out, help those other lanes, is there a lot that can be put into her lane? Do we feel that this is something that is going to ramp up for Extreme Gaming? We'll see them succeed?
They have other 3-4 heroes that can actually play Dota. I don't think it's going to be as slow because you do have Snapfire, you have Centaur one more time, and you also have XM on his signature puck. So he's going to be having a time where he can dictate the tempo, go around the map and try to make stuff happen.
And some final thoughts very quickly from you, Jenkins and Winter as well. Our game number 3.
I think it's an excellent draft for Extreme. It's a little slow, but I think with the signatures they have, they're fine with it being a little slow.
I mean, I think it's a little too slow for my liking. So I'm going to go with P-Vision side.
Okay, well that is lucky because we do have Astini, the coach of P-Vision, standing on stage for some final words before game 3.
Absolutely. Here once more with Astini from P-Vision. So good to see you yet again. Sir, high stress moment here, I know, so we will get you to your team as soon as we can, but you win this, it's grand final time. Big moment for you. Any words that you shared with the team before going into this game?
Let's just pick a Chen so we don't need to smoke because they shout when we smoke and enemy knows. So let's just run it then without pressing smokes.
All right.
Our fans also shout when they smoke then.
Okay, well, fair enough for you, sir. All right, fantastic. Well, as we get into the game here, we've seen some pretty interesting picks, especially those last picks. I know you were probably hoping for another PO last pick from them. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. But the carry seemed to be extremely important in this series. Would you say that the carry is the most important role that you've seen so far when facing this team?
Everyone is important. It's a team game. If you think like this, you're going to lose.
Fantastic. And last question, of course, those surprise last picks. We do see the Dusa. No chance to pick the Anti-Mage on this one against it. How do you think you're going to be faring against this Dusa?
We pre-picked to it because Chen has mana burn creep, so we were expecting, it's expected.
Okay, all right. You almost gave me away some there. You never tell me anything. It was for the mana burn creep. They got it. Write that one down, pubbers. All right, my man. I'm going to give you the mic on this one. Last time, potentially, that you could be holding the mic on this stage. Probably not, though. So please, have your moment. Say something to the fans and have your word. Please, I'm giving it to you. This is full trust. Go for it.
It's a pleasure to be here, to hear the fans cheering. No matter for us, for Extreme, it's amazing to be here. The atmosphere, it's fucking TI, boys. It's amazing. Thank everyone that is part of this community. Thanks, let's go. Bora caralho.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing this man in the grand finals. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have brought so far, and we'll continue to bring as we go. That's my boy! It's game 3.
There we go. I mean, Astini, absolutely correct there. The atmosphere has been phenomenal this year here in Hamburg. Thanks to you guys all here in the Barclays Arena. And let's get into the action. It's game 3 time, Fog. Extreme versus P-Vision. We're going to find out who's going to make it up to the grand finals later today to face Team Falcons. What do you make of the drafts? Because first thing I see XG getting that super strong duo straight through out of the gate. Yep. The Snapfire and that Centaur combo.
Let's see if there is going to be that answer. Let's see whose strategy comes in superior this time around. Because this Medusa last pick, there's a lot of big benefits that it does have this game. They mentioned it on the panel about how versus that Bristle, right? He'll be able to just get those stick charges, constantly have mana in the lane. But my big thing that I want to point out is it's Medusa playing versus a minus armor strategy. And Medusa loves that because of the way the interaction works with the mana shield, since you don't have to worry as much.
I mean, and how much of a strength do you think that is, as Astini sort of talks about having the Chen, having this, sort of potential ways to have something that might cause issues for the Medusa?
Not sure. Honestly, I feel like the Medusa is going to be pretty okay unless somehow just gets completely surrounded from some types of summons with the Beastmaster rotation too, because Bristle just feeds you sticks. You're always going to have stick charges. Yes, Warlock's heal isn't going to be as effective, but you definitely can do quite a bit down here in terms of protecting Ame. We'll see how much that mana burn is effective, though, since they killed it immediately. Dies almost at an instant. And yeah, like you said, the top lane, right? It's XXS playing the Centaur. He was absolutely ridiculous last game.
Oh, he was.
A perfect game from him. And Jinkyun, he's playing his classic. And another small thing to touch on as well. I'd be small, but 9 Class is playing a more normal style hero. He's playing a ranged hero. So gonna see what he's gonna be able to do with this.
Absolutely. So still obviously a very strong hero. We've seen a lot of hoodwink come through and some people popping off on this hero. Yeah, eyes on 9 class to see what he's able to pull off this game. And with this sort of lane setup, you know, but we talk about obviously the strengths of the XG getting this classic combo that they'll go for if they can get. Yeah, how hard of a lane is it going to be for Satanic, or should it be fairly safe up there?
It's been a traditional counterpick, the TA versus the Centaur, since it's very low armor on Centaur. Once you get the meld points, it can really start to add up, but this lane is just strong, right? That's the thing about this Snapfire and Centaur. Even if they're versus some type of quote-unquote counters, they can absolutely trade. And you'll see him adapt his build slightly on XXS. He buys an early bring of protection this game to counteract some of that physical, and then he's still just gonna go the Dominator build, which is very good versus the minus armor.
And looking at the mid, you know, I thought we have seen some games where, you know, a puck gets through and not a lot of lockdown is drafted against that. Is this one of those as well where you're kind of like, this puck could be a bit slippery, or do you see P-Vision having those opportunities to trip XM up in the mid game?
Could absolutely be slippery, but I think, like Astini was saying, their draft this time around is more about just like grouping up and pushing rather than catching the puck in particular, but they will have tools anyway, right? The TA traps is probably going to be the best tools that silence to be able to lock down the puck once that shard does come out from the TA. But I think it's more about them they're looking to group up and barrel down those lanes very early on P-Vision and set that tempo this time around. I mean, Ame's mana is getting burned. So far, Ducalis is being pretty effective with those, but he does have mangoes to work with, so he is still getting his own out of the lane.
Yeah, not quite able to sort of stop Ame from getting the CS down here, getting pretty much the same as Satanic's finding on that top lane as the Templar Assassin.
And XXS, he's got the helm finished up, so it does feel like he's going to be pretty free up here in terms of getting the last hits versus the Hoodwink and the TA.
Yeah, at the moment, pretty much that mid lane where we're seeing the biggest difference right now. Of course, some of those denies being the boars of no one, but even outside of that, very much having the advantage against XM's puck on these first few waves mid.
Yeah, a bit more than half a level advantage at the moment for no one. Having a fantastic start to it. And checking the runes constantly, right? That's going to be the hard thing for the puck to get the fill up. When you're playing versus Beastmaster, he sends a board to one side, can go check the rune at the other one, he'll deny the top rune. And even Ducalis was actually making the move over to protect the rune as well, as we saw there with the Chen. Since his only real job is just to send this creep to mana burn the Medusa to make sure that DM can have a nice and solid lane.
Yeah, for sure I will, because for the most part, DM, he's not going to die against these two heroes, right? So another one of these offlaner heroes that's very, very safe to sort of be left on its own.
Most times versus the Warlock, right, it's not really ever a hero that likes to get, or wants, or can get kills inside the laning phase. It's very unlikely in these terms of play.
And of course, even on the top lane, honestly, I mean, there's sort of freedom for, as we've seen already, 9 class to head away, get some stacks going, because Satanic, as the TA, with the refraction and potential, you're not really going to kill this TA unless you're bringing in a +1 or making some sort of move through the twin gate.
Yeah, unless he makes a big mistake and steps up too far forward, but Satanic rarely does that, and Hoodwink is a very effective double stacker.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. A lot of stacks already being built up just 5 minutes in.
Xingqiu is doing similar, as we do see. It's not the same, you know, he doesn't have 3 stacks on each, but the double stacks are prepared, and now the lanes start to be broken. 5 minutes in, Xingqiu looking to put a bit more pressure onto no one.
And who would you imagine these stacks are going to be for? Is it for the TA, the Beast, or the Bristle?
Which ones? The ones in the
P-Vision stacks in the safe lane, in their own jungle.
Satanic.
Satanic.
They're usually just about enabling Satanic, yeah. Farms them super fast as well. But maybe if no one sees an opportunity, like if he's just going to get his bottle filled up, maybe he will clear 1 or 2. Either one of them is probably fine. Bottom DM is starting to cut the creep wave, since there's no way for them to really stop him. 1K lead at the moment for the side of P-Vision, just off of these lanes. Power rune, 10 seconds. Both supports looking to rotate on the side of P-Vision. And it does look Satanic. Satanic's just going to go work on the stacks now.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much, as you said, with the supports coming in for XM to have a chance of looking towards that.
XM.
The amplified damage rune will go the way of no one.
And Ducalis is starting to get some good damage onto him.
Quite a bit there.
DM is here.
And XM could still be in trouble with the orb he uses. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the waning rift. Another set of the axes, though. Oh, it's close. But XM will survive.
Oh, holy, 10 HP. Almost gets brought down there from the amp damage coming in from the Beast. Waning rift, perfectly placed from him as well. A lot of attention on these lanes from the side of P-Vision.
Radiant's
That's top. Satanic. Top of the net worth. Getting the most out of this laning stage. All 3 cores in a fantastic spot on P-Vision.
XXS Dominator's about to be finished, so that pressure in the top lane is going to start to ramp up a little more here. But Satanic, he can just clear out the wave very quickly, go to the jungle, get that effective farm. And no one, he actually stole some of the stack as we saw there. So with the axes, he was able to prevent them from clearing their own stacks. And Ducalis.
Axum has to go immediately for the TP out, whereas Ducalis would have been able to body block his escape there with the summons.
Yeah, so nice move. I mean, XXS goes back to his creeps, and he's like, hey, there's no stack here anymore. GQ, you lied to me. As it was taken away from the Beastmaster. 2K lead, just off of lanes. So the positioning of the lanes has been very smart with them having the Chen bottom so far.
And look at this movement. We're going to get P-Vision coming in with a pretty early play down towards the bottom. The 2 of them heading over to try and see if they can catch Arme.
Hey, this is really cool. With Satanic coming in.
Arme has got the 21 charges. We'll be able to pop them. Has a Mango as well. We'll see if that's enough there to save him, though, because Satanic's in on top of him. Arme trying to run away, but now he's out of options. No more mana to play with. They kill off the 2 of them and can get the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, and the timing. Look at XXS. He was 7 XP from hitting 6 for Stampede. If he had it, maybe they could have bailed and gotten out of there, but a perfect move from P-Vision to take advantage of no Stampede.
They're playing fast here, P-Vision.
Really
they're trying to get back to sort of the level that they were performing at in terms of speed in game 1.
They truly are looking to set that tempo this game, and it is a very, very strong tempo draft that they do have. All heroes very good at taking objectives early on, good at taking the Roche.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They're good at taking objectives, and they're also good at defending objectives, right? If you're extreme and you're now sort of saying, well, we want to try and push back, get some tier 1s in our favor, certainly this Bristle's turning up, or you've got the Beast or the Hoodwink spamming out the waves. It's not easy this game for Extreme to get anywhere close to the tempo that they were playing in game 2.
No, absolutely not. They do have a lot more team fight, I would say, this time around on the side of XG than we saw from either side last game, but if you fall behind too far in the lane, sometimes team fight can be problematic.
Because this indeed is quite an early gold lead coming into the 3 to 4K, just 9 minutes in. They're getting a lot out of the map here, P-Vision.
And we get the stack counter, it's gonna have to come up pretty soon. They've gotten, I believe, over 10 stacks already.
I mean, yeah, 9 Class has done so much here.
Yeah.
As you say, playing something a bit different to what he normally does, but showing that he can get some easy stacks going here for the team.
Mid lane, XM. Hangs on to the haste rune, that was a roar used. Yeah, the efficiency game from P-Vision with these lanes looking hot so far.
XXS. I mean, what sort of direction do you think he wants to be going this game with this build? He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is he considering rushing the auras again, or did you want to get the blink early this time?
And there are those stacks, so 8-2 right now. I'm thinking he might still do the Crimson if they do see people just start barreling down and running down the lanes, but he queues up the Lotus for now. So
okay.
Wanting to reflect the roar.
Okay.
Interesting one.
They're getting a little earlier than we normally see. Top, I'm going to go in with the Dream Coil. I mean, should be a pretty dead 9 class here. As, I'll get the Bushwhack off, but won't be able to survive. This X-Nova turns up, secures the kill.
Trap will slow down the push, though, taking out some of the creeps. They will put down the sentry to stop that deep push.
XM trying to deal with the mid. But, again, having a complete mana pool being drained here by the pressure of Ducalis.
Yeah, he's actually being very annoying on this Chen so far.
Yeah, he's drained a lot of mana this game.
He sure has. So for Ame, it's going to be back to the jungle. Slow the pace down for him. P-Vision, they're looking to defend their towers. They want to play this early game. A lot of heroes top, though, for XG. Stampede's at the ready. They have Golem if he does pop the Grimoire. Kiss is still not at the ready, though.
Satanic feeling confident.
Without Kiss, is pretty unlikely that they can bring him down just yet. So for Xingqiu, a bit under-leveled this time around.
Now, Arme, on the bottom side of things, we'll still have to do a bit of catching up. You know, it's about 2K coming up between the carries right now, just 11 minutes in, quite the difference. So they're going to need a fair bit of time, XG, to regain a hold on this game.
Yeah, Ame's looking for some late game, some pretty late game on this Dusa in particular. Even going for the Dormant Curio, as we saw there with the Mystical. Stacks will be worked on, and he does buy the plate mail. So XXS has shown the build that he wants to go for this time around.
And I imagine we'll see sort of similar things coming out from the supports, just everything they can buy to just sort of throw down onto the Medusa and keep Arme alive in the fights and in the defenses that are going to likely have to come together quite early this game if P-Vision keep up this sort of tempo.
There definitely is a lot of value to these Solar Crests and Lotuses being thrown onto this Dusa in particular, just to protect versus the massive physical that can come out here. XM trying to whittle down this mid tower, but Ducalis is just sticking around, clearing the creep wave as well, putting himself in a very safe position to not get ganked too.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to get to him. I mean, kind of for the whole lineup as well. Like, it's hard to sort of see a way that Extreme can catch out Satanic top, right? Like, how do you get the catch on this TA? How do you slow Satanic down?
It's only if he's out of position and you have Kisses, right? And you have them somehow sandwich on him. But Kisses have now been obtained. Level 6 is there for the Snapfire, but the way Satanic's playing, he's not only showing on the lane, right? Clears the wave super fast, backs up, goes to jungle. He is getting enabled pretty fast here. The Deso's gonna come out probably pre-14 minutes.
Absolutely, thanks to these stack-offs. The stacks coming out for 9 class.
Yeah.
Satanic getting so much here.
Looks like XG wants to take this tower. They want to try to slow down how much Templar Assassin is getting, but it's already almost 13 minutes in and they haven't taken out this tower. That's a pretty big deal.
Much slower from them this game 3 as opposed to the game 2.
And instantly, Ducalis, when he sees an opportunity, starts pushing mid as the Chen as well. Rotations are coming in, but he's getting some damage here.
They're gonna lead it on him with the Golem.
All right.
They want Ducalis gone. And they should get him here. It's XM able to push at least the Chen off their side of the map. I mean, it's in a game where it's kind of as slow as this, there's no hesitation dropping these ultimates, even for the supports.
Yep, and then you can use your Golem to just cut waves or go contest some of these potential stacks too. So looks like they will go mid. We'll claim their secondary tower here.
Yeah, well, at least sort of relieve some of the potential pressure that P-Vision might have looked to continue onto that mid-tier 1 tower. So being able to take out P-Visions, and that will ensure that they're able to hold their own for quite a bit longer around the mid.
P-Vision is going to hit a pretty scary triple timing, it looks like. The pipe for the Bristle is going to be done, the Beastmaster's Ags is going to be done, and the Deso for the TA is going to be done. So see how XG wants to deal with those 3 core timings? Since they're not going to want to have their Dusa get involved too early, the Puck is pretty behind as well, and the Centaur's gone for more about the buff up Dusa build. So perhaps they are just going to look to play a bit more of that farm sit back, but that is going to open up P-Vision to get these objectives.
Oh, for sure, right. Once those timings are done, they're going to group up and go straight for the Roshan, you'd imagine.
Yeah, Roche, and then it's, I mean, very early one too, potentially, before that Tormentor by a significant margin. And yeah, Beast Ags is going to be done there. We see XXS, he's using his creep to be a little annoying there, to block some camps, prevent some of that farm from Satanic, but there's that Deso, it's done.
Excellent timings again, as we were seeing in that game 1 performance from Satanic on the carry.
And Lotus Orb is done. They might actually bring Ame into these fights. If they throw everything onto him and he shows up with Manta, it might be necessary to have him there if they want to look to contest, but I'm even going to be able to get there in time, because look, the Roche is already getting started.
Yep, straight into the pit here.
It's going to die very fast here. The rally, the Aghanim's is now delivered for the Beastmaster.
I mean, they don't even need Satanic to be around with the Deso.
Nope.
They're doing it without him.
This does not seem like they are aware. Mid lane, they used the coil for 9 class, but he's actually going to get away.
He's away. And that's Roshan gone.
Okay, no one uses the roar. It would, perhaps just because he was going to start shifting positioning there. I'm not sure, but either way, 60 seconds, they get an Aegis.
Getting everything that they'd hoped for so far in this early game, P-Vision. It all seems like it's going to plan for them.
And Kisses were used, Coil was used too, so they can get the push going. XG has to be careful.
Could start falling into sort of a similar position as that XG were in the game 1 of this series, which proved to be a very tough one for them.
I mean,
it's a question this time round. I mean, I guess overall, trusting in a Medusa in this day and age definitely feels a lot more secure than trusting in a PL, right? Ame definitely has more of a chance this time round to be able to carry this one.
If he can get to the butterfly timing, similar, I mean, not similar to the TB, but in a kind of similar fashion in terms of how much physical damage he's playing against, how effective it can be, but P-Vision's just playing a bit too fast, a bit too clean so far here. 5K lead, TA at the absolute top, and his other cores, they're looking really good. This lineup definitely has a ton of synergy, as we're seeing on the side of P-Vision.
And now with the Blink Dagger online as well for Satanic, it's already been impossible for them to find an opportunity to try and catch him out whilst he's been farming.
XM
should be able to jump out. 9 class. Not able to get the connection there. XM calls the bluff, continues, but
there's a blink to chase
him. How much he wants to continue to try and run him down. 9class is going to have to bushwhack back up in a second if he could close in. They'll hit the scan. They know whereabouts XM is. Into the corner he goes, but not going to have any lockdown in range. He's out.
There's a creep there. Extra money. Satanic will take that one. Ame cleaning up some creeps bottom. Actually can't finish them off from Ducalis. As XG. Blink is going to be the next choice for XXS. It's been a very passive style, passive itemization from them. So next, we'll have that to at least jump in and be that tanky bruiser for the team.
Yeah, they need that. And we saw how great of opportunities he was able to find in that last game too as the Centaur.
I think
beautiful blink hoof stomps coming out from in there, and they need it now more than ever here in this Game 3 Extreme.
Absolutely, and he's got a lot of armor, right? But it does feel like there's an overwhelming amount of damage on P-Vision this time that I don't think XXS is going to be able to do what he did last time with absorbing all the hits. The meld, the deso, the bristle, it adds up quickly.
Gonna try and open up here on towards him, but Stampede is at the ready.
Wild Wing.
I do have a fair bit of control, not quite enough. So if they could continue to chase those, the Stampede comes to an end.
Can he get a boar hit onto him? It's starting to get a bit too far there.
He's gonna be fine. Let's roar down, but at the same time, they were able to force out the Stampede, so an ultimate for an ultimate.
Makes Satanic feel even safer. Doesn't have to worry about any Stampede to close the gap onto him while he's just farming it up. Shard purchased up for Satanic as well now, so XM has to be pretty careful in terms of those traps in the next upcoming fight, if it does happen, since we haven't had any fights really. 2-2, 18 minutes.
Even slow one this time in terms of kills, but yeah, the pressure that's building up from P-Vision, you can certainly feel it, so you'd imagine that Extreme, they're feeling it as well.
Yeah, let's see if they look to do similar about contesting that Roche in a way as that last time, since they do already have the wards set up top. About a minute and a half until that Tormentor does come up.
And looking set to sort of be able to line up this next round of timings, both No One and Satanic going for the BKBs next. We're gonna see Extreme try to catch them by surprise. They're coming out with the smoke, seeing if they can kind of catch them separate from one another. No One is down on the bottom lane, but still has a minute left on the Aegis and does have Ducalis by his side.
XM looking for the angle.
You know, to clean out the summons first.
Just some money. He'll buy a blink as well, so double blink now on the Puck and the Centaur to be able to jump toward the backlines. But oh no, the economy game. Look, it just continues to throw.
Just making so much more.
Yeah.
I mean, Satanic now 3K gold ahead of that of Ame's Medusa. This T8 is getting out of control.
All three cores are just hitting creeps in a very good fashion. And now Beastmaster, they can look to play around No One, since he still has this Aegis. 30 seconds till that Tormentor. It really does feel like they're getting everything out of the map here on P-Vision. And XG, even though the Deuce is farming, the other two cores are falling behind.
It really feels like one of those games where they're gonna have to go all in on keeping Ame alive, just hoping that on the Medusa, he'll have a chance to scale forward to the later stages of the game and turn this one around for Extreme.
How many Lotuses are they're picking up? Not Lotus Orbs, the great healing Lotuses. This is something definitely always to point out when you're playing with a Medusa on your draft. I see Jinkyu has one great healing Lotus, so I'll have to see if that makes a difference in the fight, as the Tormentor just dies in an instant.
Yeah, they can take any of these objectives so quickly with this sort of lineup.
Mid, XM.
Gonna get the catch on him. Look at the Essence ring off and a jump to the low ground with the Waning Rift and with the Shield Rune as well. He'll be fine this time, but it's close.
I know, they're just getting more and more ahead though. P-Vision hitting all these timings. As you said, the BKB is starting to roll in, a full S and Y for DM. When is the timing gonna feel for XG that they want to actually group up? Is it gonna be around Ame's Butterfly?
I think it has to be.
It probably has to be, otherwise it feels like they're just losing too much control of the map. No One. I'm trying for the catch.
They're definitely just gonna be looking to Ame, and it's gonna be on him when the call's made to try and fight.
And is it going to work out versus all these auras? This is the thing that the Chen can always bring in. Ducalis did get the Shard before too, so we're going to see an Ancient Granite Golem. He's got the Wild Wing Ripper for that plus armor as well too. Their group up is terrifying on people.
It's strong, and you're certainly seeing it in effect here now, starting to approach the tier 2 on the bottom. We will see the smoke come through here from XM and Jinkyu as they make their way over.
The question is really going to be from XG is, are they going to have damage when they show up to the fight versus all these auras and all these items that P-Vision has been able to rack up?
Let's have a look. They're ready and set up. Arme prepared and ready to join them. But the tower's falling.
Ooh. No one. The axes actually clip XXS as it looked like he was going to attempt for a blink stun there.
They'll smoke up themselves. You know, P-Vision are not afraid of taking this fight. If Extreme end up walking into them, because they don't have Satanic with them. But as it is, I mean, XG just don't get the chance to jump. They will be able to push them back and hold on to that bottom area for a little longer, but they don't get a catch.
I mean, look at the Dominator creep from XXS, preventing that tier 2 from being pushed. He's racked up, what? Is that 3 creep waves? I believe it is, so. Delaying the push.
Doing everything they can to try and expand the amount of space that Arme has to farm safely in.
Do they look to push with this triple creep wave? I mean, it's a pretty big wave. Sure, they have ways to clear it out, but could look to pressure here. How long on Roche? About 30 seconds until we find out. P-Vision looking to set up around bottom. They have so many auras.
I mean, it could end up being a bit of a double-edged sword, right, for XG in the sense that they got this big triple creep wave coming in. Arme's going to want to be there to farm it.
They might jump
but maybe that's just sort of a setup for P-Vision to push in, as you say, with the creep wave and catch Arme out. So Arme, as tempting as this creep wave looks, he's got to be careful.
They actually have vision of him, so it looks like they're going to strike elsewhere, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, in the mid.
They're going to go for it. The Lotus was there in time. Cookie to get him back a little bit safely under the tier 2 tower. XXS will be fine.
Arme.
Except, get the Dream calling on a no one, but the BKB's there. Kiss is coming out, but P-Vision able to back off.
Instant disengage after they force TPs, and that's Coil plus Kiss's Roche is up. BKB was forced there from no one. But they bring this Roche down very quick if Satanic is there. Satanic, he is looking for the answer for that butterfly that he did see picked up, of course, from Ame. The MKB is going to come very quick as well.
It really is. It's going to pretty much come guaranteed before Ame is even able to get that next time on top of the butterfly. Oh, and he's trying to find.
Look at the last hits this game. 413 on Satanic, 331 on Ame. I mean, I know it's 2-2, but approaching almost 20 CS a minute. That is absolutely insane.
Autumn. P-Vision ready to get back on with the push. XG, they were able to slow them down earlier, but this time round, they're going to have to let the tier 2 likely fall.
And Roche is up. So, XXS, he's going to try to hold on to it as long as possible. No one's got last touch.
Satanic, he's in. And straight away, XXS just has to pop Stampede immediately. He's terrified.
That is extremely early to pop there. And now no Stampede, no kisses, and the Roche is up. Can XG look to contest this Roshan that they're just going to walk right into? Doesn't feel like it.
I mean, they've hit it with the scan, but as you said, there's no Stampede. It's a risky move to make, but...
There's XM.
Let's see if they can try and do something.
Oop, XM jumps up because the smoke broke, but it was actually 9 class who scouted him in the tree line.
Roshan's falling pretty quickly. Carlos scouting things out here with the creep.
Roche is going to start shifting in 15 seconds.
And XG, how much time do they want to spend sort of hovering around this area, trying to have some sort of say on the Roshan?
They really don't want to just give it for free. Their ultis are coming back up. This is in 5.
Yeah, and Satanic, he's just going to be able to clear these camps. That will be the MKB money done. Ready for the next fight. So even though XG is trying to look for a way to get Arme to turn up, if Satanic gets his hands on him, Medusa's not going to stand a lot of chance in carrying the team fight.
He's also got the 20 talent too, so that extra damage that's going to come in from it, he's going to hit so hard if he's able to actually focus fire.
Arme.
XXS tries for the jump. No one, not going to get caught.
Should start to feel a little safer in terms of how he positions himself. The Stampede's going to be back up in about 10 seconds.
All right, how's the cart looking? It's getting closer.
It is about 600 gold away for XXS.
Shannon watching somewhere, very excited.
And we have around the pit.
Word is placed down. 9 class will give the scouting information.
P-Vision still very much respecting the presence of Extreme. Not going straight into the pit themselves.
But they are forcing XG to stay in the area, and no one is farming.
Easy dodge there.
No one is just chilling bottom side, getting that extra farm, while all of XG has to stay in this area to watch the Roche. Amp damage also on Satanic for this next bit of time, so if they do see an opportunity, they can still go for that Roche very quickly here. No one is forcing the bottom side in.
Extreme starting to split back up, so they can at least have Arme getting a bit of farm on that top side.
What's the choice going to be? Oh, P-Vision looking to make a move that they're just gonna push.
I mean, with the position the Satanic's in, they absolutely can. He doesn't need an Aegis to start hitting these tier 3s and seeing what happens.
It's a catapult wave as well, too, so an effective push.
Oh, look at the Dream Coil. Nothing more to follow up immediately. The hoof stomp is there. But getting through the refraction is not happening. Satanic just staying at full HP.
They didn't even have to pop anything there. Now potentially can back up and just look for that Roche. With those ults being used, could be an option if they want to. Satanic still having the BKB at the ready. Immediately, no one. He goes in. They do see it though. So they do have a ward right outside the pit. So they see that he starts it.
XG. Right behind them though. They don't want to let this happen.
Bottom, someone has to stay down there. If they don't,
that's true. Satanic could start getting kind of cheeky down.
And he's got the frenzy creep too, so the attack speed bonus is going to be there to keep that push.
Let's see how much he can get away with.
Oh, they're getting split up, Owen.
They got to make a call. They got to do something.
What's the choice? Do you go for the Roche? Do you go for your buildings?
Army's in position to try and hold on the bottom, and he's very close to the Skadi, but when this sort of split-up's happening, P-Vision can get back into the Roche pit.
And there's no roar for 20 seconds. It's gonna die fast, Owen.
Maybe they could try for a steal. XXS in with a stomp, but it's a little early to make a steal happen.
Yep. And Ame is not here.
And Satanic, he's now returned to the side of P-Vision, so...
Roar up in 3 seconds.
Can they time this? XM, he jumps in. Look at the Stampede as well. There's the jump with the Who's to make XXS. He's going to try and get the pick up there, but the Roche we killed off. Who's able to grab the Aegis?
Nobody is.
Done. XXS will be able to steal it. And they've killed off the two of them.
What a
timing there. Coming in with the Stone Gaze, putting a stop to it all. And they clean up the chat as well. All right, Extreme.
XXS gets the connection. The roar came up in time. It hits everybody on the side of P-Vision. They have the information. XG, they're here to play.
Yeah, quite a bit of action coming out of nowhere there. And now with the Aegis in their hands, not something that P-Vision is going to be able to rely on. It gives an opening for them to start the push back their own way. We'll see this jump again.
I mean, no one could pick it up. XXS was just right on top of it. They couldn't click it.
Yeah, and Ame just able to step up with the Stone Gaze. No one getting frozen by it, and no position really for Satanic to be able to turn and fight with Ame in there with the ultimate.
That was picture perfect from XG.
They needed that. They needed that big time. That Roshan, that Aegis slips away.
And they make the right call, right? Those little split up things that they were doing, having Ame bottom, they come at the exact moment.
And any sort of time they can buy to try and get Ame online, and we were seeing just with that move alone, with Dota Plus starting to favor that of XG.
Medusa's starting to get there.
They know the potential of the Medusa, especially now when he's back up to the top level with that as Satanic's farm.
Yep.
A massive move there from XG that absolutely keeps them in the game.
And now we're going to see that matchup in particular, right? This Medusa versus the minus armor draft. How tanky she truly can be. Now that she's been able to get this farm. Having the Skadi, having the Daedalus next. P-Vision. The plan has been broken a bit here. What's going to be the adaptation they go for?
Well, let's see what XG do now with this chance to potentially gain the advantage themselves.
Let's see if P-Vision gets caught in that type of scenario with the fight again, too, because Satanic literally got 0 attacks off because of that Stone Gaze connecting onto him.
Yeah, he just could not turn and fight back.
5-2, but tense moments.
XG. Coming in with the smoke, scan to hit as well. They know that somebody's up here.
XXS. With this Aegis, with this card, they can play pretty aggressively because he's got this potential save always for any of his cores, even XM if he gets caught in a silence. Push again, P-Vision, they're still gonna keep pressuring this bottom side with the catapult. Ame will have to respond.
The Hurricane Pike done now on Satanic, so a chance to slide out, reset, still get the hits in, even around that. But XXS trying to make the move on to DM. DM, of course, very, very tanky.
He did just pick up a heart, so very unlikely they can actually chase this Bristle back there. And it looks like P-Vision not really overreacting to all these plays that have happened so far. Still splitting up, getting that farm going. Beastmaster, a full refresher finished up. So still feeling confident. Maybe waiting until that Aegis goes down and looking for their own player. Maybe they're just going to look to play around objectives every single time. Look to play, go for the next Roche themselves once it does get taken away.
Still very much knowing that kind of across the board, the farm does favor them on their 3 cores. For XG, it's very top heavy, resting on the shoulders of Ame on the Medusa.
He does not have that Aegis, of course, too. So if they full focus fire the Medusa, they could potentially kill if they have XXS controlled in a way, so he can't card it.
They're going to have a haste rune ready for no one for the next move, and of course with that freshly picked up refresher, chance to find that solid initiation with the double roar.
Going for his own Lincolns too, so he doesn't roar himself potentially.
DM just continuing to grab this mid wave, making sure that with these last moments of the Aegis on XG, they can't really push on for tier 2s.
No. Too hard to push out also versus TA. TA just puts traps in every lane, just can pop the trap and continue to slow down the push too. So P-Vision's, when the game slows down, you still see that economy game go up for them. Even though they did lose that Roshan area, they go back up to this 12K lead after just a couple moments.
Stepping out in the bottom lane here. Okay. Last 30 seconds of XXS's Aegis, and ready to see if they can make some sort of jump. Not gonna happen. Satanic quick with the blink.
20 seconds left on it.
I mean, can they try and push this tier 1 tower, or is that still a little too risky, do you think, for them?
It can be dangerous. P-Vision can definitely still look for these fights.
I mean, Ame feels strong. Does have a lot of damage to dish out with that Daedalus stun.
Oh, clever move there from no one. He was gonna go through the portal and he was a bit afraid, and for good reason. XXS was there ready with the Centaur Conqueror. Sends the board through scouts. Now they're gonna TP. P-Vision is looking for the fight now. Civ Extreme is able to work that magic they did before. Positioned on the high ground. A Daedalus set on Ame.
Now ready to start hunting for them. XM ready to join. I mean, they could be in a good spot to try and just sort of attack from the backside here and get this wraparound.
They don't have a smoke of their own. So it's gonna be revealed immediately when they kill the trap here.
Xnova will pick up one now, but it has to make its way out to him, so.
And the push.
It's gonna come in.
DM's gonna hit the tower.
Yeah, they gotta get back in now.
Flip is forced.
XXS does get the jump, but again, this Bristle feels pretty unkillable at this moment in time.
Not the target they want.
P-Vision just continuing to do a very good job of keeping these lanes in a position that for Extreme to sort of get out and get aggressive with the Medusa. It's rather difficult. The best they can do is sort of respond, as we saw them do to that Roshan attempt from P-Vision.
That's probably
that to get Ame in position to fight.
I mean, that feels like what this game is just going to be, right? It's going to be about the Roshan contest. Who's going to be able to get these Aegis at this point? P-Vision, every time the game slows down, their net worth just continues to skyrocket on the 3 cores, so. Let's see how these next approaches come. As Ame, level 23 has been hit. Getting closer and closer toward 25. But same thing for Satanic to be said. 24, he's got the Swift Blink finished up. His damage also continues to grow. This has to be the lowest kill count game I think I've ever had at 35 minutes in.
It's a tense one. Now we'll call it that, but yeah, 5-2 at 35 minutes in. Pretty crazy.
It truly is. It is the most important game for these teams at the moment.
And the last chance for both of them to make it forward to the grand finals of the International. Nobody wants to be the first to make the mistake that could cost their team the game. So both teams playing ever so careful now in these moments.
Ooh, and Ame looks like he is going to go down Silver Edge route. So looking for an option to be able to actually kill DM, because until they have a Silver Edge, killing him just feels pretty impossible for now. And DM has been posturing himself a bit far forward here. No one, as we said, the Lincoln's soon to be finished to prevent roaring himself in particular. And yeah, P-Vision, as we said, gold lead. They do continue to grow it. Ducalis also going for the Crimson Guard next to block out some of that Deuce's damage. 25 has been hit. Satanic. Fraction instances are there.
Now Ame very close to 25 himself. Just under a level behind.
XM will be able to snatch that shield rune. DM was about to pick it up.
XXS holding on to the defense down bottom.
Roche, it's a very, very quick spawn, Owen.
Trying to clear out the way, but we're going to see Satanic make the jump over towards him. He's got the Ghost Scepter at the ready, though, XXS. So at the moment, of course, no answer from P-Vision for that. They're very close to having Nullifier on DM, so shortly that won't be as much of a problem.
So Reg almost for that Medusa as well with the kill the Bristle. XM scouts the Roche.
They'll definitely want to have a say about this. As we saw last time for Extreme, it absolutely gave them a little bit of life in this game to get Arme to a position where he might just be able to carry them here on the Medusa. Can they contest the Roche successfully again, though?
And we have to keep eyes also this Roar of Retribution. It's something we always have to keep tab of in these fights because it does make you take that extra damage too. So we did see really make a difference in that last fight. DM.
It's going to start it straight away. XM knows what's up. P-Vision, definitely after the last situation, are going to be much more careful about how they go about taking Roshan down.
But farming a lot, right? You see Satanic still continue to hit creeps bottom, top. No one was also just farming it up. So every moment that goes by, the gold lead does continue to go up for them. Tense moments here at the standoff. P-Vision.
Close to a big purchase as well for 9 class. Nearly has the E-Blade, so obviously a chance to buff up the burst, but also potentially save those that are getting gone upon by the Medusa.
I mean, if the Manta gets used and he just E-Blades Medusa, that's a long time that she's not going to be able to attack, so could be a very, very good pickup if he is able to get it.
DM, he knows that he can very safely start working on the Roshan. Arme and XXS step forward, stay safely, like the break comes in, he didn't expect that!
He did not see it!
Oh my goodness, yeah, the Silver Edge reveal there from Arme, allowing them to just destroy this Bristle. He did not expect that one bit.
And Aurora actually went off during it too, so now XG can potentially start. This DM is dead for 65 seconds. He used his gold.
And the Silver Edge purchase coming in geniusly there from Arme.
He truly did not expect it to come right there. Immediately gets deleted. Satanic now bottom.
Gonna try and put a bit of split push pressure on. We'll get the tower. Arme's able to push back the wave though.
He's trying to buy time for his Bristle to respawn for that Roche contest. Arme, 25 is hit, plus 40 int. A lot tankier now.
We'll head back around the Roshan.
And the next few pickups too for Arme are going to be scary, right? And once he gets the Aghanims with this build, Daedalus plus Scotty, he is going to be hitting very hard on everybody.
They can step into the pit themselves now. XM's got his eyes on him. XXS in. There's another pickoff here around the pit, definitely setting up now for the opportunity to step in and go for this. 9 class will buy back, and they'll have DM back in 10 seconds. Arme's going to take this down pretty quickly, though. He's got a lot of damage on the Medusa. P-Vision, if they want to interrupt, they've got to try and do it soon.
There's the roar. But Link does tap it.
Can they time it? Already know. Except he's on the back lines. He's up in the high ground, and he's making sure that there's no chance of interruption. He gets in with the Dream Coil and makes sure they do not have any option of interrupting. So it's an easy secure there with the Roshan for XG. Arme now with the Aegis.
For Fresher, Shardnu, now 2 for the Centaur. He has double ways to protect his core. Double Stampede, double Workhorse. If he wants to keep it, that is. They could even give it to Arme or to the Puck. All are very good options. This truly is building up to be the hyper carries versus the hyper carries, but this Dusa is getting very scary, Owen.
Absolutely. You can only imagine that from XG's side of things, they are going to feel that this game, it's getting to the point where Arme is absolutely going to have what it takes to carry them through to the grand finals.
Even if they are, quote-unquote, getting out-farmed by these multiple cores, the Dusa can stand her own versus this for sure. As DM has to be very careful now at this point, too. He can just die in an instant, in one stun. Can't just get brought down because of that Silver Edge.
So where Arme's going to go next in the build. Looks to be going for the Swift Blink, wants that extra bit of mobility and positioning to get stuck in right in the midst of the team fight, knowing that he has so many ways that he can be bailed out even if the initiation goes wrong. See the jump straight away in, there they go, they look towards him, but the roar comes out, and now the damage will take down, it comes in and he focuses towards XXS, takes him down. Arme moves forward over towards DM, able to turn his back and run this time. The break comes in, the outlaw stuff gives him a chance to continue to escape. They have the bushwhack locked down on towards Arme, starting to fall low on the mana, cooking forward aggressively. Arme trying to push on forward against the two of them, trying to chase down no one, but the mana's gone. Arme is so low, he's still, of course, has the Aegis. Can Satanic finish him off the once he can? That's the Aegis gone. Round 2 though, XM make the jump in onto Satanic with a dream call. BKB there straight away. Satanic retreats.
They're kiting him. They're trying to control Ame here.
Can they get back in on this? The bushwhack's there. Satanic bringing in the damage. Is it enough to take down Ame? No, he's still got half mana to play with. Not quite enough physical to burst through the Medusa.
He's almost alone now. It's just him and XM versus 5.
XM in with the jump, finds the chance to close in on towards 9 class on the back line. Satanic still trying to push up, but the damage from XM enough to bring down 9 class.
Ame.
Looking at Ame wants the Manta, trying to chase this TA out of the edge of the fight. Ame looks now towards DM. He's now out of mana completely though, Ame. He's trying to stand his ground, but no one's backing on top of XM. Looking to Satanic. Satanic down, they've lost Ame. XM survives, kills Satanic off. And can he get out? He's away with the phase shift and the blink, the orbs up. They're TPing over, trying to look for him. The Stampede's back there. The axes won't flip him. XM, he'll get out alive.
What an absolutely crazy fight. I mean, splitting things up. They take out XXS at the start of things, so there's no cart to protect Ame, and they isolate him. But at the end of it all, XM actually finishes off Satanic. What a crazy fight. Was that 3 roars I think I saw from the Beastmaster in one fight? Must have been, as no one finds the backline there. My goodness, this game showing to be absolutely anybody still.
And just showing sort of how particular P-Vision have to be with kind of the focus in these fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, are they calling to go all in on the Medusa, or do they have to now spend more resources on being like, hey, our TA on the backlines, it's getting destroyed by this puck. We've got to somehow get XM off Satanic.
They still have, I think their approach of killing XXS at the start of things, though, looks the best, right? Prevent him from getting Stampede or Workhorse and then try to isolate things, but it is not an easy approach by any means. Not from either team, as you see there. And amp damage, though, that could make things quite a bit easier. This does spawn top.
Ready for the next fight. XM now hitting the 25.
And
as the Aghanims.
And an amp damage, and they give him the Refresher Shard. That could be absolutely massive.
Yet to die this game here,
yeah.
XM.
Has not been tripped up by any of these little Templar Assassin Shard traps just yet. He might turn into the real carry as well, too.
They're just doing so much in that last team fight, especially when you consider just relatively the position he was in terms of farm compared to like all 3 of the cores of P-Vision. You know, he was a fair few thousand behind, but still just doing so much with the resources that he has on the puck.
This level 25 might change the game, might just make it very much harder for P-Vision to actually approach things, because now Ame, he literally can just charge in. If there's a coil, he gets in front of them with Stone Gaze. They might just die because of this, because they won't be able to break out without getting stunned.
No, for sure, and they can maybe sort of try and turn and stand their ground and try and kill Ame. But even though they did in that last fight, you saw just how long it did take to bring the Medusa down.
I mean, look at this. A Yule's now picked up for no one. So looking for any ways of maybe just delaying and prolonging these fights. A Wind Waker, perhaps.
He can pick that up.
It's going to be some crazy... These team fights could last over a minute, and we could see potentially, what, 3 roars, 4 roars?
I mean, we've got to be careful with the buybacks, right?
Yeah. How are those looking?
A few of them are a little short on the gold, especially with this purchase, so Ame very much going all in, gets the disperser completed.
This next fight is going to be crazy.
If XM gets a good dream coil,
and he's going to get one.
He's going to find the big one as well as Satanic.
找到了，圣堂秒掉了圣堂。好的，我们现在看能不能留住城。好的，现在就往上来吼了一下，但是没有用了。圣堂买活。
Pushing in with the Stone Gaze, Satanic watching for the side.
留下，留下，留下。
But Satanic turns, brings the Centaur down.
A bit too deep.
They want more with this buyback from Satanic. They look towards Ame. Ame up to the high ground. They'll have to break it again on towards DM, and the bushwhack from 9 class holds Ame in position. They're kiting out the Medusa for now. XM continue to try and just push away the attention, take it away from Ame. He's going to be gone. They trip him up as he attempts to jump out. So Satanic, the buyback pays off. Buybacks are going to continue. XXS, he wants to get back in on the action. And now XM, he wants a part of it as well. They're going to break it again onto DM. Finish off the bristle. DM able to get through the trees. Cooking out, Ame close the gap, get another touch in on towards him. He speeds up with the disperser. Stampede as well. They're chasing down DM. Scatterblast hits Ame in on top of the bristle. Nowhere for DM to run. Take the bristle down.
Multiple buybacks from both sides. trying to kite the Dusa as best as possible, trying to go for these backline heroes on P-Vision, but it's hard to ignore Ame. He's got too many tools to catch up to them there with the Stampedes, with the Disperser, but XM did buyback.
He did.
That is a big one too.
Him and XXS coming in with a buyback. We'll see how much they want to try and force it, because obviously if they can take Satanic out,
could just be
it could be game over. Whereas for them, if say they do die, they don't have the buybacks available. As long as Ame's still in the game, ready to hold, there's a chance that XG could hold without the full 5-man. So a slight window opportunity here for XG if they want to try and play on the aggressive.
Absolutely. We see there, I mean, Ame, he now has gold for the buyback. We're seeing the switch and build here from Satanic. He's going for a butterfly, so looking for a tool to be able to fight back versus this Dusa. But this 25 coil, you see the power of it.
XM.
You just get a catch onto the main core, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay versus it.
Especially if we can get this nullifier as well. If he's able to jump in, get the coil off, throw the nullifier down on a key target, that should be the setup required for Ame to follow, bring in the damage, and get these sort of kills.
Because the only way that they can actually save versus that Ags coil is the Wind Waker from no one at the moment. So if they do get that nullifier on top of it, it could just be game if they do bring down that TA.
Buyback situation, as we say, has to be watched here in this next play.
Watch no one in particular. He might change the way he plays and approaches a bit here because of this Wind Waker to protect the TA versus that 25 coil.
He's going to be desperately trying to scramble together that last 1,000 gold or so. Does not want to be caught without the money for buyback.
Very true.
And BKB now for DM, so give him a bit of a better chance of being caught and found at the start.
This game is absolutely crazy.
I mean, here we go. They're going to go for the smoke P-Vision. A potentially risky move, but again, at the same time, if they can get Satanic in position and they can kill both XM and XXS, that'll at least give them the opportunity to very likely secure the next Roshan and maybe even take away a set of racks. Maybe even more.
It has to be the way they approach, right? Is isolate the Dusa, kill the rest of the targets, and then go for Ame commits the goal.
He is going all in. No buyback on him, so now essentially all 3 cores of Extreme playing without buyback here with Ame spending up.
It is a extremely strong pickup.
Gonna go for the Raw. This rack as well. Just a little bit of a tease to see what they get out of XG. Nothing too much to be forced.
I mean, this Aghanim is pretty ridiculous. Gonna be able to hit all the targets.
And they're gonna go
time.
for this XG straight away. With Ame going all in, they want to try and enable him in the fight and find the opportunity to bring down Satanic and take him out for good whilst his buyback's still on cooldown for 4 minutes.
Roshan up 2 seconds. Who's gonna get the positioning for this one here? No one does have the buyback at the ready.
That's the nullifier done here for XM.
Okay. Now, as you said, now he can pretty much prevent that save that can come out from the Beastmaster and focus that target. Allow his Dusa to hit.
P-Vision, what's the call?
Roche is gonna get started. Ame. The roar will come out.
Okay, P-Vision making their way over. Smoke up from themselves.
Incredibly
to hold the high ground.
Ame. That Outworld staff could come into play to protect DM a lot versus this break right now.
We're seeing it already a few times, given that extra little moment to survive throughout the break duration.
Yeah, split-second things could absolutely make the difference here. Either that or an E-Blade to protect DM if the nullifier is not on him.
P-Vision being persistent here with their attempts to try and catch XG by surprise.
What's the rune gonna be?
No one's got the high ground set up. They're gonna see Ame step forward. They get the pushback on BKB for no one. He's ready to look for them. He gets the roll straight away onto the center. They're trying to focus XXS so he cannot get the save off. DM trying to push him away from Ame. Refresher will pot to the Wind Waker away. No one trying to step out of the fight. Ame getting a few hits with the Skadi, but the BKB's out for no one. He'll get out successfully.
Spell casting super fast from both sides. The E-Blade thrown on DM to protect him.
I mean, and we're seeing just, for no one, he's only got his sights set for the Centaur. He wants to make sure that at every possibility, there is no chance that XXS can get in and get Ame in the car.
And that was his Aeon Disc popped. So a very important one, XXS, it's 80 seconds that Aeon Disc won't be available for him if they do focus him.
P-Vision.
Standoff at the Roche again.
Satanic thinks about sort of pushing forward onto the Roche himself. Another smoke from P-Vision there. They're eating through these smokes.
That coil still on cooldown, 20 seconds also. Doesn't look like they'll be able to take advantage of that one as the buybacks are getting closer and closer.
They are just a couple more minutes until we'll start seeing them all come back online. Arme also very close to farming his backup, 1,400 to go. And Satanic, yeah, considering his next option.
The XG has to just stay in this area though. I said XXS, 25 seconds. Aeon Disc is gonna be back at the ready.
Both teams wanting the Roshan, but also not wanting to get caught without the buybacks.
It's all going to be about who can get the better initiation, who can get these catches on these cores, who can kite out these super strong carries. Ame
is in.
Start.
Stampede at the ready. They have the means to save him if he gets jumped. P-Vision knows, so very cautiously approaching the fight.
Taking out a fair bit of mana already. That's 1,200 gone. Double catapult wave on top with, I don't even know how many, 12 range creeps. So top tower, very likely to fall too. So tier 2 pressure. Someone's gonna have to deal with it. It's gonna be XM.
And no one able to farm up enough buyback to get the Aghanim's blessing and still have the buyback gold.
All right.
Satanic's turn
starting it again.
Try and take a poke at the Roshan. Stampede's gonna be there. Off to the side, they're looking at DM, force out the BKB.
It's too hard for DM. Too hard for them to focus him. He BKBs and then he outworld staffs and we'll be okay. No BKB though, 85 seconds, but that is a Stampede used.
Roshan, now down to close to half HP. No one, as you say, he's just sort of focused on getting pressure on elsewhere, maybe see if he can get a chance to kind of peel some of the attention away from Roshan, but Ame straight back in the pit once more.
Ame is 150 short of buyback. Satanic's buyback is back at the ready.
All right. Yeah, full lineup having the buyback now. Online for P-Vision, they've all got the gold.
20 seconds for the puck and the Centaur, but they are actually missing the gold.
And of course, with Roshan being in this position, it will be that much easier for P-Vision as a whole to bring in those buybacks and use those second lives if the fight goes down here.
Absolutely. Being on the dire side.
So P-Vision, they'll definitely want to try and push to take this Roche before it makes the move in a couple of minutes.
It's dropping low.
This is the favorable spot for them.
You can feel that pressure.
This could be a very, very painful team fight for one of these two teams.
They dropped the banner for Vision.
After the jump of the outward stomp. It's there. So the hoof stomp. Them trying to get back in onto Arme.
I mean, that's pretty funny, right? They dropped the banner just for Vision. Since I don't believe that they have any wards left. I haven't been able to check. Okay, they do still have one left on X-Nova, but...
XG will have to deal a little bit with the creeps. That top wave getting very close to the base, so...
Roche is gonna start shifting, I mean, relatively soon, 40 seconds.
As we said, that will very much be in XG's favor, if they can sort of wait this out.
Ame.
He's gonna get bashed by the Roshan! The Wind Waker ready to get him safely out of the pit. Gotta be careful when you come close to the Roche.
I think Ame got out of range of the sentry there, so he was invis, wasn't able to get that roar.
Looking at DM again. DM BKB back up on off cooldown.
How many greater healing lotuses as well do they have? I've been just checking. XG always seems to have at least 2 at the ready, so they will be feeding those to Ame.
So XG's chilling out a bit now. But they know that 55 minutes is coming up.
They're finishing that buyback, right, in particular. We're potentially going to have all 10 heroes with buyback soon. XXS, the only one short of it, 900 gold away.
And they knew that, you know, the chances of the Roshan dying in the 5 seconds before he moves were unlikely, so XG able to sort of wait out that Roche position and are now going to be able to play on in a spot where their buybacks now will be the stronger as they're going to be able to have that TP point close to the Roche.
P-Vision just continues to just send creeps to the sides. They're trying to get that momentum pushing in so they can get an opportunity, but it's just not happening. XG just have the responses for it. Smoke up, XG, they're gonna start the Roche. The roar comes out.
Satanic. And get some sort of traps out of it. XXS is in with the hoof stomp. Kiss is coming in as well. Just trying to push back. Oh, the Agent dying! The other comes out, but he's so low, the coil connects. Nullify thrown down upon XM. Jumps in, trying to finish up the gun. DM will survive, but the space is available to secure the Roche. Get the Aegis, the refresher shot, and the cheese all picked up on XG. to be so careful there, trying to approach in on this Medusa. You saw that how close DM got to just dying in seconds.
They are absolutely having the issues of how to kill the Medusa, how to maneuver around this Medusa.
It's gotten to that point.
Yep. It's been at that point for some time here now, 56 minutes. It looks like we are potentially going to make it to these 60 minutes with the way all things have been going down. How are these levels looking? Jinkyu 23, 22 on the Warlock, Chen 20, Hoodwink 21. So level advantage also for the side of XG for these supports. An AC, all right, cool. Jinkyu picking up probably the first AC you've ever seen on a Snapfire.
We're seeing as well, yeah, there it is. It's queued up now on Satanic. He's holding on to a lot of money. Just added the rapier to the queue. It has to be considered. They have to have some sort of immense burst so that Satanic, when he does get in and finds the target, he's able to take them out straight away.
But they also have to deal with, they have to get the nullifier on the right target also too, because of the Ghost Scepters and the Aeon Discs, and then the work. The levels are difficult in this game for sure, especially to bring down this Dusa.
Because what do you imagine no one's next purchase is going to be?
I don't know.
Is he also getting sort of a nullifier himself somewhere in the build?
He might have to, but what does he really want to replace? Just move the boots somehow? I'm not sure. Definitely difficult.
XG, how much do they want to try and push for with this 3 minutes of Aegis
XXS
on Arme?
Has also hit level 25 now, so extra boost stop duration. It's at 3 seconds. 3 minutes.
Tier 2's full on the bottom lane, XG.
XM having the power of this refresher shard 2 at that level 25. Eyes on the coils. The double coils could be will let XG close this out.
Can they get Arme off the high ground? In fact, they're just going to get the jump straight in there.
One of the two of them
have the
second
coil. To try and survive. BKBs are popped as they're just having to retreat on P-Vision. They cannot step up. The range racks are gone. XG, they'll force out the fortification.
Right, what a coil. Catches 2 and then catches the third.
It's just so much damage. As 9 Clutch just gets deleted in that combo there, laid down by XM.
He's going through backdoor.
They'll take out the full set here on the bottom lane, and still 2 minutes to go with as they can look for more. They'll swing back across towards the mid and the top lane to alleviate some of the pressure that DM was pushing in with against them. But XG, they could very much be set up to look for another set of barracks during this Aegis timer.
Feels like P-Vision have to do some type of different approach, but I just don't know what it is in order to stop this, right? The potential of this puck plus the Medusa, and then the save from this Centaur always. The fight just feels so difficult for them to approach.
And the scaling from XG has been perfect this game, coming up to the 60-minute mark. And even though pretty much for the entirety of this game, right, P-Vision have had the net worth advantage, and earlier a pretty significant one, it just hasn't mattered. XG chose that perfect moment to go for that Roshan contest, and then ever since that, things have looked pretty in control from Extreme Gaming.
Absolutely. And they still have 70 seconds left on this Aegis. Ame gonna look for the go again. They don't have the refresher on the puck at the moment.
With the raw, but nothing to come with that one.
One coil is available.
There's the jump. XXS Satanic. They make the jump. The nullifies there.
拿到了 ，DA， 好的 ，DA 没有买活。钢杯能不能留下钢杯？钢杯留下了，拿下中塔，提前恭喜 XG。
But how do they stop this? The full set of wrecks taken out in the mid.
Ame standing strong, going for the next. The buybacks have to come in.
XG, they'll back up for now.
It's just anyone who gets focused dies. They do not have the similar saving function on the side of P-Vision. They cannot protect the cores. They have to take a risk. They have to go out.
They cannot let XG sort of back up and farm up these tier 5 neutrals. Satanic in with the chase. Finds Jinkyu, but straight away with the glimmer. He's away. Satanic on his own doesn't have any way to deal with that. So Jinkyu gets out. They'll get the chance to find their neutrals. We'll see at P-Vision. They'll probably stop the chase and look to just try and secure these 60-minute neutral items for themselves.
Oop.
I
think we all need that little bit of a breather. XM, he's about to have his own refresher now finished up. He's out of the liberty, of course, of a couple of refresher shards, but he is about to have this one done. So these coils, as we said, absolutely crucial.
I think Extreme Gaming, they can definitely taste the victory in this game. They're so close to being able to step forward to the grand finals.
Just wondering what's the approach going to be from P-Vision, right? There's just so many different tools that they have to get through. How do you protect the TA versus these coils? How do you focus the Dusa? Or how do you ignore the Dusa, really? There's been a lot of difficulties for them to approach.
Yeah, they had all these sort of earlier timings where they did their best to try and play for P-Vision, putting that pressure on, but at most they took the tier 3 bottom, but they were never able to take a barracks away from Extreme during those earlier points when they had a significant gold lead.
It's just been the Roshan contest, right? Extreme just coming out ahead in almost every single one, if not all of them. And just having all the buff ups, right? They put faith in Ame, and that faith is absolutely working. Now more Lotus Orbs to throw onto him.
Let's see what sort of crazy tier 5s they can find on both sides. As they should get the space on both teams to farm these up.
How's the last hits looking? We're breaking that 1,000 point on both of the carries now. And that's who's gonna get what? Audacious, Stygian, Desolator for
these dream coils from XM.
He's gonna kill it. It feels like he's gonna kill everybody.
He might. You know, it might be a situation where Ame's gonna turn up to the fight and everybody's already dead.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't need me. You know, XM is insanely farmed. The damage output from this puck, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know how you protect each other versus this on the side of P-Vision.
And both of them getting Audacious.
Yep.
So they've got this extra magic attack damage on their hits. And I imagine right with the Medusa, you get Audacious, it will make sure with the Aghanims that all of the hits are doing the extra 80 magic damage, right?
Yes.
It should.
And he's got Spider Legs too, right? So he's got this liberty to move in and out of the fights easier.
And we'll see, you know, Satanic, just get the Stygian, he has got that extra attack range as well, so maybe a bit of a chance for him to find the position, but still yet to be able to get a way to slot the Divine Rapier into his item build.
And just honestly, he hasn't really been able to attack the Dusa much in the last 20 minutes, right? It feels like Satanic has to be so cautious with these buybacks down as well, too.
Yeah, and XG having all the buybacks available here.
Yeah, it feels like P-Vision, they just have to go all aggression, right? It's like DM has to, he takes the Regalia. So any type of extra damage that they can potentially get is absolutely needed as Extreme looking for the potential closeout here. Roche is up in about a minute if they want to be very patient for it, but they do have quite a bit of tools at their arsenal right now. XM, eyes on him.
They're gonna get the jump. Straight away the Wind Waker. See no one back off. Coil will be there just onto the one of them. They have the Glimmer as well to keep him safe. Just so much he has to pop the BKB and run.
My God. I mean, that's just the one coil. Lincoln's did block the nullifier there. I think if it did not, likely he could get brought down there. No one. Still has the refresher. BKB was used.
Worth noting as well, of course, Ame does have the Moonshot, and even on top of that, still 9,000 gold.
Yeah, he's full. He's full slotted up. About to hit level 30 as well, too. Not the most impactful one, but any little bit can help. DM. Queuing up the AC next. I mean, DM's growth has... he's had like the same items, it feels like, for the last 25 minutes at the least.
XG. Ready and waiting outside the base.
They can just wait. Every time that XM has coil, it's going to force a reaction from P-Vision.
Still these 4.5 minutes of which if DM or Satanic go down, the game will fall to an end. P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS able to pick him up and take him out of the action, Ame. Keep him safe. Keep him close to DM. DM's BKB comes to an end. DM's got to run. The Scatter Blast catches onto it though. DM.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Ame is just a raid boss, and he's got XXS every time to back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier, but it may just be a little too late.
Look at the damage.
And there's the jump. He's going to try and look towards Ame. Satanic putting all the
What a game, really. It may have been, 5-2 at the 35-minute mark, but XG with utmost patience, taking all these shots, just knowing when to strike, not letting Satanic get those Aegises, and even had a goal disadvantage for almost the entirety of the game. You didn't really see it, you didn't feel it. This Dusa far too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
卫冕冠军。
And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle won't be making it forward anymore.
Yeah,
XG just having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and run them over. Extreme, they just didn't let it happen, and they chose the perfect time to bring Ame to the forefront of the fight around that Roche and just get the turnaround started.
I literally don't think you could ask for a better fight that they could have gotten there, right? Because there's literally the Roar of Retribution comes out, the Roche is about to die, they get the stun, they block the Aegis, and then the Stone Gaze clips Satanic, he gets killed. That was, what, 25 minutes ago or so, but it felt like that's where XG hit their stride, got all their power.
Absolutely, and just the playmaking right from the two cores around Ame. You know, having XXS again in this game, getting some incredible hoof stomps. It's like as soon as you show, this Centaur's on top of you. He's ready to start the play, and those last few fights as well, the pressure that this Puck was doing, just putting on against P-Vision, they just didn't have a chance. They couldn't get anywhere close to their targets. What a game, what a performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Extreme Gaming heading forward to the Grand Finals.
XM, how does it feel to be a TI Grand Finalist?
进入 TI 的总决赛什么感觉？
很爽。
It's amazing!
I mean, there is so much experience across your team. Everybody else has 5+ TI experiences. You, however, this is only your second TI. How much have they helped you out on this journey?
队伍里面那么多老将，有些人打了5届 TI， 这是你第2届 TI， 他们有没有给你什么帮助呢？
还好吧。
That's all right.
You're so casual. I mean, do you not feel any nerves playing on the final day of TI in front of all these people?
我们看你那么镇定，跟平常打一样，在 TI 的舞台上打总决赛日，是真的一点不紧张吗？
可能我就是不紧张嘛，就是决赛选手。
Maybe I just don't have the nerves for it. I'm meant to be playing in the grand finals.
That is hype. That is hype. Well, let's get down to what the people really want to know, XM. What's the secret to being the best sniper player in the world?
好啊，需要问你一个很私人的问题了。 成为世界最棒的火枪选手有什么秘诀呢？
秘密。
Secret. He doesn't want to say it.
Fine, keep your secrets. That's all good with me. Do you have any words for the team you just eliminated? P-Vision, you take them down, an horrible 3rd place, but what a series you played against them. Do you have any words for them?
P-Vision 打了一场很经常的比赛，也这场比赛打很久，有没有什么话想对你的对手说的呢？
我觉得对手打得很棒吧，但是他们上去赢不了，只有我们能赢。
I think they played really well and they're amazing. However, if they go up to the grand finals, I don't think they will win, so it has to be us.
All right, excellent stuff. One more time. Can you do it, XM? Are you going to be lifting this Aegis against Falcons?
我们最后想知道，有没有机会，会不会把这个盾举起来，然后击败 Falcons？
一定可以的。
For sure.
Let's go, Hamburg! Let me hear it for your second grand finalist in its Extreme Gaming and XM.
A lot of confidence coming out of XM, and you're going to need it after that game at number 3. The way they played, it was so clean, it was so tense. It felt like at any moment we could have been seeing a fight that wasn't going their way. The patience they had, it paid off. It was a fantastic game here from both sides.
It really did. Man, China is so back. After seeing them perform in the road to TI playoffs, being undefeated as well, I don't think many people expected China to have this dominant performance as well. And they are getting close. Yesterday, they did have 2 really long series. They didn't get much sleep. Now they could potentially play 8 games, and it seems like they're not done yet. I think this is going to be extremely good grand finals, and also Ame, rest of this crew as well.